Hello, everybody. Can people in the chat just let me know if you can hear me okay, that you can see me okay? Oh. Just going to turn this music down while we all get acquainted with one another. Hi, everybody. Oh, it's great to see so many awesome people in the chat. Hopefully, I've never used this before, so please let me know. But hopefully you can all see the chat coming into one place from YouTube and Twitter and Facebook. Hi, Becca. Hi. Oh, hi, Heather. So great to see so many people here. Holy, good to see ya. Oh, my goodness. I would sing, but it's embarrassing live. So I've got some awesome people here. There are some of you that are lifelong supporters of the show from almost day one. And there are also some of my friends here who I play the Xbox with. So it's great to see you all. My partner's in the chat. He's downstairs with the children. Hi, Christy. Hi, everybody. So it's great during these intermediate parts of the stream because it will give me an opportunity to interact with the chat, to have conversations with all of you who are here. And then during the interview segments, it's my plan to just have a conversation as I usually would with the guests. So I'm not going to be focusing too much on the chat at that time, but we do have a couple of people here who are moderating for us today. So hopefully there'll be a chance to collect some questions. And if there's time at the end, then we may get round to answering those questions. And then during the in-between bits, we can do some giveaway stuff. We can chat and have some fun. Maybe I should have planned like a quiz or something. I feel like you should have planned something. Oh, Heather's let me know that you can see me. Oh, it's cool, this program, isn't it? That it just kind of pulls everything together. Awesome. So I've got some incredible prizes. I don't know if any of you have been keeping up with what's going on social media, but we've got books, we've got swag, we've got merchandise. There's a couple that I haven't revealed yet today. Really good experiences rather than physical things, which I'm really looking forward to putting out there to everybody. So how does this microphone sound? Is it okay where it is? This is so cool how I can just see everybody. And oh, Kathy, Auntie Kathy over in Spain, amazing. Have a lovely time. I felt like we were over in Spain. I'm so glad that I know this is going to sound so British, but I'm so glad that we've had some rain today, because during the heat wave, I was thinking, how am I going to sit in a room with no windows open and no fans and do a 12-hour stream drinking all this coffee? But we've had some cooler weather now, so we're not equipped for the heat. We don't have any air conditioning units typically in houses, so it was tough last week. It was, for those of you over in the States, I think it was about 104, 106. Yes, Becca, hasn't it? I woke up this morning and I was like, rain! Yay, back to Britain. Mike sounds good. Thank you, Kevin. Glad that it sounds okay. Great. So we're just going to wait for the first session that takes place with Erika. Has anybody listened to my episode with Erika previously? 111. Oh my goodness. Oh, is that over in America? Yeah, holy, it was so warm here. It was just, I tried to play a game at the end of the day and I was just sweating in the living room. It was horrible. So 12:30 or 5:30 Eastern time is my first session, which is with Erika. I think she's here in the chat somewhere. We've been chatting all day, just kind of planning our schedules, because Erika's in South Africa, so she's an hour ahead of me. Oh, desert. No. I think I'd quite like the desert. I don't know. If you could sleep in the middle of the day, because I think it's amazing how it's like really hot in the day and then freezing cold at night. That change in like atmosphere, environment. That to me is really interesting in terms of desert climate. And maybe I'm just thinking about the research I did on Charles Manson when they all went over to Death Valley and tried to just live in Death Valley. Yeah, thank goodness for air conditioning. Yeah. So my session with Erika is the first session. Erika is gladly donating 2 copies of her memoir, Mission of Malice, 2 audiobooks. So the winners of those audiobooks will be given a code to download a copy of Erika's book. If you haven't read it, it's amazing. I just used the interview that I did with Erika, episode 117, I believe, or something. I used 10 minutes of our clip to nominate the podcast for the Women's Podcast Awards over here in the next couple of weeks. Yeah, it was amazing just listening back to the conversation that I got to have with Erika. And she'll be joining us soon. And we're going to be talking about all different things that have happened with her, the Christian mission that she spoke of, Kwasi Ubuntu, since we last spoke. So lots of stuff's been going on. Yeah, desert climate, you'd be able to sleep at night. Yeah, I do like to sleep with the windows open and a fan on. I don't know if that's more for the noise now than the actual comfort. A lot of people have to sleep in like dead silence. Some people sleep watching the telly. It's strange when you get a crutch that you need to get to sleep. I think the fan is because of having the kids in the house. You get so anxious listening to the monitor all night that the slightest noise, because the monitors are so sensitive, the slightest noise that the kids make just wakes you up, and then you're just awake expecting the kids to wake up. So I don't know if it's because the fan kind of it means that the kids have to wake up and make actual noises before you can hear them. Maybe that's what it is. I don't know. Just a tiny little fan in the corner of the room. But they are here, the children. It's going to be their bedtime, well, their bath time in 20 minutes or so. So we might hear them running about the house and causing all types of chaos. They're absolutely gorgeous and adorable. So I hope some of you get to hear them have bath time, and then it'll be book time and bed. So we might hear them over the microphone, but they're with my partner and he just takes the best care of them, so I'm not too worried about that. So we have 19 people here. GoFundMe. I think there is a conversion for, because I've had a few people from different places send over pledges through GoFundMe. It should work. If somebody could just try and scan those 2 QR codes at the bottom and let me know that they are working for you, because they come up on my screen, but I just want to make sure that they're working. I'm just going to retweet all of these amazing things and just put up a tweet saying we are now live. Come and join us. First session starts at 5:30 p.m. British summertime. Oh, I just got, wow, oh my goodness. Kevin? 50? Oh my goodness. Is that serious? Is that a serious? Oh, thanks, Becca. Oh my goodness, I can't believe that. Thank you, Kevin. That's amazing. Thank you so much. By the way, anybody that sticks around, I don't know if you can hear me get a bit emotional in episodes sometimes, but it's going to be hard to avoid it. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Holy, for letting me know that they're working. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much, Kevin. That's amazing. I feel I feel so excited going into the stream to see where we're going to be by the end of it. Everything's all okay. Amazing. Right, so I can't believe I need to make sure I send thank yous to everybody. But yeah, some amazing things that people I hope we crush the goal as well, Heather. I didn't know what to write as a goal. I just picked a generic. I mean, the money is going to be split between the podcast and the My Sound Choices, and we're going to hear from Kristyn in a minute. So I'm going to play that video in a second. Just got a donation from my partner downstairs. Thanks, babe. Appreciate your ever loving support and all the space and everything that you give me to make sure this podcast is actually possible. So thank you. Right, so I'm going to play a video from Kristyn. I can see Erika in the there she is. Right, so let's play this video from Kristyn. It's a little introduction video. Although I do have a video loaded into the... Oh no, we don't want to do that. Yeah, you're going to have to bear with me a little bit when I do this. Hopefully, if it makes me lose my video that I've loaded up for me and Erika. Right, let's have a little look. Yeah. Right, so I'm going to play this video. I'm going to turn off this music. Let's fade out. So it's not a sudden... And here is Kristyn Decker from My Sound Choices to talk to you all about what will be happening with the funds that you pledge.
We're extremely grateful to Kacey for sponsoring this fundraiser for us. We're excited that you listeners are willing to help us help victims of religious abuse. My name is Kristyn Decker. I was born and raised in fundamentalist polygamy in Salt Lake City. My father was the leader of the Apostolic United Brethren. I was my mother had my mother had 8 children and I'm her youngest. My mother was the first wife of 13 of my father's wives. We were very much raised to believe that we had to live plural marriage or we would be damned, that we would be destroyed. Like most of us who are raised into the cults, we were told that we had to believe in it and we had that we did have a choice. But sound choices do not come with coercion or threats of any kind. And that's often all we knew, what we'd been compelled to believe, to participate in, and to propagate. Well, I knew I was miserable. I thought I was happy. I was happy keeping sweet and serving God. As I was leaving and finally out, I discovered myself, and finding my freedom and genuine happiness was exceptional. I wrote my book, 50 Years in Polygamy, Big Secrets and Little White Lies. I put it on the shelf because it was so cathartic to write it, to get everything out. At first I wanted to publish it, but then I decided, no, that felt great. That's good enough. But someone found me who was a publisher and asked me to get that out there. I have been so involved with so many people after I wrote my book. I was out speaking and touring and talking and discussing what my life was like. And people came from all over, everywhere, from other cults, and especially fundamentalist polygamist cults, to tell me about their stories. And I knew something different had to happen, especially here in Utah. Someone needed to speak to the issues and talk about it. So with the help of several survivors from the AUB, the cult I was raised in, the Kingston group, the FLDS, which is the one that's mostly in the media, with several of those survivors, I started what was called the Sound Choices Coalition. Our hopes were that of informing society of the harms of coercive polygamy and advocating for its victims. Over the past 9 years, we have spent thousands upon thousands of volunteer hours with victims and survivors. We have rescued, supported, and advocated for numerous men, women, and children with their basic needs such as food, clothing, shelter, and housing. We have helped fund and stood with many victims through health and legal needs, mentoring, and we have befriended and loved so many amazing people who have left cults that we are always gifted with new lifelong friends and families. We've also been at the Capitol many times to present the startling human rights violations of coercive polygamy, hoping that Utah would follow Canada's strong stance against polygamy. In a 335-page decision that followed 42 days of hearings, Chief Justice Bowman found that women in polygamous relationships faced higher rates of domestic, physical, and sexual abuse. They died younger and were prone to mental illnesses. He says polygamy is harmful to women, children, men, and to society as a whole. One of our greatest accomplishments was initiating and the passing of House Bill 214, which provided victims reparation funding for anyone leaving coercive polygamy. However, many who escaped polygamy were extremely disappointed as that support was stolen from victims when Utah chose to bequeath even more power to the demigods, prophets, and perpetrators of polygamy by making coercive polygamy a misdemeanor rather than to keep it a federal crime, as Canada wisely did. There is power in making connections and knowing that you are not alone. Many of us have presented our personal stories in social media and in person. As Kacey is a fantastic source for these stories, we encourage you to share your journeys to freedom and genuine happiness with others as well. The Sound Choices Coalition explicitly promotes everyone's human rights to make choices. We have done and will continue to provide as much help as possible to all human beings, no matter their race, culture, political stance, philosophy, self-identity, and person. We have recently changed our mission to being focused on from being focused solely on coercive polygamy and its victims to include information and support for victims of any religious abuse. And to better incorporate these things, our new name will be My Sound Choices. My Sound Choices, my body, my mind, my voice, my choice. Informing society of the harms of coercive religious cults and advocating for its victims. Together, we aspire to help assure everyone the freedom to formulate and actuate their own sound choices. Sound meaning solid, firm, stable, free from error, fallacy, and misapprehension, exhibiting or based on thorough knowledge and experience, legally and logically valid. Choices, opportunity or privilege of choosing freely without threats or coercion, caring in selecting, choice by one's judgment and predictions, implying a wide range of choices. My Sound Choices SCC nonprofit is a non-denominational organization. Our ongoing goals are to assist victims with life skills that empower them and others. We are dedicated to raising awareness of and working to end the damaging practices associated with religious cults, such as coercive polygamy, Scientology, and other extreme denominations. We cannot achieve our goals alone. Please find out how you can help us and others with this project, with these projects. We are consistently aware of the massive number of victims who are leaving and escaping oppressive and abusive cults. Their rehabilitation needs are often immense and overwhelming. Therefore, we need funding and passionate, dedicated volunteers to help us create even stronger support systems, such as mentoring, educating, counselors, pro bono lawyers, social services, etc., etc. Thank you so much for you spending your day with Kacey and for tuning in. Thanks again, Kacey.
So there we had a nice little introduction from Kristyn Decker from My Sound Choices. And now I'm going to try and hi Lisa, nice to see you. So I have a video that I'm going to play in my session with Erika, but you can only have one video loaded at a time. So I preloaded that one when I should have preloaded Kristyn's video. So let me just go back and make sure that I've got that video loaded in with the right timestamp. So you just have to anyone that sticks around for like more than an hour is just going to realize I have no idea what I'm doing. Right, so we were all the way along here. Let me just play this. I think it's a little bit closer to the end. Right, I'm just gonna. Oh, hi, Michael. Oh, Michael, you can't be here because I'll cry if you're here. Oh, it's so great to see you in the chat. Hi. Michael, for anybody that doesn't know, is the first troubled teen interviewee that I had on the show. And we've been in touch ever since, and Michael's a good friend, and just such a wonderful human being. So hi, Michael, thank you for dropping in. Oh my goodness, it's so great to see you. Oh, I hope you're comfortable at home with your doggy taking care of you. Right, so we've got a couple of minutes till Erika comes in. Hi, Daniel. Thanks for running it, Kacey. It's almost 2 a.m. here in Australia, so I'll have to disappear. Oh, thanks, Daniel, for dropping in. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. 2 o'clock in the morning just to show your support. Erika, this is your number one fan in the chat. Fantastic. So I'm going to let Erika into the stream in a few minutes, where we will conduct our interview, our conversation. And anybody that has any questions for Erika as we go through, if you kind of pop them in the chat, I'll make notes where I can. But it's most likely that I might ask if anybody has any questions towards the end, if we don't run out of time jibber-jabbering away. So I'm just going to introduce Erika before she joins the chat. Erika Bornman has carved a career for herself in magazine publishing as a writer and editor, despite her lack of formal training. Her memoir, Mission of Malice, My Exodus from KwaZulu-Natal, is her first book and an important element in her quest to make the world a safer place for children. She lives in Cape Town, South Africa, with her two cats, Troy and Matilda, who I'm sure we will see throughout the stream because they're her tiny little fur babies that go everywhere with her. So I'm sure they'll make a nice little appearance as we go through. And then if I skip through my notes, I will find my session with Erika. So usually I would have these on my phone, but given that I'm on a live stream, I don't think it would be great for me to spend too much time on my phone. Right, so please keep sharing the posts, donating where you can. Please keep letting people know that we are live across Twitter and Facebook and YouTube, so all three places. Please keep letting people know that their money is going towards some great causes, including this podcast existing, being able to continue with the weekly episodes that go out. This is a full-time job, I mean, I know that I talk about having babies, so that's kind of like my second full-time job, or that's the full-time job, and then this is the second full-time job. Trying to balance it all is a lot. So I'm going to finish this coffee, and then we're going to say hello to Erika. And I can see her in the lobby. Erika, are you ready to join? Yes, awesome. I can't hear you, but I can see you. Do I have to do something to... Nope, it says that you're unmuted. What do I need to do here to get you to hear you speaking? Can anybody else hear Erika talking? This is the first session, so there's going to be some technical issues. Can't hear you. Let me try turning this off and back on again. Has that worked? No, not worked. No, right, okay. No, still can't hear. Why is that? Yeah, try that. Try having a leaving and come back. Might be the device settings in your microphone. My little friend Chris, moderator Chris. That's going to be the name from now on, moderator Chris. Here is Erika. Right. Hello? That's strange, isn't it? Did you accept the permissions when you came in for your microphone to okay. Lee said, is there a mute button under the screen? Is this for me, Lee, or is this for Erika? Shall I try it on my phone? Yeah, mute isn't on. No, mute isn't on for me either. I wonder why. Does her Zoom channel have an audio channel on OBS? We're just doing everything through Restream. I don't know why it wouldn't be working. See, this is why it would have been easier to probably just use Zoom. Well, I suppose if you try it on your phone and it works, then we know that. For anybody that's just joined us, we're just having our first technical issues of the night. But we'll get started soon enough. Okay, let's try this one.
Okay, can you hear me?
Hey, hi. Oh my goodness. Whew. Okay, so at least we know that it's something on your computer end, and that isn't going to be an issue the whole night, which was kind of, I was thinking, what are we going to do now? Right. Yeah. So hi, Erika. It's so good to see you.
I'm so sorry about going there, and then I can kind of talk. Sorry.
It's okay. I think we should be sorted now. I wonder why that was. It must be something to do with the microphone settings on the laptop.
Yeah. I guess we might see with your next guest.
Yeah. Hopefully it won't be too jumpy, and we'll see how we go. So, how's your day been so far, Erika?
It's been good. I've been looking forward to this, trying to but I know that it is going to be fantastic. So I haven't been worried in the slightest. Yeah.
Right. So let's get started officially. I think the audio and the video is a little bit jumpy, but that's probably given the difference in time zones. And I'm just glad to see that you have electricity, because I know that you're part of South Africa. They've just been turning off all the power at random times. So
Yeah. And the blackouts is that it affects the towers and everything. Like I have really high home, but lately I found like I've turned off every single other device. Only my phone is on Wi-Fi. But if the signal's bad, it's
Yeah. Well, hopefully we'll be all right tonight. There's a little fly in here as well, so right. So, hello Erika and welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for agreeing to return to the show. Since we last connected, your memoir, Mission of Malice, has received an award. Award-winning author Erika Bornman, and I can't wait to discuss all of your reactions around this. I watched you receive the award, which was amazing, as well as your thoughts on women in high demand groups with regards to your experiences in the religious Christian mission known as KwaZulu-Natal in South Africa. For anybody who didn't tune in to episode 177, would you like to introduce yourself to the listeners?
Yeah, and I first just want to say hello to Danielle. And thank you so much at that horrific time of day in Australia. Yeah, so I'm Erika Bornman. In about 10 days, I'm going to be turning. Wait, where are we? No, 2 weeks. One, and that will mark like 30 years from KwaZulu-Natal. Now, KwaZulu-Natal is a wonderful, wonderful, loving Christian compound that really serve God and make lives better. And they do using fear and psychological terror. And in my day, and then if you're a girl, well, and some boys, there's some sexual abuse, but God and make the world better. And I'll stop with the sarcasm now. I was a young girl. I was around 8 years old when my parents got us into mission. And really, it in South Africa, it a little bit more recently been known as this like really cool. We were still in apartheid days. It was a multiracial society where people of all, and it just seemed like this really cool place, you know, because the women all wear very modest clothing, no makeup, no. But even so, I think as a first-time visitor, if you arrived there, there would be a very also because it's nestled among these green hills, and it was run by a man, quite an imposing dude called Elo Stegen, and he had this coach woman who supported him, and they kind of the second tier leadership who are kind of because he's on his deathbed, if he hasn't already died. You know, it's not for some occasion. He did, however, raise one of the Lydia Dube. He raised her from the dead in the late 1960s. So return the favor. So who knows what's they're fundamentalist, evangelical, culture, misogynistic, patriarchal. Then God, so then they claim there was a revival, you know, a huge gust of wind, and suddenly people were healed from leprosy, paralyzed could walk, people who were blind could see, people who were deaf people who were addicted to alcohol suddenly had no desire for alcohol at all, which I think that's the great. Of course, we never met any of these people who healed, but there were a magnitude of them. And then dude has 5 brothers, and one of the brothers bought him a farm and order of what was the white area and the black area. So that all could mingle, because in apartheid, of course, the government decreed who could see who and who couldn't see when. And then it grew from there. Supposedly this absolutely brilliant place. And I think a lot of people, and I think what's going to also be a stream, which, wow, Kacey, impressive, is that nobody didn't join a cult. They really wanted to make the world a better place, and this with their worldview, and they joined this place. And a lot of the people there, in fact, just about everybody except for the top tier leadership, about everything. I mean, these guys are poor. They live in dances. I mean, when I was there was a family of 5 living in a single room, kind of. They don't have cars, they don't have medical insurance, they don't have savings, they don't even earn a salary. These are good people, who are sacrificing their lives for God. They've also given over their intuition, their sense of blindly follow what these oaks at the top tell them. And so when I was there was an enormous amount of abuse. Our law preached that the spirit of a child by the age of 3. Now, think about that for a moment. Break the spirit of a child by the age of 3, because otherwise the devil is going to get into him and mold him or her. And when I was there, they used it through psychology. I watched the most horrific videos with depictions of hell, communists taking over, and in a previous podcast, and another ex-member said to me they actually had to stop listening at that point because that for them. So I'm not going to do that today, but really horrific we were subjected to. And then also there were public beatings, the smallest transgression, and you could get beaten in public. So basically I child that really didn't want to say boo or bar because I was so scared of being my parents decided to go to France to missionary, and he wanted to go into French speaking Africa. That I was there. I was I was 9 turning 10. I wet my bed for the first time. In the next year I would wet my bed often. My brother last year told me, he's 2 years older than me, that first night he also wet his bed. So knowing that. Yeah. So they ruled us through fear. That's kind of my childhood in a nutshell. If I had to sum it up in one word, it would be terror. Yeah.
Well, thank you for sharing that with us, Erika. I don't know how it is for everybody else. There are some I don't know if it's audio or camera issues, but there's some jumping around. So I don't know if this thing is trying to keep up with you talking, if it's jumping ahead or not. I don't know how it is for anybody else, but we'll crack on and see how we get on. Hopefully maybe it's just on my computer, maybe it's not for everybody else, but we'll see. Okay, great. Yep. So we'll just carry on. Right. So when we started this stream, we talked about looking to have a focus on women specifically, and you are somebody that experienced quasi-Ubuntu as a born female, and you explore in your book themes of dire misogyny, awful power imbalances between men and women. And I don't say that in a dismissive of other genders way. I say that in a KSB would never recognize anything outside of men and women in terms of identifiable genders. So the men and women couldn't even speak to one another, really. I was just telling everybody that when I was editing our 10-minute segment, there's a part in there where we discussed you being able to have a relationship with your brother once your parents had left you and your siblings at KwaZulu-Natal for that first time. So was there anything specific that came to mind when I approached you and asked if we could speak specifically about women in high demand groups?
So much, Kacey, so much. You know, from the very beginning, when I was just a little girl, I made it that women cause men to sin. And as a young girl and then later as a woman, cause any man to stumble. And that's the reason why the and also, I mean, my friend LMP's story of when she was, I think, around 11 or so, it was her birthday, and she chocolate, and she invited like a handful of her friends, and they outside reception where there was like a concrete table which is around it, and she was punished because she was told that she sat attention of boys, because the boys would walk past their tree, and you know, so whatever you did, it was you could always be accused of trying to attract attention of the boys. For people so anti-sex, they certainly sexualize everything. So I'm very fearful of being a woman, because it was my destiny was meant to sin, and that made me a sinner. You know, boys and girls, we were all treated horrifically, but that boys somehow, look, they have their own issues when they leave because of this whole sexualization. Like I don't think it's easy for them to even strike up women, because you know they are scared that it's ever. But I remember when like my breasts started growing, and I remember just wishing they would just go away, you know, because I'm turning into a woman, and that I was now going to just be this person who
I think I tagged you in a post on Twitter the other day when somebody was talking about eating disorders, because that is typically quite a common theme that we see across the survivor community and people that come out of cults and high demand groups is a struggle with either eating during or after their involvement with the group. I think that some people have explained it comes down to power, that really being the only thing you can decide is how much you actually eat and how much you drink, and that being the only thing that you can make decisions over in your life with a lot of the high demand groups. But with your writing in your book, you explained it a little bit differently. It was because of this misogyny within KSB that this developed. Would you say that that's fair?
Definitely. Yeah. I mean, my eating disorder did to be skinny. It was the only thing I could mouth. Plus, the food sucked. Kacey, I'm going to try router and see if that solves things. I mean, I have this lovely wall fur, and so now I'm very scared that people are going to see a mess in my house.
Well, we can try perhaps the laptop settings as well. Something to do with the microphone settings.
No, actually fine. I'll just be on my phone now.
Okay.
And work. And I am going to just quickly
thanks, Erika.
turn. Sorry, guys. But let's see if we can make a difference. And I'm just going to need a blanket.
You need to find Troy or Matilda.
Come and sit on top of me. Okay. So hopefully not less.
Yeah, I don't know if it might. Do you have like headphones? Do you have earphones? Maybe that would.
So here's the thing. A week and a half ago, my brother, boys, and wife visited, and I basically toddler-proofed my home. Find my earphones anywhere.
Okay. Well, we'll just continue and we'll see how we get on. I think the longer you talk for, the more it kind of evens itself out. It's just kind of very jumpy when you first start talking. So hopefully we can just get through the first minute or so, and then it evens itself out. So with your eating disorder specifically, it was more around trying to look as little kind of to minimize your femininity as much as possible.
Yeah, definitely. And also it was the only over. But I you said that, and I've never thought of that aspect of minimize my curves. I only really grew boobs at the age of 30 when I started putting. I like them now.
It's funny. I love those parts of your book as well, where you go through and you're like, all of these things that you're taught are wrong, and all of these things that you're told not to enjoy. You just kind of realize as you go through that actually they are enjoyable and they're okay.
Yeah.
So in terms of your experiences with your counsellor as well, I think that's a really strong example of the power imbalances between the roles of not only those in positions of leadership or higher up, but also those positions of men, specifically when you talk to how a married man is seen as innocent, and you know, Erlo doesn't look to you and think that you could be the victim, which is another kind of piece of audio that came out from those 10 minutes I edited. So I wondered if you would just mind talking the listeners through that part of your experience to just really paint that picture of how women are kind of in these really vulnerable positions around predators within Kwazis Ubuntu.
Yes. So one of the main tenets of Kwazis of sin. Now, you're not going to find this in the Bible. They believe that you have to confess your sins to a human, that being one of the leadership, who basically have no training, not theological, or counseling training, but they call them counselors. And you have to thought, when you first join Kwazis Ubuntu, you have to go through your entire life, all the way back, recount every single sin you've ever committed, right? That takes a while. But then you have to, on at least a weekly basis, confess this counselor. And it's one of the ways, of course, because they know exactly what's going on with you. And they put the fear of a friend's sin, and you don't confess it, then you are as guilty as that, and you will go to hell. So other than in salvation, and that it is through Christ's mercy or salvation, and if you die with a single unconfessed sin in your life, hell. So let's say that I'd lived this exemplary life and then I died. Well, I would be going to hell because I got angry and I didn't confess it, and therefore it. So that's kind of where they are completely screwed up. But anyway, for them. And I mean, Daniel pointed out in this services, they all last year's youth service They had a young children. They look about 6 to 8 years old, and they were given and saying that if you do something wrong, you need to go to the adults and confess it. Otherwise, you're going to spend money. So this is something that's indoctrinated into you from a very, very young age. My dad. So my parents came back from France. We went to live in Johannesburg, and then my dad told me I still had 3 years of school left. They had asked him, they were starting a school at KwaZulu-Natal, a multi-race, the first in the country, and they'd asked him to be the principal because he was a teacher. And my brother was going to do his final year of school, and he'd been elected a prefect. So his sister was going to be studying her first year of metallurgical engineering. So she also stayed to move back down there with my parents. And I thought it would be okay because my dad would be as bad as last time. And then the day before school opened, he was 43. I found out later that he'd had a meeting the day before, and they had told him that from being principal, because there were so many things that he didn't agree with. And he phoned my aunt in Pietermaritzburg on here, and she just said to me, "Kerkproppie, you have an iridescent Linda too, I think." Iris, my aunt, and my dad. And so that first year then, I didn't confess. And at the end of the year, my mother called me in and said, and by now I was 16, and she says, "Justin, once the school board met and they've just decided to expel you, and because you're going to have to pack a little suitcase, walk up to the main road, hitchhike, and go make yourself a life." I cried, and I said, "Please, what do I have to do?" So school starts, you have to have a counselor, and you have to week. So the one thing that we actually did have control over were, we only had a certain choice between certain people. They didn't say you have to go to so and so. So I auditioned them, and awful. They were so cold and hard. People who know Margaret will know she was one of the ones that I auditioned. She's still there. I saw her on day, and I was like, oh. Although she probably wouldn't have molested me, but anyway. So I found Musikune, and he was brilliant. He spoke like 5. When he preached, he always brought in a bit of history. There was always something interesting. It was going to be cool. So I started confessing my sins to him. He became like my father figure, and the started was because the South African Department of Education wanted to introduce sex education into someone who was like, "You will not teach our children about sex." So that's why they started the sex education. When I started getting my period, I thought I had stomach cancer and I was now going to die. And life, that's how much I knew. And my mom, when she saw me washing my neck, sat me down, prayed with me, because you always pray before a horrible conversation or before a hiding. You're a woman now. This is going to happen every month. Here's a pack of pads. Here's what you do with it. And boom, that was it. That was the extent of what I was taught. Okay, so I knew nothing, but I was the source of all evil. It was like if you had to stay away from it, knowing nothing, but also knowing that lust is like the worst part. These counselors see you in private, and of course, married man who has access to young women, young girls who have to pour their hearts out to him by the very nature of their relationship. And they're wide open for abuse. Wide open for abuse. grooming me, eventually kissing me. First came the house because nobody was hugging me anymore now that my dad was dead. And then came my mouth and the caressing and everything. And then I thought of a way to, didn't like it, but I really loved him, and he was the only man who gave me attention. It just very messed up. And so I told him that I think I have feelings of lust for him. Rings when he was caressing me, you know, I was, by this time I was like 16, 17 years. So he then took me to Alo Stegen and he said, please will you tell me? And there I have to sit and tell Alo that I think I have feelings of lust for him. I mean, like, what are the chances that I just suddenly grow feelings of lust, you know? Lila and the slut and the whore and the everything, and Muzi did, and I know, and I can prove in court. So take me to, excuse me, sorry people, that I wasn't his only victim. He known for many years previous to me even meeting him that sexually inappropriate with people, and just covered it up and because girls don't matter, you know, men are the only important people there.
And despite you going to Erlo, you went back to him actually to tell him, I need, like, once you were older and a bit more independent and, you know, you'd had a bit more experience of the world, I would say, maybe, and you went back to him to tell him your version of events, and you sat down with him, made sure he would hear you. Could you just share with everybody the kind of the response that he gave?
Yes. So once I was out, I'd run away, and then I started realizing that maybe I wasn't the evil one, that maybe it's wrong. And then I thought, shit, he's still counseling other young girls, you know. So I have a duty to go back with straight and to say it wasn't me, it was him. So I made an appointment to go, and he actually asked me if he could record our session, and I said yes, I had no problem. And then I told him, and he pretended to be very appalled, and he, you know, my main concern are the young girls. That this man is still, Muzi's going to get stripped of all his leadership positions. He's going to be, he's not going to be allowed to have any contact with any young girls at all. He's not going to be allowed to counsel. And then 2 weeks later, I opened the regional newspaper, the Natal Witness, and their page picture of Muzi with an article about this Christian organization. And I phoned Alo. I don't know how I got through. He's not an easy man to get hold of. And I said to him, Uncle Alo, because at the time I called him Uncle. He's nobody's uncle. I don't call him that anymore. So I said, Uncle Alo, I had this newspaper, and you told me this wasn't going to happen anymore. And he said to me, really remember what we spoke about. Won't you refresh my memory? And that's when, screw you. Yeah, that's when.
And you were right.
Is now in jail. He's
yes,
in prison.
This is exactly what I was going to say. That, you know, you were right to go to him with your concerns, because please tell everybody where Muzi is today. He's
just sitting in prison in a maximum in Joburg, and he killed a woman, an estate agent that he was renting because he's a Bantu, and then he got his son and his son's friends to help. It's a horrific, and then when his son was going to kill his son. So, and this is the man who told News 24 2 years ago, in naming him and telling people what he didn't do to me, he will go nuclear. But you know what? men get away, women are scared. And I just thought, I'm scared of him, but I'm going to name him.
And since your exodus, as you have titled it with your memoir, you have left and you've become sort of like at the forefront of whistleblowing, and putting a spotlight on the abuses that take place at KSB, some of which we haven't even mentioned, believe it or not, that you experienced while you were there, but that you still know is ongoing through sources that you have around KSB. And you have received death threats since you've left. So you live in a high security compound, not compound, but like would you say like community? High. So can you just talk the listeners through what the consequences have been for you, not just leaving KSB and what that was like, the consequences of you just deciding to leave, but also the consequences of you speaking out?
Yeah, so I also left my family, my mother and sister, and at the time they were 3, because when you leave, you excommunicated, shunned. In fact, a lot of people there actually go to a wedding of someone who's been shunned, you know. So and that was hard. And old Alo also decided to put God's curse on my life when and I believed him for a long time that God
I mean, it sounds funny when you say it now,
Yeah.
but for somebody that truly believes that, I mean, that must be terrifying to walk around thinking that if you go and drink an alcoholic beverage, then you will be smited.
Totally. The first time I wore jeans, I was walking under the awnings on the stair to cross the street because I was so sure God was going to strike me down with lightning for where. And then it took me about 4 when I spoke out against them for the first time. I was probably one of the first people to speak about it, to learn that other people had tried to speak to them, but not publicly. But because people who left still believe that this place does God's work. They destroy children. This is not God. There's no God there when you're destroying children. I wrote an article. I first wrote a long letter that Cosmopolitan published, and then I wrote an article that came out in a women's magazine in 2000. An uproar here in South Africa, but very briefly because they just didn't, and then eventually it goes away, you know, because the authorities didn't bother to investigate. I kind of went silent because I got a lot of flack for people who left, as well as just other people, and also it was just like the attention. And then in 2019, I kind of cut ties also with everybody. I didn't keep up with friends or anybody. I just cut ties with everything and everyone, except for my brother, of course. And then by then I started kind of like accepting Facebook friend requests from Chris reached out to me and said he heard that my niece might get expelled at her home, and I was like, of course, you know. She didn't get expelled, but started a whole thing. And then someone in the National Prosecuting Authority, you know what, the authorities are not doing anything and you need to go to the media. And so you're in the media, like, what do we do? And that's how I got to speak News 24. And he believed us. He believed me, he believed us. They launched this place, and they launched a huge expose, a documentary, podcast, lots of articles, 20. And yeah, it hasn't really quietened. It's quietened down ever since. And I'm constantly on people to this is happening. So there is a chapter 9 institution in South Africa. I don't have it in front of me. The CRL Rights Commission. So it's the Commission to Protect Religious Communities of South Africa or something. Anyway, they launched an investigation. They launched that in October 2020, and we are still waiting for their report. So Zavantu is proceeding nicely. They are filthy rich. Filthy. They own South Africa's biggest water bottling plant. And at first withdrew their water, and then Kwasi Zavantu paid 2 lawyers to write us, and then now it's the water sold everywhere again. And yeah, you might be eating one of their avos. No, don't stop buying South African avos. African avocado farmers. So please don't boycott South African avos.
But the Equelle water brand, absolutely, find a different water source. If you can do anything to help today, if you're in that part of the world, just don't buy that water is the first thing. I think I'm just uploading today's episode, which is with Kristyn, Decker and Jane Ridley, Sound Choices. And they say that the one thing that you can do today to stop or to help in the fight against forced polygamy is to stop watching TLC reality TV shows around the Duggars and the way that those lifestyles are glamorized. That was their advice. If you can't donate your time or your money, then what you can do is stop consuming the reality TV shows that they'll keep doing more seasons if people keep watching it. So boycott Equelle water however you can.
Yes,
and
definitely.
We spoke a little bit in our interview about how the different ethnicities would be treated within KSB as well. So the white-skinned people were treated very differently from those that were born Zulu. So I wondered if you could just talk us through the differences between the different ethnicities, and then specifically the differences between how the white girls were treated in comparison to the Zulu girls.
Yeah. So the other thing that sets Kwasi Zavantu apart is the weight. So boys and girls and men and women who are unmarried are not supposed to relationship. In fact, I wasn't even allowed to talk to boys unless it was in the classroom setting, but I wasn't going to talk to them. The teachers didn't invite any conversation really between boys. Marriage happens is the man has a revelation from God. He goes to Elo. I really feel that God wants me to marry this girl. And then Elo goes to the girl, pray. She prays and she says, yes. And I will give you, but then he goes back to the man, and then they announce the engagement at a church service. The man and the woman up. Elo stands in between them. He puts the ring on her finger, and then they get married very quick months later, because hello, they're not going to get to know each other. They may as well get married. The first time that they are ever alone is the night after the marriage. I asked a friend of mine who got married this way. They called to Elo, right, separately. So first he calls in the husband, and so my friend is a man. So what Elo said to this is a bit graphic. Also, say hello to Troy.
Hi, Troy. He's come for cuddles. Yay, so fluffy.
Hello, Troy. Anyway, so so he said to that you might have trouble finding the hole at first. You'll get it right eventually. And then he said that there are a month where a woman is fertile. So if you don't want children in those days, then put a towel next to her and pull out and ejaculate. And that was the extent of his sex education, right? So then he came out and the wife was called. He asked her what she was told. And she was basically told that you have to have sex, you have to have it. Right. So there's no education about turning a woman on, lubricating. Right. Okay. I have digressed. But what I wanted to say is that this is a multiracial society. And since the late 1960s, there has never, not once, been an interracial marriage. Now, how that is possible? It is possible because Allah or God, one of the, because I heard 2 years ago that there was actually an you know of that was an interracial proposal, and the woman never even heard. She didn't even get a chance to pray. My first proposal came the day after I wrote my school exam, and I don't know where I got the courage from, but I said no another 2 times. In 2 years, God changed his mind and to marry three different men in 2 years. So yeah, I don't know about that God of theirs. That's the racism. That's a very stark, clear being an interracial marriage. But when the black children, so most of the white children who were there, so the place is predominantly, I would say 90% probably. And most of the white children when I was there, so they weren't boarders. The boarding school children lived in horrific conditions. Girls' dormitories, I never went into the boys' dormitories, obviously, but the girls' dormitories, they're about 4 high, I can't remember. There was like, they didn't have enough space for actually sit up in the lower bunks, you know, and they had these thin plastic mattresses, and they had very few ablution facilities, but they also ate up at the main hall communally, and some of them have told me that they didn't want to eat the food because there were maggots in the food, right? So nobody wanted to they were punished, and they were made to eat the food and be grateful for it because this is the right. But so they were horrifically, but they were also beaten to within and like we witnessed a lot of beatings, and a lot of the white kids got beaten bad. Nothing like I heard later that the black kids experienced. They were sometimes were told to leave, and I would find out later then that those were the services. The remaining children who were then all black would get beaten. They would get called up to the confession. Is meant to be sacred between you and this person and God, right? No. So every Saturday with the black children, the whole school, boys and girls, and they have have one of the counselors stand up. Let's just say Erika. So Erika told me that she did this and this and this, and then I would get called up. I've confessed my sin. Now I would get stripped to my knickers, and I would get beaten in public, and often until my kids were bleeding. I have people my age who are walking around with physical arms, their backs, their buttocks, and their thighs from being beaten like that. It was systemic. This is not hidings like you know it. One adult would hold the child's hands down. The other child, all men, would hold the child's legs. Women beat them, but it was mostly men. And the man, he would have a plastic plumbing pipe that was often filled with, and he would raise the pipe above his head and rain down this beating girl or boy, and they weren't allowed to squirm. The stroke landed where it wasn't meant to land, then that meant they got another stroke. And it was about 30, 40, even more lashes at a time, you know. So yeah, apparently they don't do that anymore, but I do know that because I've spoken to people who've left in the last 2 years, and children do still get hidings. I don't know if the beating as what we witnessed and experienced, but beaten there, and that is now against the law in South Africa. Girls. Oh, gosh. Sorry, people. But we'll go through this and then we'll get onto some other stuff. But they're so obsessed. Now, in Zulu culture, there is something that the way explained it to me is actually something really beautiful. And that is in a rural community reaches puberty. There is a ritual that she goes through, but she goes through it or not, where the elder mothers, the community, speak to her about virginity, about the whole thing of keeping yourself pure and everything. And then there is, in Germany, there is a checking of her virginity. Limpilo tells me if you're a young Zulu girl in that culture, it's probably something, it's one of the rituals that means you're becoming a woman, right? Now, KwaZulu and the Zulu girls who went home and then came back to boarding school after lineup, and they were given a virginity check by 3 old in just degrading circumstances, and these are not always girls that reached puberty. The girls as young were having their hymens checked 4 times a year to make sure that they hadn't gone into boys can't get checked. So it was the girls, and in my opinion, that was on every single one of those girls. KwaZulu hides behind it and says, no, the parents. Can I tell you that I have it from parents and from other school children that of the daughters going to school that they would subject themselves to this virginity test to put in place. So, I mean, just horrific. And as white girls, we had that check. Now, my friend Limpilo, who is black, chat the other day, and she was saying she wonders if the white girls were sexually abused more, knew that they weren't getting checked. So that was an interesting,
There were so many different things that we spoke about during our interview that just didn't, with the reasoning that KSB were giving for carrying out these checks, there were so many different things we spoke about that just didn't line up with their reasoning. So first of all, you know, if a 5 or 6 year old happens to have one of these checks and they realize that she isn't a virgin, first of all, like, I'm sure that 5 or 6 year old didn't make that decision. Like, how can anybody at that age, even at like 14, 15, 16, fully understand, you know, with no sex education? Like, if you throw that in as well, no sex education, how can somebody under the age of 14, 15, 16 with zero sex and relationship education understand what they are consenting to if they consented in the first place? With somebody age 6, I can't even comprehend that there was any level of consent. Like, and it's awful to think that if they came across somebody of a young age whose hymen wasn't intact, then the punishment would be, you know, they get kicked out, they get systemically beaten until they're bleeding. That just doesn't make sense to me.
So I can tell you what I do. She was very, very young, and her neighbor had sexually abused her, so her hymen wasn't intact. So when she was examined, and she was very little, she was younger than, I think she was, when she was examined, obviously they found that her hymen had been broken. So explained to them that this uncle had, put his finger in there. She got beaten mercilessly. But you know what the worst is? Her schooling career, 4 times a year, she had to line up and have herself checked. Even though they knew, she still had to endure that. It makes no sense.
That doesn't make sense. Also, what doesn't make sense is, if Muzi or other predators within KSB were targeting young girls in the way that you were targeted and groomed, even if people were to come forward like you did and say, this is happening to me, this is not my choice, I have not consented, then they're blamed anyway. So then when they go through with the checks that leadership know they're not going to pass, which in itself is just such a weird sentence to say in this context. It's such a vicious cycle. So the point of women in this environment is that if there are predators, then the victim blaming is in this environment more severe than other cases I think we've heard about on the podcast. There's no, even if you would have gone to your mum at some points during the really contentious parts of your relationship with your mum, once your father had passed away, I'm not even sure that would have made a difference.
She wouldn't have believed me. Firstly, she didn't believe me after he was kicked out or left and was in jail. She didn't believe me that he had done. But you know what Elo would say to girls who came to him and told him, he would say to them, okay, you've made a man of God stumble, confess your sins, that God would forgive them their sin. And then he would tell them that they're not allowed to speak about this to anyone. And now that these stories are coming out, Kwasi Sabantu is all like, well, why didn't the girl have hello? No, they didn't. They went to Elo Stegen. Yeah. Just sick.
It's impossible.
Sick
impossible.
Man, that.
And we also talked about how he was knowingly protecting, and through the testimonies that you've collected since your departure, we know that it wasn't just Muzi, it was several men that he was covering up for. And then we were questioning, what was it that Muzi was involved in himself if he was willing to protect all of these people, because he wasn't outwardly worried about people outing KSB for protecting predators. So it makes you wonder, what his true agenda was with protecting these predators in the first place. We also said that, another massive difference in power is that, as you mentioned, the men can't be tested for virginity, whether they have, whether they are virgins or not. There's not a test that you can do on men for that. So straight away, there's a power imbalance, just even suggesting that women have a test to see whether they are virgins or not.
Ella found out that there was a man who was molesting sexually abusing her. And Ella went and had a stern chat to him. Testified that Kwasi Sabantu, she's still there, that Kwasi Sabantu saved her. Here's how Kwasi Sabantu saved her. They had a stern chat to him, right? Family. For months still. And then he left of his own volition, and who knows how many young girls he had access to once he was outside. This is their own testimony. It's sworn. It's a sworn right, and this is how absolutely they don't even know what they're doing in the world. This girl saying that they saved her, but actually they allowed him to stay. There's another. He sodomized a 5-year-old girl when she remembered, and they confronted him. To one of the leaders of the mission, he said, "Oh, I'm surprised she remembers. Do you know what they did to that man? They allowed him to live out his life, and he is buried there." There was another pedophile, and sorry people, there was another pedophile, and he raping the boys in the hostel. And when Ella first said that's not possible, and then they figured out that actually it was happening. Do you know what they did? They asked, boom, he was gone, no longer their problem. Who knows? Who knows what he's doing in that? Those are only the 3 that I know about. No.
Muzi himself is in prison for killing a woman and, you know, the crimes against his own child.
Yeah.
So
not for sexual crimes.
If people would have acted in the way that everybody else outside of high demand religious groups are accountable to the law, maybe those things wouldn't have happened. You know, if these predators weren't protected in the ways that they've been protected, who knows what would have happened. So I mean, we could just talk about this all day, you know, the not just the power imbalances, but just the sheer injustice of all these high demand religion groups that work within their own confines, that set their own laws and their own terms, and they don't they're above the law in their holier sense. So they don't go to law enforcement, they don't work within the legal system, you know, where the rest of us are living our lives in accordance to, you know, the rules, because that's how people don't get hurt and people don't get abused, and that's why the laws exist in the first place. You could just, there are just, I mean, how many religious groups do you want to point at with this? Jehovah's Witnesses, historic covering up of abuses across the world, which is coming out now. The Catholic Church, if you want to throw a big one out there, even Scientology with its, you know, status of religion, and all of the testimonies that have come forward around people that have been horrifically abused, not being allowed medical care, being given herbs to cure cancer and then dying in their rooms because they're not allowed to leave. Just awful stuff. But what do you know about the current treatment of women in KSB?
Things changed. You know, they don't acknowledge that, and they don't acknowledge any kind of wrongdoing. They don't acknowledge that they should child by the age of 3. They don't acknowledge that their way of getting married is abusive to women. The Swiss actually, there's just been a Swiss report released. They were investigating historical abuses at the Swiss branch of QuitYourCult, and they mentioned there that a number of women have told them of marital rape. So nothing's changed. My sister testified at this commission against me. Women have power, and, you know, and I was just sitting there looking at her. Yeah, you know, and just that little odious man who's, look at him and I want to smash his face in. But so now, you know what? They think they're so special. But what I've realized from research and from reading books and memoirs and everything, they are just your garden variety. Because all of them think that they have a special voice from God. The author of Sex Cult Nun, she's speaking to you just now, quarters of the way through. But that dude, Mo, from the Children of God, he believed he had that special bear, who's now the leader of QuitYourCult. She preached from the pulpit. She said, God changed the rules in 1967. Say that other Christians have the Bible, but we are better. We have the Bible and the revival. So they claim some special dispensation that they have been given a revelation about. It's always abuse. It's always abusive. And they are all the same. They are stupid, nothing special at all.
And it's funny that you say garden variety after all of the reading that you've done, because the abuses that take place at KSB, or at least did, I think the physical abuse is more severe than a lot of other cases we hear about. But I said this to you in our interview, and it's like, how is it even possible for me to say that that type of sexual abuse is common? These types of eating disorders that come through from survivors of high demand religious groups are quite common. And it sounds so callous to say it, and it's almost diminishing to survivors that it's so common that people have these experiences. That should never be the case. It should never be normalized. I was just saying, like, I didn't hear about the July 4th mass shooting. It's like people didn't even think to report it over here in the UK, you know, not on places where I would normally see the news anyway. And then somebody told me, and I was like, are you sure? And they were like, yeah. So it's like, when things become so normalized in this way, we don't even think to discuss them or report them. And that is just, it's so like strange to try and comprehend that is the point.
That's absolutely true. I think I was just trying to calling them garden variety because they're nothing special. But the abuse Black children suffered at KwaZulu-Natal, that's particularly heinous. I was losing my words there, but that is absolutely an admiration for my friends for standing up and standing tall, touched on the marginalized community, acknowledged at KwaZulu-Natal. Like, I don't even remember there was something like homosexuality. I might have heard it once or twice in terms of, I didn't really preach about it. And things that KwaZulu-Natal uses against me, because is that I left 3 decades ago. So how do I know these things are still happening? There are some of us who actually listen to their sermons because they Hello used to say, if your name is on Facebook, it's not in the book of life. But using social media, like there's no tomorrow. They even on Apple Podcasts, I've written to and but yeah, they even now streaming their services on Apples. Sorry, people. No children are listening. Okay, that's a bit late for me to ask. And so we actually have a clip from 3 years ago. Now, the man speaking here is the head of security. These people have any kind of theological training, really. So if you're high up, and sometimes it can be excruciating listening to someone because they just waffle and what they can kind of remember as Ella was saying. But this dude, Toby Vermaak, he used to be a colonel in military intelligence when it was South Africa. Now, the apartheid military intelligence were particularly awful people, actually, particularly horrible things. And he has been named as someone in charge of a who particularly targeted people like Winnie Mandela and that, and put out misinformation. Toby Vermaak, who you're going to see in this video. He is now the KwaZulu-Natal because the apartheid government gave them guns and taught them how to use it. They were in, and the allegations are very credible that they used to sell, or that they got in confessions like resistance fighters, ANC cadres would and they would be handed over to the security, to the military security team, and never seen again. But now they're in bed with the ANC, of course, with the current government. But here's the clip, and this is the man who's talking, and here is what he 3 nights ago, and this is their current stance, which has always in their stance.
Yeah, I'm going to try and make sure I get it at the right point, and then you can tell me in the chat when we've listened to the right
From
part.
darkness.
Baningi
For me, there's no from darkness.
baningi abakwamukela ukukhanya kodwa iqiniso lithi abahlukanisile ukukhanya nobumnyama.
That's why you get so many Christians that still have problems.
Yingakho ke uthola amaKristu amaningi nanamhlanje asenenkinga.
And if we don't want to separate from darkness, our lives will be empty, dark, and shapeless.
Uma singafuni ukuyihlukanisa nobumnyama impilo zethu ngeke zisho lutho zizogcwala ubumnyama zibe yizeleze.
Now, God created humans in His own image.
Manje ke kuthiwa uNkulunkulu wadala abantu ngomfanekiso wakhe.
When He created Adam, there was not found a helper suitable for Adam.
Ngalesikhathi emdala uAdam akuzange kutholakala umsizo njengaye.
Then God said, let me make a helpmate for Adam.
Wayesethi uNkulunkulu kuhle simenzele umsizi wakhe.
And there's a spiritual lesson to be learned here.
Sikhona ke isifundo sokamoya ongasifunda kule ndaba.
Friends, if you want to choose yourself a marriage partner, you will miss the one that God planned for you.
Manje ke mhlobo uma ufuna ukuzikhethela wena loyo ozoshada naye uzoshaya eceleni ugeje bese waliwa yilokho uNkulunkulu akulungisele khona.
But today we experience the devil creating chaos in the world.
Kodwa ke kulesi sikhathi sithola usathane edala isiyaluyalu nesiphithiphithi emhlabeni.
For me, there's no doubt that you can only be born as a male or a female.
Kimina ke akukho ngabazi ukuthi umuntu udalwa ewesilisa noma ewesifazane kuphela.
But what you will find today is that 4-year-old children have to choose between what gender they want to be.
Kodwa ke esikhathini esiphila kusona uthola abantwana abaneminyaka emine kumele bakhethe ukuthi bafuna ukuba yini, ngabe ufuna ukuba umfana noma intombazane.
People have even the option to choose what they want to be.
Abantu bakwazi ngisho ukukhetha ukuthi ikuphi abafisa ukuba yikho.
They can choose between being a lesbian, gay, bisexual, or transgender.
Bayakwazi ukuthi bayikhethele ukuthi ufuna ukuba ungqingili noma ufuna ukuba usitabane noma ufisa ukushintsha ubulili bakhe.
Friends, I'm running out of time.
Bahlobo sengiphelelwa isikhathi.
This is evil,
Lokhu ububi.
demonic, satanic.
Lokhu kwa
Yeah.
So, wow.
So imagine not being straight and sitting there here is that, well, we all hear that we're evil, but you're particularly evil. Yeah, just messes you up. And I want to just point out that they say they don't break up families, but they Archie, I'm so sorry, and thank you for commenting. Archie is at the moment. They kicked him out, and they have 7 children, and they're actually using the law to try and prevent him from seeing his children. Now he doesn't actually know where is it your 4 youngest children, where they are. Even he knows that his wife's trying to get passports for them, and he's very, very worried. And I'm so sorry, Archie, that this is the reality. They break up families, they and then we come out in the world and we don't know how to act in the world, because we have newspaper, we didn't have a radio. Well, they have a radio station now, but that's the only. Oh, you know, like, and then you have to pick up the pieces, and that's why. So I wouldn't say are destitute, but a lot of us are struggling, and many of us are. And one of the things that people say is, well, why haven't you taken them to court? With what money to court when we can't pay for lawyers? They have now launched a suit, Lydia and Eunice, 2 of the leaders, against QuitYourCult, because that they fraudsters and everything. And so we are going to be crowdfunding for Quist. Has devoted his life to service of people, and he doesn't have the money. So on this day in court, and I think they're going to rue the day that they sued him so much. We have to, of course, prove now what Quist says is true, so we can bring out their yeah.
We spoke about as well ways that we might be able to to raise a little bit of money or awareness for this crowdfunding as well. So once we have some more information, we can let the listeners know what the plan is around that, which I think is another great cause and another important thing to highlight as well, where we can. I just wanted to say a massive thank you to Laura, who's just donated £100, such a huge amount of money. Thank you so much. That's wonderful. Archie's in the chat talking about his specific experiences with KSB. I'm so sorry that this is happening to you and your family. I don't even know where you would begin in deconstructing your experiences, but also not having your family and your life with you to do that. So I'm so sorry that is happening to you. Every conversation that we have on this show, on other podcasts, on documentaries, in award-winning memoirs, all these places where we can just say Kwasi Ubuntu or KSB or the mission or whichever title people wanted to give it, as soon as people start to look at dangerous religious practices in South Africa, this is going to come up across all of those searches. So if anybody goes to a public library or accesses the internet somehow, if they're having doubts or if they're if the shelf is starting to break, having these resources out there might just be the difference between somebody staying and marrying somebody that they don't even know, that they've never even spoken to, that could be an abuser or a predator, or somebody that is not 100% with their mental health. They may suffer with ill mental health. They may suffer with cognitive disabilities. You don't know who this person is that you're marrying for the rest of your life. These resources could be the difference between somebody leaving and going through the almost impossible task of deconstruction and integration into typical life, or just suffering for their existence in this environment. And I'm not saying that that's how everybody exists in this environment. I'm just talking about the people that have come forward, like Erika, and the 70 plus people that have given their testimonies to Erika as well, that she has single-handedly collected in order to expose the practices of KSB.
Yeah, and if you're interested to find out more, I urge you to go to news24.com and excellent reporting. Some of it is like the documentary, and some of the it's 75 rand a month, which I think is about 10 pence, seeing as our currency is so bad. Not quite 10 pence, but yeah.
When you said that, I was thinking, Paul, that's a bit steep, but maybe not.
And then of course there's my book on Audible or Kindle, or there are some hard copies floating around the world. And if you read Dutch or Afrikaans, recently has just released a book called To Alles Groen Was, and it's a youngized version of her time at Kwasi Ubuntu, and it's brilliant. It is Christian. But I read it and I was so moved. There's Daniel Stricker, who was on here earlier and who might be asleep now in Australia, has written some really scholarly investigation into his use of fear, and Darvo. So those are absolutely brilliant. It will give you, and he draws from various testimonies, and it's really, really well written. So to me as well, and yeah, Kacey's just such a star. I'm so glad our paths crossed. Yeah.
Daniel messaged the other day just to say that it was he's really happy to see us kind of chatting, and this is just on Twitter, and I was like, Daniel, I talk to Erika like all day every day. She's telling me about KSB related family issues, and I'm telling her about podcast issues, and we're kind of just sounding boards for each other, you know, and because you're an hour ahead of me as well. Most of the people that I've connected with through the show that I speak to on a regular basis are over in America, so the time zones don't always match up. So usually I'll get a message from you or you'll get a message from me, and we'll both be like, why can't we be together to drink wine? But
Yes.
Daniel's essays are available on the KSB Alert website, which I've just put in the chat for anybody interested in going to read those. And there were a few updates for anybody that didn't tune in or did tune into our episode that we did along with the episode with Daniel. Just in these last 10 minutes, there's a report that's come out of Switzerland, and there's also this fire that took place. So there's a few strange moving parts around the KSB narrative at the moment that we didn't know at the time of us speaking. So I wondered if you could just talk everybody through the strange things that are happening at the moment.
So the Swiss report, I must just give a trigger warning, which I suppose my whole conversation needed a trigger warning. Apologies, but the Swiss report, read it. Gosh, I think I cried for 2 days because just seeing the dispassionate with which they described what they had found, our lived experience as children, you know, and just seeing it in black. Actually, there were a number of us who actually acknowledged that our PTSD symptoms after reading it. That's the thing, you know. I don't know, people listening, our audience today, there are probably a lot of people who know what the two whistleblowers, but it's a high cost, you know, when you're going to campaign and speak out against an abusive group, you're speaking about it once, it's over. And I think for me, the hardest parts were hearing other people's stories. I've spent so many lying on the phone with someone sometimes that I don't even know. Mostly I don't know, on the contact me because somehow, like, me speaking out has given them that I'm struggling. I'm not coping, and I've said that my book has really helped them, and I'm so grateful for that. I know where I was going with this thought.
We were discussing the report that's come out of Switzerland, and the fire as well.
What fire years ago? Or are you talking about a recent one?
Yeah, so we spoke on Stephen's podcast, What Should I Think About? And you mentioned that there was a property that a family was living in that belonged to KSB. And you said that you were finding, during that chat, you were like, there are things that I'm not sure of at the moment. So because it all seemed really suspicious on KSB's part, which we're purely speculating here. We're not trying to suggest anybody has committed any type of crime, but it was interesting how it unfolded.
Yeah, questions here. So what happens at KwaZulu-Natal is they own many properties. They're so wealthy, and then people have homes there, and they build and they expand on homes and everything. And there was this couple. Well, actually, this man and his 2 adult children and the one aunt was at Pietermaritzburg, belonging to KwaZulu-Natal, and he fell out with them. He was asking too many questions, and they evicted him. And then they were supposedly to move out on the weekend, but that house burned down before they moved out, and just put the fire out. All 4 members of that family were inside death. And I've been chatting to one of the members of the family, and the police apparently told them this week that they're going to closed the case. They couldn't find any, what do you call it? Like, it was, you know. But this is despite the fact that they can't find the keys. A lot of questions. It's just suspicious, you know, that questions are meant to kick these people off, but that he might have been upset and said, look, you know, I know stuff and I can talk about it. Happened. But
yeah, it was almost like after the threat of legal action, that's when the fire happened. Like I don't know, it just all seemed a bit strange. So that was one thing that had happened in terms of KSB news since our interview. But then the other was the report that's coming out of Switzerland that's slowly being translated. So I don't think we know all of the detail. Oh, you do? So, okay.
Yeah. So KSB Alert actually has an English, and we heard a few days ago that Swiss prosecutors are taking this on. They're very concerned by what they've read in the report and the Swiss prosecutors, because the report mentions rapists coming from South Africa. So I really...
What themes specifically are we seeing that are coming out of the report? Are we seeing specific individuals' testimonies, or is it just an overall look into the mission?
It's an overall list of people. There are no specific names or mentioned, except for one or two occasions, like the one girl being showered by her teacher, and the fact that so many parents and pupils come at the school did nothing about him. And they say now, no, he's no hope that they prosecute him. They also say that many of the severely traumatized, and they don't want to traumatize them further by putting them through. But I think that will then be up to the prosecutors and whether the victims then cooperate. Severe physical beatings, emotional abuse, spiritual abuse. It's all in there in very dispassionate language. Yeah.
So I mean, it's hard to. It's great to see this happening and to see this being brought into the public realm, and it's also a lot to ask people to come forward and testify. You've had death threats. You live in a secure community, and you talk often about how sometimes lonely and exhausting your fight is. You know, everything with News 24, everything was kind of going, and then it all kind of slowed down, but you were trying to keep up that energy and that momentum, and you were really, really trying to keep going with it. But you talk sometimes about how it feels like you're, you know, trying to push a rock uphill. It's, as I always say, it's important that you carry on with the work. This Swiss report can only do, you know, things to help that, but it's hard to watch you with your struggles and then to ask other people to come forward and do the same. You know what that means. You know what people will be having to commit to if they make that decision. But then also, you know that there's a chance that you could stop people from being abused, that you can stop people from being beaten, that you can stop people from having their families held hostage against them. You know, you were told you would never see your dad again unless you confessed every sin. You know, you just, even when your father was no longer physically here, he was still being, you know, weaponized against you. Your mother, they sent her to the pulpit to denounce you after you left KSB and spoke out. There's just so much to consider. But it's so important that individuals like yourself come forward to add to the narrative, to, you know, so who knows what will happen with the Swiss report if individuals do come forward. You've made such a huge impact as one individual. Imagine what could happen if a group got together and said, you know what, I will testify in court of the experiences that I've been through.
Yes, and I'm so grateful that there are actually so many people who have to testify and to publicly speak out, because it wouldn't have been News 20 what they did without a bigger number. But yes, and there are some people's stories that I know and I can't speak of it. I could make such a strong case for XYZ, but I can't. I have to hold their stories in confidence, because I believe that every survivor has the choice of what they do with their story, police or not, whether they speak about it or not, whether they go public or not, public and stay anonymous or not. I don't think any pressure on them to come forward. I can just pose the question and say to Tammie Peterson, she's an amazing journalist at News 24. If they say yes, then I leave it up to them, and if they say no, then I absolutely, because you know what, it's to use the South African, which is crap, but it's not easy. It's really not easy. But I'm doing it for the children who are trapped there, because I cannot live my life. I made a beautiful life for myself in Cape Town, and I cannot live it knowing that they are being destroyed.
Yeah. And that comes through your work every day. You know, you're constantly on Twitter sort of tagging Aquele Water, like you're still working with the abusers. So anybody that follows Erika on social media will see those things. But we've got 2 copies of your book to give away. So I'm going to do that after we finish our conversation in the next segment, which is amazing. I've had a chance to read the book, and I obviously can attest to its awesomeness. And just thank you so much for agreeing to come and chat with me again, live and all day, every day. I really appreciate our kind of connection that we've made through this show, and I appreciate all of the work that you are doing and how exhausting it must be, and just know that you are appreciated. I appreciate you, and I really hope you said that you're gonna stay up for the rest of the stream. I think you are wild. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Well, hopefully we can keep chatting in the chat then. Archie's here. Oh, maybe Archie can join your thing. I don't know. You can speak to him about that if that would be helpful.
Yes.
Because I mean, I don't know if it's for KSB survivors, I assume. So you can speak to Archie about that. That's great. I think we started a bit late, so we have 1 or 2 minutes. If anybody has a question or two that they'd like to ask Erika before we sign off. She has crashed. We've got people coming through saying thank you. I don't know if she can hear me, if she's disconnected. Maybe her phone's lost battery. Right, I will. Say thank you, and then we will. Oh, her internet's gone. Okay. Thank you. If you can hear me, Erika, thank you so much. Amazing. Archie, thank you so much for sharing in the chat. Michael, yes, you certainly would be fighting full time if CEDU was still open. I absolutely believe that 100%. So let me turn on the quiet elevator music. Thank you so much for everybody that stuck around. I know the audio quality was a bit difficult throughout some parts, but I hope you got the main gist of the stream. That's pretty much how we're going to carry on. We're going to have these bits in the middle, and then we're going to have some interviews. So I've got a video coming up next, which I'll load into the thing with another friend, Janice Selby, who has been on the show. I'm going to load it into the viewer, but we don't want to play. So there she is. I will say that in a second. So I hope everybody found that interesting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14. So we're going to do our first giveaways of the stream. We've got 14 people. Oh, don't apologize, Erika. It's okay. Your internet just cut out. I mean, if it was going to cut out at any point, that was probably the best point. So I'm not worried. Thank you so much. I'm sure we'll chat tomorrow about the stream and everything. Thank you so much, Erika. I appreciate you, the whole world, and back again. Thank you. We're going to give away 2 copies of your book now. So we have 14 people on the list. The way I'm going to do it is every time somebody donates, their name will get thrown in and they will get given a number. And I'll use a random number generator to pair them with the giveaway prizes. So if you don't win this time, you might win later on. So let's get up a random number generator. 1 to 14. Number 1. Number 1 is the first winner. So that's Rebecca. So Becca's going to be getting a copy of Mission of Malice. Amazing. I'm going to type that in the chat. Oh, that's cool. You can... Oh. Hi, Cece. Thank you. Oh, Becca's here in the chat. I was just about to say first prize. A copy of Mission of Malice goes to Becca. Congratulations, Becca. Amazing. So we're going to do a number. So I'm going to cross Rebecca's name off now. But if you donate more than once, then you'll be put into the giveaway more than once. So number 4 is the next winner. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's Heather. Heather's just bagged herself a copy of Mission of Malice. Thank you so much. Heather, winner of Mission of Malice. Congrats. What I plan to do is after the stream is finished, I'll work out who has won what and either collect email addresses or postal addresses to make sure that we will send those things to you. The next prize that we're going to have after my video with Janice is one of these signed books that I've got next to me. Just checking that we're going through. Oh, people just checking that everything's okay. My kids are now going to bed, so hopefully they'll be okay, nice and relaxed and settled. So we're going into a segment with Janice Selby, and she does conferences on religious trauma, and she has an upcoming conference. I'll just find the link. Conference on religious trauma. She has a life after purity culture conference coming up as well. Shameless sexuality looks really interesting for anybody that might be struggling with the aftermath of purity culture. So there's a link to Janice's work there in the chat. Also, some of you might be able to see down here. If anybody has wants to know the guests' bios, the schedule, the lineup, and all of that stuff, the second QR code on the right is what you can click on to access all of that stuff. So maybe I'm wondering if I can put trigger warning message in the chat and then star it. Will it pin it to the top? One pinned message. So is that pinned to the top for everyone else? If we type in thank you all for being here and put that in. Oh no, it doesn't. I was hoping it would stay at the top, because if I put the trigger warnings along the bottom as captions, they are overlaying the codes and the let's try this one. Sorry everybody, I did try to use this as much as possible before we see it comes along at the bottom. I don't think you can scan that. Can you scan that? Probably not with the no, not with the okay. All right, maybe we can just have it playing occasionally. Right. So, yes, because we're going on to Janice's work next, we are going to be looking at, for our next giveaway, this amazing book, which I love. And I bought 2 copies because 30% of everything made for this book was going to non-profits and organizations to help people. So anybody that tuned into my episode with Heather Grace Heath will know that I love this book. So that was episode 172, Lovingly Abused. This is about Heather's life, a true story of overcoming cults, gaslighting, and legal educational neglect. So anybody that listened to this episode or knows about Heather Grace Heath's work will know that she grew up in Bill Gothard's Institute of Basic Life Principles and the Advanced Training Institute, which is her home schooling program that basically just resulted in educational neglect. And so a lot of Heather's work is advocating around educational reform. And this book is a retelling of her life growing up in those environments. It's sort of really, sometimes, you know, you just pick up a book and it just feels nice. So that's one of these books. It's got pictures in the middle. So I bought 2 copies of this. One to use in the monthly memoir giveaway and one to keep for myself. And then I actually ended up, my friend, I don't know if he's watching, Ethan, if you are, thank you very much. My friend in Syracuse, he, if people in America win the monthly memoir giveaways, then Ethan usually posts those books for me because postage from the UK to America is extortionate. So thank you if you're tuning in. I know that he usually works quite a lot over the weekend, so maybe not. But so convoluted way of telling you all that I have a second copy of Lovingly Abused as well as my own, which I won't be giving away. And so this will be the next item on the giveaway as we go through. So I'm going to play Janice's video, which kind of just introduces her and her work. And she will talk about women in high demand religious groups, as is the theme of this stream. And then we will look at the next giveaway item. So please keep sharing, keep donating, keep commenting and interacting and all of that great stuff. And I will see you all. I just have to fade out this music again. And then turn Janice.
Hi, Kacey. Thanks for inviting me on just to talk for a few minutes about religious trauma syndrome, and in particular about purity culture and the devastating impacts that harsh fundamentalist indoctrination can have on so many people. My name is Janice Selby. I'm a registered professional counselor located in British Columbia, Canada, and I also work as a religious recovery consultant. My area of interest is religious trauma syndrome, And that is a phrase that was coined by my friend and mentor, Dr. Marlene Winnell, about 30 years ago. And when she made up that phrase, religious trauma syndrome, Dr. Winnell was talking about the symptoms that can accompany being part of a high demand, rigid, authoritarian group, and also symptoms then that we suffer when we leave that group. So when we're inside of a high demand group, our freedom is limited, relationships, friendships, the way that we dress. I know for myself, I wore a head covering for years and just very long skirts and dresses, certainly no makeup or jewelry, not even a wedding ring. The things that I could watch or listen to were also very limited. Nothing secular, of course, was permitted. And so when I eventually left my religious beliefs behind, I like to say that I divorced religion. Well, it was very liberating. There were also losses then that I suffered as a result of leaving. I lost my community. I lost my support. I lost my sense of identity and the built-in purpose, sense of purpose that comes along with religion as well. So I really was plunged into a time of existential crisis when I divorced religion. At that time, I also divorced my husband, who was a minister, and I had homeschooled our daughters. I went back to school to become a counselor, registered professional counselor, and while I was doing that, I was, of course, being confronted with my own issues of trauma related to religion, but I didn't even have the words for it, religious deconstruction or deconversion. All I knew was I had a very strong, secure belief system. I was extremely devout. I really believed the Bible with all my heart, and then suddenly I didn't believe anymore, and I couldn't make myself believe ever again. And I didn't know anyone else who had walked away, who'd been as devout as I had, and then who left their faith. So for a few years it was very lonely, and all I could think to do was research and learn as much as I could about cults, every different type of cult, becoming radicalized, becoming extremist in our thinking, how that happens to humans, because I recognized, even though I didn't see at the time, I didn't feel that I had been a member of a cult, but it was more of a mainstream religious belief system. I still recognized that there were parallels. There were things that absolutely fit in under the category of people who were recovering from being involved in cults. And then eventually, I was very pleased to find Dr. Marlene Winnell online. And Dr. Winnell's organization is called Journey Free. You can visit her by going to www.journeyfree.org. And she really is a pioneer in the field of religious trauma and religious trauma recovery work. So I saw a clip of Dr. Winnell being interviewed on a news show, and then I was able to track her down, find her, and connect with her, and attend some of her retreats in person, which were very healing and helpful. And of course, I always recommend her book, which is called Leaving the Fold, and it's a great guide for people who are leaving their fundamentalist religions and authoritarian groups. So I connected with Dr. Winnell and was learning more and more about religious trauma and how I was still being impacted by my own religious trauma. And then I decided to write a workshop, to make a workshop for people recovering from religious trauma. It's called the Divorcing Religion Workshop. And then after that, I figured, you know what, we need to have some conferences. So I came up with the Conference on Religious Trauma, also known as CORT, C-O-R-T. And I just finished this year's CORT in 2022. And now I'm preparing for another inaugural event, a conference that's never been done before. And the conference is called Shameless Sexuality, Life After Purity Culture. And this is also going to be an online event held in October. You can go to shamelesssexuality.org And there you'll find out about the conference and tickets and so forth. So part of growing up certainly in the very evangelical fundamentalist group, and then the Mennonite group that I subsequently became involved with, part of that was a heavy emphasis on modesty and on females being covered up. So the concept was that males are unable to control themselves. They're very easily stimulated by anything visual. So females are needed to be entirely chaste and almost invisible. You're just not ever supposed to dress or speak or do anything that might cause a brother to stumble. Ooh, I know some of you are very familiar with that, with that phrase. And so that's how it was for me too. And that's how I was raising my daughters. So I felt strongly that my daughters should be keepers of the home. So they were to just learn about what was required for homemaking. Cooking, baking, cleaning, those sorts of things. And of course, they were also to be very knowledgeable about scripture. And I and they were to be really careful not to usurp any man's authority or, my husband's authority because he was given to me as my spiritual head. I 100% believed this, and I found it so painful at times. In fact, that's even why I started wearing a head covering. It was a reminder to myself that I was subject to my husband, my then husband, and that I was to respect him and honor him, and be subject to him. And since that doesn't come entirely naturally to me, I felt that I needed that constant reminder by wearing the head covering. Of course, it wasn't my husband's insistence. He is not the one that told me I had to do that. I simply was very fundamentalist and felt super comfortable with rules. I felt uncomfortable with freedom and having to make my own choices and decisions about life, and even about things as simple as what would be appropriate to wear. And of course, I liked that feeling of righteousness that I had of being so holy when I only wore my long skirts and dresses and my head coverings, and people would notice me in public for how holy I was. And I certainly put the pressure on my daughters that they were not to date, they were not to be involved in the lives of boys or have any, male friends. And so my corset, the corset of Christianity, was ever tighter on me until finally one day that thing just snapped. It was not going any tighter, and in fact I couldn't take it anymore. That corset busted open and I came tumbling out, and it was a real shocking thing for me as I started confronting all of my beliefs and trying to hold them up to the light of day, and just seeing that they wouldn't anymore. I lost my faith. And so now I work specifically with others who are recovering from religious trauma. And when we're talking about purity culture, so females are taught that they basically have to be invisible, but it also impacts males raised in purity culture, because they are taught that their thoughts are sinful. Their natural inclinations are sinful as far as sexuality and curiosity, masturbation, anything like that. So boys and girls are both taught that, but the onus is so heavy. It's just very difficult. The males and females aren't to have any sexual knowledge, any carnal knowledge, until suddenly on their wedding night it's supposed to be this magic switch that gets flipped, and then they can just enjoy and have a blissful night of amazing blessed sexual intercourse. And of course, that's rarely the case. They don't know their own body, their own plumbing. They certainly don't understand their new spouse, or how to make things pleasurable or enjoyable, or what's involved. And there can also be such a tremendous sense of shame that is carried into the marriage bed, because children and young people have been taught that sex is shameful, their bodies are shameful, and they might not have even a cursory idea about what feels good for them, what might feel good for their partner. They, certainly have been taught that they must never watch porn, not even ethical porn, or learn about sexuality. And so, of course, this also has a huge impact on our LGBTQ two-spirit IA plus community as well, who are taught that they're not right, they're not the same, they're not the cookie cutter, and so any attractions or inclinations that they may have as far as sexuality and sexual identity goes, and even gender identity, those things are, unless it's the typical male female sex only within the confines of heterosexual marriage, they're made to feel less than. And this can have such a profound impact on mental health. So I want to invite everyone who's watching and participating in your show today to consider attending the upcoming Shameless Sexuality Life After Purity Culture Conference. And if you're not able to attend, perhaps you know someone who's been harmed by purity culture indoctrination. Pass it along to them. It'll be extremely informative. We have sex therapists, religious trauma therapists, social workers who have developed programs specifically around purity culture recovery, dating. We'll be looking at different types of relating, the poly world, or just all sorts of different ideas about sexuality and relating that maybe have been off limits before. People haven't been allowed to consider them. People are just curious about them. I think it'll be a wonderful and empowering event, and I really hope you can all join us there. Feel free to send me an email if you have questions. I know Kacey will put links in the show for you all. Thanks again. Take care.
And wonderful. How amazing, Janice. It's just so great. There is somebody else actually that I needed to introduce you to that is linked to Janice. Hey! So good to see you. It's super. Wonderful. So whilst Janice was talking there, I grabbed a smoothie. I went to the bathroom. When you have a 2-year-old and a 1-year-old, going to the bathroom is practicing self-care, especially when the kids are asleep and you could go to the toilet on your own. I see Faith here in the chat, so we're going to invite Faith in a few minutes time. So excited. You'll have to excuse me if I go a bit fangirly when I talk to Faith. I finished her book and it was just... me and Erika were just talking about it then, but okay. Super excited to get into that. Right, so just before we invite Faith in, I wanted to... this smoothie. So in this smoothie, there is Huel. I don't know if anybody's had Huel. It's like a balanced meal. All the vitamins and minerals and stuff and calories and everything in powdered form, and then my partner's mixed it with some ice, some soy milk because I have a milk allergy, berries and a banana. He's just messaged me then saying Huel aren't sponsoring the stream, so you should stop. So it's just everything really. It's like a meal in one. So because obviously we're streaming and I can't sit down and have a meal, I'm gonna have a Huel instead. So I'm almost at the end of my smoothie, and just before we invited Faith in, I wanted to introduce you to Aunt Gloria in a very short video. And then we will invite Faith in and we will get started. So this is Aunt Gloria. And Aunt Gloria might be one of my favorite people in the world. So I hope you all enjoy. It's only a 1 or 2 minutes long, this video.
Hi, sweetheart. It's me, Gloria, or you might know me as your Auntie Glow from over on the TikTok where all the cool kids hang out. Anyway, I came by today to say congratulations on surviving purity culture indoctrination, because that is a stinking pile of horse pucky if ever there was one. So today, I celebrate you. You made it through. If someone was telling you you had to feel shame around your body or anything to do with sexuality, I'm very happy to say you can reject that shame. Sexual shame like that is just an echo of religious indoctrination. It's not helpful and it's not even necessary. Today, you are an autonomous adult moving through this world. Life is a big buffet.
That was strange. So apparently that video is not playing. Oh, you can hear her, but you can't see her. All right. Okay. Well, what we'll do is we'll try that one again later, but we will quickly do the giveaway for Heather's book, and then we're going to get Faith in the chat. So yeah, that was a little soundbite of Aunt Gloria. She's wonderful. So Heather Grace Heath's book, Lovingly Abused. My spare copy, which I'm going to enter into the giveaway. We had a few more donations just before, so I wanted to say thank you to Hydron, who is one of my bestest friends in the whole wide world over in Norway. So we are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We are 13 people now, 13 donors minus the 2 who have already won prizes. So we're going to do a random number generator. 1 to 13. Number 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's Lolly. Congratulations. Congratulations, Lolly, to winning yourself Lovingly Abused by Heather Grace Heath. Amazing book. 30% of all purchases of this book go to non-profits that are helping to change. The Vashti initiative, I think, is one. So we have Rebecca Drumster from that initiative. I've spoken with her on the show already. She has a book called When Family Hurts. Amazing as well. So she'll be on the show in a couple of weeks' time. And 30% of all proceeds from this book go to supporting the reform of education over in America, which I know is an important theme for Faith as well. So we're going to invite her into the show now. And I'm super excited. Right, here we go. Hi, Faith. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Hey there.
Oh my goodness, Faith. It's so good to finally connect with you. How are you doing today?
I know. It's been a while, hasn't it? I'm doing great. It's a crazy busy day. Just finished moving, so trying to build furniture and everything else. And I was trying to get a new bot set up in time for this so that I can have a giveaway on my Instagram so that people can type in something and get like a free book that I created.
Did it work? I sent you a message on did you receive my message on Instagram?
Let me see if it worked.
That sounds amazing. That sounds great.
Yeah, we just set it up, so it's a new thing. Like just a few minutes ago. Hopefully it's working.
Erika.
If you tried it, it's not working, it'll probably be working in a day.
Amazing. Well, we'll still pop all of the information into the chat and stuff because I'm sure people would love that. Erica's just put in the chat, Faith, I'm such a huge fan. 3/4 of the way through your book and I'm riveted.
Hi, Erica. Thank you. I appreciate it. So Exciting to be on here to
Yes,
talk about this
amazing.
and to support this really great cause of helping people to get out of these types of cults. I know that in my life it would have been very helpful if we had had somebody. But first of all, we had to even know we were in a cult, and that was probably the biggest challenge to start with. So, yeah, there's lots of fun stuff we can talk about today, both about
Absolutely.
the book and about resources available, resources you can share with people, and how we can
So
all work towards a freer society.
I do have this here as well, so I have it with me, so I can refer back to some parts of it. But yes, thank you so much for taking time out of your day. I didn't realize you were moving as well. Probably one of the I mean, I suppose we could talk about this because somebody that grew up in the Children of God, I'm not sure that moving means the same thing to you as it might do to other people in typical everyday life who move house, because it's quite common for you to have to shift about throughout your life.
Yeah, it honestly became a pattern for me. So I moved even after I left. I moved every 2 to 3 years. I move. It's like, and I don't mean to. It's just okay. This is something new we're going to go do. So
Right.
it's actually a part of my pattern.
I think that is kind of, that in itself speaks to how well you must be able to write, for people to just be able to coherently follow the just the ups and downs and this country and that country. It must have been so difficult to put all of those parts together, and I actually wonder how much you had to decide to miss out of the book as well. So right, let me do this is all the usual great stuff that I do before we hit record, and we're live today, so everyone's getting a little look back scene to what happened. So what I'll do is my official introduction, and then we'll get started with the interview questions, if that's okay with you, Faith.
Sounds good. You've made a long list.
I have. I mean, yeah, we can put all of those bits together, but we'll see. So hello, Faith, and welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for agreeing to come and chat with me today about your experiences growing up in the Children of God, and also to discuss your memoir, Sex Cult Nun, and your I Own Me work, which I am really excited to speak about. Would you like to start by introducing yourself to the listeners?
Yes, all right. Well, I generally would introduce myself as a corporate attorney. I specialize in business and tax structuring. I do very specialized structures that allow people to save a lot on taxes. And I have done previously, I used to work for Skadden Arps, so one of the top law firms in the world. I did billion-dollar M&A deals out of New York, Hong Kong, Los Angeles. And then I wanted something that had a bit more meaning for me rather than just kind of pushing papers for these big companies. So I started my own journey of self-discovery. So it's interesting because I kind of went into this, and we can talk about this, why I picked law, what I was fighting for when I got there, and then kind of after I achieved that, going back and saying, okay, well, who do I really want to be? Like, what do I really want to do and leave in the world as a legacy and create in the world? And so that's part of what I do. I'm also the author. As she said, my memoir was just published. I have to give a big thanks to HarperCollins and their team there for all the great work they did. We did a lot of interviews, which if you go to my website, sexcultnun.com, which is the title of the book, you'll see there's a podcast page and it has a ton of interviews. So there's more information, stuff, we're not going to get to on this. Some more background information is in the NPR interview. There's a Dr. Oz interview there. So there's a lot of stuff there you can dig around in if this is something you're fascinated by. And then the other, I would say the most important thing that I've done is creating the framework. Really, the 10 golden principles of integrity. I'm still working on a catchy name, but it's the main, this is really the core for me, because it's what people can take away and apply and use in their own life to overcome really any kind of abusive situations, any kind of controlling situations, whether it's domestic abuse or institutional or on the job, or women not speaking up for themselves or not asking for what they're worth, right? There's so many things that come from this, the abuse that happens in institutions and in society. All of that is addressed by this framework. And I did a TEDx talk on that, which you can see. I just checked it. It has over 60,000 views now, so yay. And it's on, I go through the framework in that very short, but in the book I wrote called I Own Me, which you can't see there, but I got it over there on the shelf. It's, I really dig into that, specifically the part that applies to women's bodies and what we experience in society, because most of the stories in there, a lot of them are actually talking about my experiences in so-called normal society, with sexual harassment, with rape, with lots of different types of stuff. So, for me, addressing that across this broad range of experiences is very important. How do we kind of get, as women, how do we get drawn into that? How do we become susceptible to that, based on also how we think about ourselves and the situations that we think are normal, and things that we can put ourselves into, as well as what others impose on us. So to me, a big part of helping young women is to teach them these core foundational principles of self-ownership, because you are much stronger and a much harder target when you have a sense of conviction about yourself and your body and your rights, right? You're going to be much less easy to manipulate in those situations. And a lot of this stuff that happens to women is they're getting pressured and manipulated into stuff, right? It's not necessarily just being held down and forced, right? So, and so how do we stand up for ourselves in those situations, I think, is such an important topic for all of us. That's really the key of my work, I would say.
The framework is fantastic. I for anybody that's watched the TED Talk, and I'll make sure I put all the links in the chat before the end of our session today. I emailed you and said it's applicable to anything, it's applicable to your, not just your body, but your work, anything that you have created, the way that you talked about property and ownership. And you said that it just clicked for you one day. And I feel like the way that you worded it in your TEDx talk makes it click in the same way for people watching as well. It was absolutely incredible. But you had to go through this entire journey to get to that point of realization. Of course.
Yes.
Nobody should have to go through those things, but now you're here creating a resource for people to overcome those situations. The statistics that you gave in your TEDx talk were shocking as well.
Mm-hmm. And you can find those statistics on the, it's called the National NSRV site. And I think there's a link that shows at the bottom of the thing, but those are statistics on a national site that deals with rape and abuse. And so and they are widely accepted to be underreported.
Yeah, I can imagine it's not easy for people to come.
Yeah, I mean, but just to give you guys an example, it says like at least 25% of college women have been sexually assaulted. I think 60% of college students say they've been sexually harassed. It's just, the numbers are phenomenal. A third of women. And so I guess what I'm saying by college women is that it's not just sort of, people think, oh, it's the lower classes or misrepresented, or it's, these certain economic issues and stuff. No, I mean, I've met people from every walk of life that have experienced that, from the very, very wealthy to, economically disadvantaged. This is something that crosses every barrier. Mm-hmm. This issue of child abuse, sexual child abuse, and of course, just sexual harassment. You know, I mean, most women I talk to, I've met a couple women who have told me, oh, I've never been sexually harassed. And it's always funny when I see them, they have a certain way they stand, you know, and they're very, I don't want to say masculine, but they have this like toughness and this like presence and this like, don't mess with me kind of a, and you know that they grew up like that their parents taught them that. Right. And, so but for most women, I would say almost all women I've met have had some kind of experience with it. So even if it's not that extreme.
Mhm.
So understanding how do we recognize it and stand up for ourselves. And the other thing is that a lot of men have too. And hey Daniel. Jonathan says, I was going to say that knowing you're in a cult is the trickiest part, but there's so much that comes after. Yes, yeah, there is. And we'll talk about that because I didn't even realize I was in a cult until years after I left. And then I had to, go through the whole deprogramming process on myself. So yes, there's a lot that comes after that for sure.
And the first part of your book, Sex Cult Nun, it does have an informative section at the start, a not so brief history on the Children of God. So I think we're going to focus a lot on your framework in our conversation, but I wondered if you could just give, I usually say the listeners, but I suppose it's the viewers. I wonder if you could just give the viewers a synopsis for anyone that hasn't tuned into previous episodes or interviews that we've done on the Children of God, or for anyone that isn't too familiar.
Certainly. So the Children of God was a religious organization, but so there's different definitions of cult, and we can talk about that too. But it's definitely, by all definitions, a cult. And it was actually founded by my family, by my grandfather, and my dad and his siblings were the ones. I mean, they were young at the time; they were teenagers at the time. And my grandfather was sort of a failed pastor, and he around when he's in his 50s, and so they started a ministry in Huntington Beach, California in 1968 to the hippies, because my grandfather had this very radical teaching about, everybody needs to live like the disciples in Acts. They should all leave their jobs, leave their homes, live communally, share all things in Christian communism, and spend all their time preaching and teaching. So, of course, that was not well accepted at the churches he tried to pastor. But when he went and started talking to these hippies, they'd already done that. They were already living communally. They'd already left everything behind. They were very idealistic. They were looking for something to believe in. They were looking for a way to change the world, right? And that's what they were offered. That's what this message offered them, as well as, very anti-establishment. I mean, this was the time of the Vietnam War, so that was very popular as well. And it just gained steam hugely fast. I mean, they started to get hundreds of people, young people joining this group, and they just took them in, basically put them on the floor in the house, wherever, they just sort of joined their family. So they called it the family because everyone was kind of joining the family. Of course, it later became much more structured. I mean, it grew to over 10,000 members all over the world in over 100 countries. And it became something quite different. And really, that's kind of the seed of corruption was there from the beginning, but how it took form, I think, was based on my grandfather's sort of personal predilections or perversions. Erika says, yes, I found that history so interesting. I've read other books on COG, but Faith's history lesson was very illuminating. Yes. Well, it's my personal family's history lesson. So
I think that's what was so interesting about the start of it, though. It wasn't just, David Berg was born on this day. It's like my grandfather was born, and then my father, married his first wife. And I think that's what made it's not just like reading a Wikipedia page. It's someone's journey in someone's family, someone's history. I think that's what made it so different to reading just a generic history on a movement. And so from the other books that I've read from people who have spoken about their experiences in the Children of God, what were your early years like growing up with your father? I wondered if you could just paint that picture for the viewers on your childhood years.
Do you want me to kind of finish a little bit more about the beliefs of the
Yeah,
Children of God? Because
absolutely.
we didn't quite get into that. So I think what made the Children of God very famous as sort of newsworthy is it started with, the hippies and getting these hippies off the street and cleaned up and so on and so forth. But then my grandfather began to get certain, yes, Jonathan says David Byrd, that family. Yes. So it's called the Children of God or the family. So because mostly we called it the family, internally, then that's what I referred to it as. He quite early on, like in the early 70s, he began to get these revelations of a sexual nature, right? Saying that the God's only law was love, because Jesus said, like, taking these verses in the Bible and then twisting them to mean something that they were obviously not designed to mean, saying God's only law is love, so anything done in love is okay. And he met a young woman who was his secretary, who joined the group that he wanted to take as his wife, second wife. So then he had a doctrine about how one wife, everyone's wives are the wives of everyone. Basically you can take multiple wives if you want to. So he took his secretary as a wife. And then he began to pressure other people to do similar things, right? So that was how my father got married to my mother, is he actually told his son to marry my mother and take her as a second wife. Now, not everybody had to do this. It wasn't like in some of the groups we're talking about, that's a core part of the doctrine of what you have to do. So multiple marriages were not, like polygamy was not part of the core doctrine in the sense that you had to do it. It was like totally fine if you wanted to do it, basically. But what was part of the core doctrine became this doctrine of sharing, which is saying that the women had to share sexually with the men in the group, even if they were married, and they had to share within the group, right? Now, because basically, and he took the verses talking about how God is, he took the verses talking about how we're supposed, if your brother or sister needs food or clothes, then you should give it to them. And he was like, well, sex is a bodily need, therefore you need to give it to them, right? And he correlated that to like food and clothing and so on, which of course is taking it way too far. But really and then he took it another step, which was saying that the women, mostly the women, I mean, the men did some too, but they didn't find the tactic as effective for men. But the women mostly were supposed to have sex or date or with men outside the group as a way of recruiting them into the group or to give donations to the group. This was a doctrine called flirty fishing, and it existed.
We've lost Faith a little bit there. She's being kicked out of the stream. No. Oh, here we go. Oh dear, there's no internet connection. Why has it done that all of a sudden? Sorry, everybody, just bear with us while we try and get Faith back. Oh. Okay, hopefully she's going to rejoin in a minute. Sorry about this, everybody. I was engrossed then. I was kind of like shaken when Faith dropped out there. Hopefully she rejoins in a second. I'll just send her a quick email just in case. Sorry about this, everybody. Oh yeah, and the book as well is absolutely incredible. Like immerses you into that environment. Not just the abusive stuff that is talked about on various other media platforms, but just the entire environment. How people would never question the religious practices, and why people would never question why they had to have flea bags and all of these things in case they ever needed to leave in the middle of the night. It's incredible. Hopefully Faith can join back in so that she can talk us through how all of that stuff happened in terms of the well-oiled machine that the family became later on, once David Berg decided to go into hiding, because I think he was like on a most wanted list. Yeah, I really loved that the way as well, Erika, the way that Faith was able to kind of and Daniela does this in her book Uncultured as well, which I'm going to talk about a little bit later on. Really, and this, I don't think that this is anything to do with both of them being ex-members of the Children of God. I think it's just they both have a really great ability of writing from the perspective of a child, and then changing that writing style as they get older and mature, and change. And that is amazing how people are able to do that. I think that's absolutely incredible. Just having a little look here. Still no word from Faith, but we'll keep trying. Sorry about this, everybody. Also, my daughter's downstairs now, our 1-year-old. She's teething badly. So my partner's, in case any of you heard her getting sad over the mic. Hopefully Faith can join us. I know that there were some other things that Faith had that she wanted to include in the giveaway as well, that I haven't announced yet, which is exciting. Oh, right. So let's just keep going. Thanks, Erika. I think we should be okay. I'm hoping that she's just going to reset her internet or something. Or she will message in a minute to say that she's on her way back in. Until then, I've got some things I can read for you. So I don't know if I read Janice's bio. I know that she's just done a video, but each contributor to the stream, has sent over a bio for me to read. So I will just make sure that I read that as her second video didn't work with Aunt Gloria. And also, so far we've raised £425, so we're almost at the halfway mark for the donations. Please just keep sharing. I appreciate you all so much being here and raising awareness for this stream. There's some amazing people just sharing and retweeting everything and putting everything across all of the places that you can put things, so I appreciate that as well. Janice is a trauma-informed registered professional counsellor and religious recovery consultant who sees clients one-to-one and through the Divorcing Religion workshop. She was a fundamentalist evangelical Christian for 40 years and is now the founder of both the Conference on Religious Trauma and the Shameless Sexuality Life After Purity Culture Conference. So that's Janice's bio. Nearly at the halfway mark for the giveaway, which is for the donations, which is amazing. And whilst I'm here, I will quick in the links to Faith's where she said you can go and watch all the different media appearances that she's done. And you can find out all the different places you could get her book. And also, I think that Faith has pledged a copy of Sex Cult Nun signed to the giveaway as well. So once we have confirmation of that, we will include that in the giveaway, which is really exciting. And I will read Faith's bio whilst we're hoping for her to reconnect to the stream. Faith empowers business owners with clear and straightforward legal knowledge so they can set their businesses up with confidence. She coaches them on a personal level to step into their power as successful entrepreneurs. She is a passionate, articulate advocate for women's empowerment and business leadership. Her mission is to inspire and equip women with the ability to claim full ownership over their bodies, creations, and deals to accelerate their impact and power. She is an international corporate attorney, author, and TEDx speaker who capitalized on her unusual background to create her unique I Own Me framework. That is at the heart of empowering all people to claim their innate power in business and personal relationships. Her goal is to see people united and empowered, offer the best chance for a promising future for our children and all humanity. So, I mean, doesn't that just wants to make you like take to the streets and make global change. So haven't heard back yet. I'm hoping that she can rejoin. Maybe I can where do I... Sorry about this, people. Oh, invite guests. There we go. So I resend the link. See if that will help. Oh, I can't believe that this has happened. When our internet turns off, it takes about 30 minutes to reset itself. So, just think. I'll just put the elevator music back on. Hi, Niall. Great to see you in the chat. Thank you for dropping in. How's the healthy lifestyle going for your wedding? Right, so we've emailed Faith. Hopefully she can jump back in. We'll do some giveaway stuff while we're here. Right, so let's go back to the list. We have how many people on the giveaway? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 people that haven't won prizes yet. Yes, I said how's the healthy lifestyle going? My friend Niall's in the chat. He gets married in October. Yes, technical issues. We lost our guest. I'm hoping that she can make it back into the stream soon. Just keep an eye on things. Might have to I've lost quite a chunk of weight, but not enough. But it's just a journey, right? So boosting about. Oh, I hope your mum is doing well. She's a gem, an absolute gem. Right, so let's do some more giveaway stuff. What have we got? Let me have a look at my pile of things. So when I was at CrimeCon, oh, thanks, Niall. I appreciate that comment. Thank you. When I was at CrimeCon, I met this amazing content creator called Sean Atwood. I don't know if anybody knows about Sean Atwood, but he was like a drug lord, and he ended up getting caught and arrested and imprisoned over in America. So he's written loads of books about his experiences of being involved in like the drug cartel world, drug smuggling, and prison time. A lot of his content creation and podcast work is actually with ex-offenders and people that have really roller coaster stories about their time through in the justice system. So this is one of Sean's books. I have a few of these that Sean gave to me. They are all signed. So I have a few of these to give away. I have a copy for myself. So I've kept a copy for myself. Heather says that there's some crazy weather over in America. Yeah, I haven't heard back from her in the emails either. So maybe she's just lost internet connection. Which is so sad. I was really, really looking forward to this conversation, and me and Faith have been waiting a long time to connect as well. So I'm hoping that she makes it back into the chat at some point. But yeah, Sean Atwood's book. I have 3 of these to give away, so we will do one of these now. I need to make sure that I'm putting all the stuff that people have won to one side. Right, so let's get up our random number generator. 1 to 12. Number 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that's Patrick. Patrick has won a copy of Sean Atwood's book. Congratulations. We'll need to get in touch with you for your mailing address. Patrick has won a copy of Hard Time, signed by author Sean. Awesome, that's great. Right, so sorry about this, everybody. Trying to reconnect, Faith says. Okay, so she's here. That's good. Right, so she's just said to me, would you like to auction off one of my gifts while you're waiting? So I really am excited to auction these off. We've got a signed copy of Sex Cult Nun to give away. But I would like to I'd like to get a couple more donations in before we do any more giveaways. Otherwise, we're going to run out of prizes. So I'm going to be. It's really strange for British people to ask people for money. So I'm going to be really super. Maybe I should try my best American accent. I don't actually know if that's a good idea. I might insult a few people. Oh, I hear a noise. Let me. Hi, Faith, are you here?
Hey, sorry about that.
I'm so sorry. I don't know what happened. You lost connection and then we lost you all together.
Yes. Well, like I said, I just moved and the internet here was it's not been optimized, so it cut out.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I'm right. It's okay. I'm just so glad that you're back with us now. I was engrossed in your talking, and then when you disappeared, I was kind of like, what's happening? So I think we were up to talking about
flirty fishing, I believe.
Flirty fishing, that's right. Yes. So please continue with where you were.
Yes. So flirty fishing was this doctrine. Hey, Frankie. Heather says she just realized she won. Yay, good for you. The doctrine that created flirty fishing, and I talk about this in my book, and I talk about this from my own perspective from watching my mother do it, and even from going out sometimes on these dates with people. So that's, so you'll get to kind of get an insider's look through my eyes as a child of watching this happen when you read Sex Cult Nun, when you read the book. And then, how my younger sister was actually born. A lot of children were born from this practice. So you had a lot of kids that were born to families, who maybe looked like the people of the country that family was living in, right? So they didn't, match everybody else. They were, had different coloring, or maybe they were Asian or Indian or, things like this. And, I think a lot of those kids have their own journey with, their identity and trying to figure out stuff. Within the family, these kids were seen as blessings, right? They were seen as God's blessing on that. And they were called Jesus babies and stuff. But I think that doesn't change that a lot of kids really struggled with that. And then a lot of the women themselves, struggled. Some embraced it. Maybe they were, a bit more freewheeling, and that wasn't an issue for them as much. But even for those who did, there were certainly lots of times when, maybe they really didn't like the person they were being told to sleep with. They were disgusted by them. I know my mother really struggled with that at times. And the doctrine, and then I think what really became, so actually at this, over the years, there began to be police raids in some countries because this was considered prostitution, which was illegal in a lot of these countries. So there were police raids for prostitution. I don't think anybody ever got convicted, but that became a big issue in the media and everything. And then on top of that was the doctrine that my grandfather had on sex with children, or on sexual relationships with children. And so I talk about that in my book too, and some of my own experiences around that, because sex was taught to be very healthy, and, it was godly, and, it within the group, it was really like a duty, in fact. And so, my grandfather's attitude to it was, well, if it is all these things, then, of course, in sexual, there's nothing wrong with like sexual kind of contact between adults and children. He had experienced that when he was young. His nanny had basically would give him blowjobs to put him to sleep when he was like 2 and 3 years old. And he thought this was a great thing. So, because of he was pushing his perspective on it to everybody else. He'd been abused, but he didn't see it that way, right? So he thought, oh, this is good, this is fine. And so that continued in the group for quite a few years as well. And until that practice was also eventually banned. So really mostly the older kids, like the early generation that was born within the first 10 years or so, may have been those who might have experienced some of that. Not all of them did, but more likely to have experienced something like that. The later groups of kids, that was banned, and you could be kicked out of the group for doing it. But it definitely left its mark and its impression. But the sort of coercive sexual practices didn't end just because those particular practices ended, right?
Right.
It still continued with this attitude of, and it really came from the core belief that you don't own your own body. That was where it all stopped and started. That justified all the abuse, not just sexual abuse, but, physical abuse, putting people on probation, basically keeping them in a locked room with, just reading the Mo letters, or whatever, making them wear signs around their neck and not being allowed to speak for a month at a time, silence restriction, it was called. There's just all kinds of very abusive practices, and also just kind of being told, like, for instance, my own parents were separated. They were told they didn't want to be separated. They were married. People would be separated from their spouses. They would be told, you need to give up your spouse for God's work, or your children. They were separated for their children. They had to leave their children behind. And it all came from this same abusive doctrine of saying you don't own yourself. And they used a verse to justify it, which says, for ye are not your own, you're bought with a price, therefore glorify God in your body and in your spirit, which are God's. Now, that verse was in Corinthians, and there's another similar verse to it. That was coming from a perspective at that time where, the previous verse is talking about don't sell yourself into slavery. That's really what it was saying, is don't sell yourself into slavery, because your master may not believe in God and may want you to do things that are against the doctrine, right?
Right.
So God already owns you, so don't sell yourself into slavery, kind of a thing was the message behind that. But that was twisted to say, and this happens when men, human beings, try to put themselves up and put themselves between as an intermediary between the people and God, right? Say, you have to go through me. I'm God's voice. I am the one telling you what God's will is for your life, right? And then they become that control power. They take that power and that control, and they're telling you what to do with your body and with your life. So instead of it being, well, which would be, I think, an accurate interpretation of the verse is, if I believe in this, if I believe in the Bible, if I believe in this, I'm going to use my body in such a way that I am, not doing bad, right? And I'm doing good. But it's not giving somebody else the power to step in and say, your body is not your own, therefore you need to basically be a slave, serve us without any pay, and, sacrifice your body, have sex with people because we're telling you that this is God's will for you. And that was the core of the violation that was happening in the group. And that happens in groups all over the world, sometimes at different levels.
When you're talking in the book about how it's put to you that your body belongs to God. And you've spoken there about how somebody has placed themselves in between the, you know, yourself and God. So your body belongs to them, not to God.
Right. All right. They're stepping in that place and basically saying, well, God gets to tell you what to do, so I get to tell you what to do with it, right?
Right.
And of course, that is a huge violation of your most basic right, which is your right of self-ownership in your own body and your right to be able to direct what you want to do with your body.
And if this is the doctrine that's in place, and if this is the groupthink around sharing bodies and ownership and everything belongs to God, does that immediately mean that there's a power imbalance between men and women inside the family?
You know, I think the family always preached that it was very that there wasn't, right?
Yep,
Because
yep.
they had leaders in the family and so on. And I think a lot of times we had women leaders because my grandfather got on with women better, and you know, because he was such a sort of a controlling person. You know, but they did have women in leadership, so they would preach, you know, that we're very advanced in that way, and you know, there is no male or female in Christ Jesus. But in the, which is a verse, just I'm like quoting verses, memorized.
Yeah, I was in your book. I was like, wow, she just knows these just off the top of her head. It's wild.
But in reality, there was definitely a difference. And if you read the book, you can see that. And I didn't notice it really until I left. And then I realized, wow, women only do these types of jobs: cooking, cleaning, you know, teaching the children and so on. They're never the one in charge of the finances. They don't do the driving. You know, there was a lot of gender bias that was just built in that you couldn't really see. And then the other aspect of it was when you're talking about the sexual side, right? Of course, it's, you know, sex is just different for men and women, right? So it's the woman who needs to sacrifice and have sex with the man, the single man in the home who doesn't, you know, have anybody or whatever that was. And I had my own experiences with that, which I talk about in the book when I was a teenager in Kazakhstan. So I share, you know, it wasn't the only time it happened, but, you know, I talk about some of those experiences and the impact of that and what that can be like and feel like. You know, I think it was also quite different for those of us that were born into it, you know. I think it was very hard for a lot of people who joined, but people who joined in a way, you know, a lot of people would leave too. It wasn't like you couldn't leave, but if you had no resources to leave, you didn't know what life was like outside, you'd never lived outside, you didn't have anywhere to go, right? Like if you had joined the group, you often had family outside the group, or, you know, you'd gone to high school and you'd seen what life was like out there. So you had something, you know, in a way, maybe you had been so cut off from it for years, you didn't feel you could go back. But I think it was different for people born into the group. We didn't choose that lifestyle, you know?
Yeah. I think absolutely those differences in your book, and I always talk about Mary Mahoney's Abnormal, Normal, My Life and the Children of God. She joined when she was a young teen, and then she had children inside the family. But the differences in your stories, she actually taught over in the school in China. So I was wondering if there was like a crossover between yourself and Mary at any point. It would be interesting to know. But I guess that kind of leads us nicely into talking about what your childhood was like, because where you grew up, I know the compounds are all on the communes and the shared houses are all sort of isolating in their own ways, but the farm, that was just a really interesting, and I felt like I was there because you explained it really well. So I wondered if you could just talk the listeners through your life on the farm.
Yes. So one of the things that I wanted for this book, and you asked me, there's a lot of stuff that got cut out, and mostly a lot of the stuff that cut out was a lot of funny stories that I wanted to have in. And I actually did take some of them, you know, and I put them in sort of bonus content that's on my website. So if you want to read some of those, you can reach out to me.
Make a note of that. That's awesome.
because there was a lot of fun stories, funny stories, but they didn't really, we couldn't have the book longer than 400 pages. So they had to cut out about 200 pages of content.
Well, there's some of that in there, the guava fight and things like that.
Yes.
There are
Yeah.
some things in there that speak to that just that childish play.
Yes. So I wanted to have that in there because to me it was so important to let people know that it was good too. There was a lot of good in there. There was good and bad. Because a lot of people are like, well, how would anybody join such a thing? That's horrible, right? But there was this joyousness, this positivity, this sense of purpose, this real sense of family. And, like you could travel anywhere in the world and show up and go to a home, you could fly to anywhere and you'd be taken in and somebody could be fed and given a place to stay. And you know what I mean? You had this whole network all around the world and everybody believed the same. They all practiced really the same. There was some differentiation in, food and certain things in different homes, but everyone read the same letters at the same time, which is my grandfather's like teachings that would get mailed out to everyone in the group every 2 weeks. And there was this very strong dedication to God and to service to your fellow man. So one of the big questions that I had when I left it, because I recognized this, I didn't think it was all bad. I was like, wow, I learned a lot, my life on the farm and doing farm chores and all that hard work. And, I got so many life skills from that. Even, having to perform for years in a singing group when I was a child. And, I can get up on stage easily. I have this, and I was super self-conscious and when I was little, really scared to talk to people, but just being forced to do it over and over again, I developed a skill that I can do that easily now. So I could see a lot of good. And I guess for me also, one of my tactics or coping therapy things has always been to look for the good. And I think that's really helped me in my life to recover from a lot of these things is because I look for the good specifically. And so, I knew we had a really crazy life. We grew up, my dad decided to move us all out to this little farm. And that's really where I start when I'm 4 years old. That's where I start the book, us moving into this 1-room adobe brick house with an outhouse and, 10 people, 7 children, and my dad and his 2 wives, moving into this 1-room place in the middle of this village at the end of nowhere that, had no indoor plumbing. And, it was just crazy. And basically we started from there and then built it out. We built a farm. We brought in like plumbing and electricity to the whole village. We helped them all outfit their houses with new pipes so they could handle the water. It was this years of this kind of project, like a Peace Corps type project of, just really like bringing in garbage collection service to the village. It was just a big pile of garbage in the middle of the village when we moved there, right? So there was a lot of stuff we did that really helped people, that helped their lives. And people were very grateful. The villagers really loved us. They were very grateful for us to be there. And, my parents did a lot of counseling for people who were struggling with stuff. Sometimes we would have some of the government leaders' kids who had been on drugs and stuff come out and like work with the horses, or, there was a lot of good stuff that we did. But then there was this kind of underbelly, this hidden underbelly. Like it was part of the stuff that you kept secret. You didn't talk about it with outsiders, right? Of all of this kind of abusive stuff, but we didn't know it was abuse. And that's the weird thing. Like we were told abuse was one thing so we didn't recognize that it was abuse for the most part. I think some of my brothers did, as far as some of my father's spankings, because he was very excessive in that at that time, and so, but we sort of had a different life because my father was the son of, the leader and the founder. Even when he kind of got demoted and put aside, he had a lot more autonomy, and he was just very stubborn and didn't listen to people, which was the reason he got put aside. So, he just had this vision. He'd grown up on the ranch in Texas where the family had started, and he wanted animals, and I had 5 older brothers, right? So, he wanted animals, he wanted all this stuff. So we just started collecting animals. And
Right.
then we all had to get up in the morning and do farm chores and shovel manure and, do this whole thing. And there was just so many funny, crazy things that happened in our life that I like to talk about, that just, there's this whole section on we did this whole live Christmas play for years with all live animals, and that's in the part that got cut out. So that's in like the
Yeah, I was
bonus
going
section.
to say, that sounds like I want to read that part. That sounds good.
All of the crazy stuff that happened trying to do like this live show with live animals and all the mistakes and mess ups, right? So there were things that were really fun, and then there were things that were really terrible. So, and I think it's important for people to understand that, because what is it that people want who join these kinds of groups? They want family.
Yes.
They really want a sense of belonging. They're very idealistic. They want this sense of purpose, right? I was reading, Amanda Montell wrote a great book called Cultish. Fantastic book. And I think in there she's talking about what are the types of people that cults look for. They look for people who are actually nice people, idealistic, smart. You can actually get a smart person to believe this stuff faster than someone who isn't. It's counterintuitive, right? So that's the kind of people that they looked for to join, and who joined, and they were so self-sacrificing, that they were willing to put up with this stuff.
Yeah.
And then, of course, there were people who joined who I think were underlying very abusive. There were certainly some people who were just actual pedophiles, right? And they completely abused the situation and the power and everything. And then there were others that were there that were just really trying to, live this life that they thought, was serving God and helping others. And, they were being taken advantage of, and they in turn were taking advantage of other people, because they were taught that this was right and this was good and this is how you're supposed to do it.
And often pressured into it as well, in terms of the sharing arrangements in some of the environments. But the Mo letters and some of the stuff that would be sent out had the stories about how people turned their lives around walked away from drugs, walked away from alcohol. So if you're somebody that is all of those things you mentioned, idealistic, searching for something, if you're struggling with one of these problems that the family tells you they can fix, and you can live on this farm with these animals, doesn't that just sound like the answer to everything? And I think that myself and Erika, when we were at the recent International Cultic Studies Association conference, there was a person that said, perhaps we shouldn't ask what you enjoyed about the group, or or put a positive spin on being involved in a cult. We're talking about these things you've spoken about, transferable skills, good days that you had, good experiences. Maybe we should say what drew you to the group in the first place, which I think is essentially what this whole segment has been about. What drew you to them in the first place? And I'd never heard it worded in that way, and I was like, yes, that's it. That's exactly it. That's the question that we should be asking, not how could you join a group like that in the first place, which just doesn't help
it puts a negative
conversation
on it when you ask somebody like that, instead of. And the reason I think it's important to show both is because if you're in a group like this and you're just hearing bad, you're like, well, of course I'd never join something like that, right? But if you see how it can be painted as this beautiful, idealistic, kind of utopian society, everyone shares everything, and then you understand, what is it that I need to look for that's going to be wrong in this, right? And that's what I'm trying to show people. You can see this beautiful picture, but then look for these specific things. And if they are doing these things, that there is going to be an underlying level of abuse.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
And
it's
absolutely.
going to be hidden when you first go there. You're not going to see it right away. It's going to be hidden. Everybody always puts their best front forward, right? But if they have these sort of doctrines of where they're talking about things like you don't own yourself, or they start trying to restrict you, take away your freedoms, your rights, right, then you know that that's going to just get worse, and that's going to become the abusive aspect of it. So I wanted people to see how it could look so good too and be so abusive on the inside or behind the scenes, right? Because I think that will help arm people a little better when they're faced with these types of groups.
Yeah, or even individuals. You know, a lot of the framework fits well with people that might be experiencing domestic abuse or domestic violence or domestic manipulation, in terms of, you know, the relationship starts off so well and the person puts their best foot forward, as you've said. You know, you don't see any of those things, but when the red flags come through slowly, is it that we are consciously ignoring the red flags because the rest of the situations is still, you know, 90% positive? But this framework allows you to identify those things straight away and recognize what the actual consequences of not maybe ignoring the red flags, but favoring the good things over the potentially abusive of things in the environments. And even in your book, I was just saying this to everybody when you disconnected, the way that you were able to write about your childhood experiences in almost like as a child, and then the writing changed as you know, got older and were kind of thinking about the different angles of your experiences. The inner conflict that you explored as a child between not wanting to encourage the adult's attention, or attention from men in the family, but also noticing that the older girls and the teenage boys were flirting and the women were developing their breasts and you know, becoming more grown and feminine, and you're like, I don't want that, but I do. And then with your boys, with your brothers, you were like, I've done everything I can to avoid, you know, being struck by my father in the way that my brothers have been. But then when it did happen, you were like, now I'm like one of my brothers. So there was this constant inner conflict. And if that exists, I don't know how you could ever differentiate between what is an abusive situation and what is something you should be striving to be a part of, if that makes sense.
Absolutely. And it took years for me to really understand and clarify. Like when one of the first relationships I had was kind of abusive.
So this part of your life,
to me, was normal, right?
Sorry.
That kind of thing was normal. Anger and losing your temper and all of this sort of stuff. So one of the things the framework does is, if you did grow up in a situation where you did not have healthy boundaries or you were abused, you have to recognize you probably don't know what those look like. And honestly, that's probably a large segment of our society, to be fair. And so, you know, having somebody clearly define them and mark them for you and say, this is and this isn't, super, super helpful, because then you're not having to refer to what feels normal to me, because your normal isn't necessarily okay, right? And then you're referring to an outside standard, and you can say, wait, if they're doing this and this, that's not right. Okay, I know it's not right from just a logical perspective, so I can move away from that, right? And the great thing about understanding this, if we're talking about relationships too, right, is that there are times you might be able to save that relationship. You might see some of those red flags, and then if you can share with them the framework, this is healthy, this is not healthy, right? I don't want to be spoken to like this. I'm not going to do that to you. Let's, you know what I mean? And you could set healthy boundaries, and that other person may also have grown up in a situation where their parents did that to them, right? And they were abused too. Maybe they don't know what healthy boundaries look like. So sharing that with the other person, maybe you do have a great discussion, and maybe you can create a healthy relationship, right? So that's the That's the benefit of it, right? But then if you share it and the person is like completely won't listen, then you know, all right, this is probably not a relationship I want to be in, right? So that's another way it can be useful. It can be useful to actually help you grow your relationships and make better relationships.
I think you're right. And the framework is nicely kind of in the back of your book. It's summarized in one of the last chapters as well. So it's almost like once it's in print in front of you, you can keep referring back to the 5 steps. It is 5 steps, isn't it?
Yes, it's the 5 circles. I think I've got it here. So, you can see it here. Maybe if I can get it on the camera. I don't know if it's big enough. There you go.
Awesome. Yes, that looks great. Oh, that's great.
I changed the colors and stuff to make it a little more, a little clearer for people. So
is this what you would take around when you go to do public talks on your framework?
Yes. So that's I created that to be able to take just to. I think it's so important for all of us. I think we learn visually, and by simplifying something and creating a visual reference for it, it just makes it much easier. And I don't know if what most people notices, but this is like the ABCs of your property rights, because it starts with aware, A, B, body, C, creation, D, deal, E, effects. So I really put a lot of thought into trying to make it something as simple, easy to remember, easy to teach to kids. And, because I used to teach kids when I was younger, and I talk about that too. I spent years teaching kids younger than me when I was a kid. So
yes, yeah. And this is a lot of, again, where those transferable skills that we've talked about come through. With just in the work that you went on to do, the work that you do now, but also the mentality that you had to create through resilience in the environments that you were living in terms of carrying on and not allowing yourself to stop. And people always say, wow, their resilience is remarkable. First of all, it shouldn't have to be. No child should ever have to develop that level of resistance and resilience. But do you feel like where you are today is part of how you had to, the person you had to become to survive in that environment?
I think, yes, I think that's certainly the case. I just actually wanted to see a couple of the comments that are coming through. I just want to recognize a few people. So Becca's saying, that's such a good point. Erika is saying, oh yes, I've often discussed with other girls who grew up at
KwaZulu-Natal. It's a Christian mission in South Africa.
That our childhoods primed us for abusive relationships as adults. Yes, right? I mean, and that's true throughout a lot of cultures, I have to say. A lot of, just even our educational system can kind of do that, for prime us for control. John says, Faith has a graphic. Great stuff. Thanks, John. Yes, so one of the things that I realized is, when I left the group, I was very focused on getting an education and stuff. And it took time, but eventually I circled back around to kind of that personal development, self-development. And, I went to therapy for a little while to try to get out of the abusive relationship I was in. And that was the first time I started talking about some of these experiences with somebody. And but I didn't find it as helpful as I think it could have been. So then I sort of went more into the coaching world. Tony Robbins, I did all his, listened to all his books. And, I was very aware of the power of the mind and programming yourself for changing how you think and talk to yourself, right? And I became very interested in that because I knew so much of what I'd grown up with was wrong and was not helpful. Right. It was not helpful way to view myself, money, success, any of that stuff, right, that I wanted to achieve in life. But I also saw how different I was in many ways than a lot of people. Like I saw some people who left and they became very successful, very driven. And then a lot of people left and they, went into drugs and alcoholism and just really, really struggled to pull out of it. And I began to think and ask myself, what were the things that I did that maybe changed how I thought about things, that enabled me to have more resilience, right? Because we grew up together. We grew up in the same place. I mean, so oftentimes they didn't even experience anywhere close to the level of abuse that I had experienced. And yet, it was just still, the trauma of that was still so present in their life, right? Where it was running their life, basically.
Yep.
And it's not that like I don't have trauma that I work on, right? But it's different when it just becomes everything that you are, right? And so I began to really ask myself, were there things that I did? Because people were always like, how are you like who you are? You're functional, you're happy, you're positive, you're getting stuff done. Like, how are you doing that, right? And so I actually, one of the free gift that I'm giving to you guys, if you tune in, if you go to my Instagram and you type in Cult Vault, okay, DM me. It's a direct message in Instagram. My Instagram is I am Faith Jones. I am Faith Jones. Send me a direct message, Cult Vault, so I know you came from this podcast, and it should start an automation. Okay, just follow through with that automation. Doesn't matter which one you pick. Okay, doesn't matter which of the things you pick. It'll eventually take you after a few clicks to where you can get my free. I created I wrote a book called Tools for Happiness. And basically, it was just me sitting down and going through all the different like mental hacks, tools, techniques that I have used to help myself move forward.
That
to help
sounds
myself
amazing.
Get through tough times. Like, and there's a lot of them. I started at 15 tools. I think it's 20 tools now.
Wow.
But just really practical things. If you like use any one of them, they'll just help you shift your mindset, shift how you look at things. All these different things that I used in my life, because life is tough, and it's not just being in a group like that. And when you get out and when you're like trying to fight your way through school and you don't have any support and you don't have any finances, and you're working your way through a job and you don't like it maybe, and you're bored, and I mean you're struggling with money issues and like all of that stuff, that I've done. And so how do you just keep getting up in the morning? Sometimes it's just a challenge just to get yourself out of bed. And sometimes there may be days at a time you're just like, oh God, or you could be so discouraged you really want to give up. And I have absolutely been there lots of times. And so, but it's what you do. Like, do you just keep getting back up? And do you have techniques that make that easier for you? Easier to get back up, easier to bounce back, right? And that's where like I'm always trying to help people and share hacks, I guess, that make life a bit easier, because life is tough. It can be really tough, so how do we make it a bit easier on ourselves? How do we bring joy into our lives? How do we shift a situation? How do we look on the bright side when something is just really sucky? Like just practical tools that you can use. I put it into this book, and it's, my team laid it out beautifully with color pictures and everything. It's a PDF book. So that's just a free gift that I'm giving away to people, because just, I just want to pass that on, teach your kids some of these techniques, so that I would love to be able to teach children more of this stuff. Because I just think that if kids were able to have these tools and use them from a really young age, we all have shit happen to us. We all have crap happen to us. Some is way worse than others, from an objective standpoint, but everybody experiences sort of these crushing defeats. And how do you, I love the woman who was sort of the founder of family therapy. She said, everyone experiences trauma. It's how you handle it that makes the difference. So that's why I want to give people these tools for how do you handle it, right? And the book I wrote, I Own Me, in that book, I give the full, it's a healing process. So if you go to my website, you can get it. I'll give you the link. But it's such a powerful healing process that I use. So even after I got through all of this, I was generally a pretty positive person, but I knew there was a lot of deep stuff that I didn't know how to deal with. There wasn't a tool, there wasn't a technique there. I didn't know a therapy, for how to get at that stuff. And I felt like it was still affecting my life, but I didn't know how to address it. And so I had this woman who was a wonderful coach and therapist. She was actually a clinically trained therapist before she became a coach. So she was very, very brilliant. And she liked to create, like me, she likes to create tools that like kind of get people from here to there quickly.
Okay.
And so she taught me how to do this process. And I put that process in the book because it's incredibly powerful. You can use it on all kinds of things. And I'm really a do-it-yourself kind of person. You can certainly use it with, you have a therapist, you have a coach, you can have them walk you through the whole thing. And that's wonderful. But if you're kind of a DIY person like me, then you can do it for yourself. Just takes about an hour or so. You sit down with it and just walk yourself through that process step by step. And it is incredibly transformational. It addresses the emotional and the logical aspect of your psyche to create a change. So
do you feel like you're up to the point where you go to university? I was so excited when you finally got there as well, because there were a few points in the book. If anybody's, I know Erika's almost finished it now. So when you're kind of going through, there were a few points where I was like, there's half the book left, but she's not there anymore. And then you were back there and I was just like, oh no. So yeah, when you were finally there, it was almost like I could feel the relief like coming out of the book, that it was finally happening. So I wondered if you could just talk people through your decisions to leave the family, and how you enrolled into university, what course you decided to take, and kind of how that led you to where you are today.
Yes. So I didn't leave the family till I was in my early 20s. And it's actually right after my birthday. And as you'll see from the book, when you read it, you'll see there's this time where I'm in mainland China studying at a university in China. So I experienced a little bit more of like freedom and kind of normalcy, you could say, at a very restricted level, as much as you can, like living in communist China. And then I kind of went back into the heart of the group again. And it was just so restrictive and just my life. This is what depression is. Depression is when you see no future for yourself that you want. There's just no future that you desire. It just looks hopeless. That's what depression is. And I became depressed. And I knew depression was not, I didn't even know what depression was. Because in the family, we didn't talk about depression. People, soldiers for Jesus don't get depressed, all the rest of that stuff, right? But I hit a point where I wanted to cry all the time, every day. Like this constant feeling of like, I was trying to wash laundry, I was trying to go about and I just wanted to cry. And I was like, just trying to hold back this burning sensation behind my eyes. I just didn't understand what is wrong with me. I prayed and I just, and I was not getting like relief from this. And I was like, so I think that pushed me to say, there's something wrong here. Like, I'm not going to put up with this. I'm not going to live my life with this. Right. So just the daily grind of what looked like my life was going to be was just so depressing to me that I couldn't take it anymore, basically. And I said, I really want to go to college. I mean, that was my out. I had done more studying than a lot of people in the group. I'd put myself through high school with a correspondence course. I had read books that I had sneaked as a child.
Yeah.
I read a lot of books and novels and stuff. And, so there came a point where it was like the seed planted by these books, I think, that I had read as a young child, that I really wanted to go to college. And that, of course, was unacceptable in the group, any kind of higher education. So I knew I would have to leave the group to go. And of course, I had no money. I had no backup. Like whenever you would go out and raise money for the group, it was all just turned in. You didn't have any personal money. So, how do you leave? I was living in Taiwan at the time.
Yeah. With your passport locked in a safe and...
Yeah, right. Yes, exactly. So, it takes a lot of guts to leave behind everything you've ever known. In that sense, you're just like, and you have no money either. So I was like, I had to figure out, okay, how am I going to make money to buy a ticket so that I can fly to America, so that I can try to go to school, so I can try to see my relatives that are not in the family, right? And so I described some of that experience, of how I did that in the book. And but then once I was out and really, like I said, when I left, I really just didn't think about the family. I just put it on blackout, like all of my energy, all of my focus. I had to get into school. I had, and I like borrowed an old SAT book from the library and studied it myself so that I could try to pass my SATs. And, it was just that's what I had to do to get in. So I went to community college because I had no academic record. So I went to community college, and then I was able to transfer and get into Georgetown. And what I try to tell people is, you never know what you can do until you just go try it and do it. Like, I never would have thought I could compete against these elite kids. I mean, these kids all went to private schools, the kids that go to Georgetown, right? I never would have, how would I compete against that? I was barely homeschooled, and, then I taught myself, and then, you would think that way, right? And, and yet I graduated top of my class. So, but I always said I was more committed to it. I was there. They were there because their parents wanted them to be there, most of them, right? They were hanging out. They were having the good party life, right?
Yeah.
It was, to me, I was working to support myself. I had a work-study job. I had student loans. I, just studied. Like, I was committed to that process because I had to succeed. That was me. That was my drive. Nobody was helping me. Nobody was coming to get me. You know what I mean? There was no backup for me there. So when you have that kind of commitment to something, you never know what you can do. I never thought I would be in the places people always like, dream about where you want to be in 5 years. I could never have anticipated it, because I didn't know what I didn't know. I didn't know how far I could go because I didn't even know that those things existed. So I try to tell people, do the best you can, like with that one English paper, do the best you can on that paper, go over it 10 times if you have to, like get it the best you can get it. And each little step, do the best you can do. And it can take you really, really far.
Yeah, that determination, like it's like dogged, like throughout the book. When you go and sit down with your tutor or your lecturer, that was one of the best bits of the book for me. I was just like, yes, you were like showing him all of the times that he'd corrected you, and then you're like, so you will give me the A. That was just one of the best parts of the book. So
yes, I was very stubborn. I just want to read some of the comments here. Eric says it's lovely. Thank you. Brenda says thank you for your generous offer. Oh, I'm guessing it's the book, the free gift. So make sure you go to Instagram and get that. Frankie says 100%. John says that's the spirit. And Frankie says my education was restricted by the cult as yours and many. Well done overcoming this. Woo-hoo. Yes. Well done to you too.
Yeah, it's just it's amazing, all of the things that the journey really in Sex Cult Nun from start to finish. It's like a rags to riches, but also like a coming of age, like all types of things put into it. There were a few romantic parts in there where I was like, oh, there's love. So it's really got a little bit of everything in there. And then the framework is kind of I just watched your TED talk, and then you were describing at the last chapter when you were talking about to go on stage. I was like, whoa, this is like all sides of the story. So that was really interesting. I think we're going to extend our chat by about 15 minutes, if that's okay, just because we cut out in the middle.
Sure.
So I wondered if we could just speak for the last section on your framework, how you decided to develop it. I've put a link, whilst you were gone, I put a link to your website in the chat, so people should be able to find that, and I will put it back in there as well. And then we've got some stuff. I wondered if you wanted to let the listeners know of the really amazing prizes that you're pledging to the giveaway as well.
Okay, absolutely. All right. And someone's asking, is the book also available as an audiobook? Yes, it is. It is an audiobook. It's in Kindle, I think, audio, and I think there's going to be a paperback version coming out in November. But of course, getting the hard copy is always good, because then you can see all the pictures of my family and all these things in it. There's a middle section that has a bunch of photos in it too. So, but yes, it is. There is an audiobook. So let's talk about those couple things you just said. One is the framework, and maybe kind of where people can go to learn more about this.
Yep.
So the framework, I think definitely watching the TEDx talk. I'm sorry, this is too big, and I can't get.
Whilst you talk everyone through the framework, I'll put all the links in the chat again so everyone can have a look.
Yeah. So there is a video on my YouTube channel, and I go through like more of an in-depth 45-minute discussion of the framework. And the getting it down to 15 minutes in the TEDx talk was like nearly impossible. It was so hard to do. It took me months to get it that short. So getting a little more in-depth explanation of it is helpful. And there's something on my YouTube channel that talks about that. Actually, if you go get the video, I have some bonuses, and I think on my website. So if you reach out to me, I'll give you the link for the bonuses. And in those bonuses, I have a more in-depth video on this framework. Okay. But really, it's this understanding of what are our fundamental core rights. So understanding the core rights is that, first of all, I, as an aware being, I own my body. I have a property right in my body. And the reason I use property rights is because, as a lawyer, I understood what are the boundaries and parameters around property in a way I did not understand them around my body as a woman, because I was not trained to see myself, with those rights, basically. But I did understand, that people can't come and take my cell phone, right? And that they can't, even if I put my wallet on the table, making it easy access, like a woman getting drunk, that's still not okay to go and steal it, right? So it's the concepts I knew about property. When I translated them, it made the boundaries around what I should expect for how people to treat me as a woman and what my rights are, as a human being, not just as a woman, but as a human being. It made it much more clear to me. And so understanding your rights in your body is the first principle. So, and then from that core, everything else flows logically, right? And that's what I did. I literally was sitting there on an airplane, and I was like, I know this is here. It's like in my brain. And I just started drawing the circles. What's the core part? The core right is my right in my body. And then what comes next? Whatever I create with my body, right? So if I own something, I own everything that is created by it. That is, so for instance, my inventions, my artwork, right? That's why we have intellectual property rights. I own my ideas, the things I create. My services. I have educated myself as a lawyer. I own those services, and I can sell those services to somebody else. So then the next layer after when we create something, what's the next thing we get to do with it? We get to make an exchange. So that's the level of the deal, right? So we have aware. I am an aware, conscious being. I have a property right in my body. That's B. C, I own my creations. D, I now have the right to make a deal. And this right to make a deal is in the Constitution, right? There's in the Constitution, we have the right to contract, that the states cannot pass laws that limit a person's right to contract. So we can make a deal, but there are 5 elements to a healthy deal. And when I say deal, I'm not just talking about contracts. I'm talking about relationships, any kind of exchange. Everything in our life is based. You look outside, everywhere you look, it's contracts, property rights and contracts. There is property and someone's making some kind of deal or exchange for it. There's a whole branch of psychology called transactional analysis, because it's all about our emotional exchanges. We do a certain thing to get a certain response, right? So when you see stuff from that exchange level, it's not exchanging necessarily in money. It can be exchanging in gratitude for something, or in, my friend listens to me and I listen to them, right? These are elements of a healthy relationship when both parties are bringing something to the table and investing in it and sharing something with the other, right? If you're in a relationship where one person is doing all the taking and you're doing all the giving, that's a bad relationship, basically, So understanding the 5 elements of what makes a healthy exchange, whether that's a sexual exchange or an emotional exchange or a business exchange, which is why all business people need to understand these principles. And then the last layer is the layer of the effect or the impact. And that's it's really part of the 3rd layer, but I'm separating it out to clarify it a little more for people, right? Where I say, what responsibility do you have for maybe something that you don't fully control, okay, but you contribute to? So in the case of my grandfather, right, he shared this doctrine. He proposed this doctrine of sexual relations with children. Now, he did that himself, and he violated those laws himself, okay? But how much responsibility does he bear for telling all of his followers to do it? And
Right.
now, each of them, 100%, has responsibility for doing it themselves. If they did it, they 100% have responsibility for it. But does he also bear responsibility? You see, that's that layer. And we have that layer, it gets addressed in law all the time. If you're talking about something like product liability, right? If the car company builds a car and they know that if you hit the car on the left back bumper, it's going to explode the gas tank, right? Then they have a responsibility to fix that. If they know that it's highly likely, they know that's possible, and they don't fix it, right? There could be like, well, I wasn't driving the car that hit him. It wasn't my fault, But they knew that there was an issue and they didn't fix it, see? So it's that kind of responsibility. And that's the entire effect of the world. And what would be our effect and impact on the world if we really lived these principles? So we were not violating others. We were creating true, clean, fair agreements, right? With full knowledge.
Yeah.
And I hate to say it, the law violates these all the time. These are the foundational principles that our legal system is built on, that are like the entire human moral code really is built on these principles. When you get down to the bottom of the why for the why for the why that this exists, it is built on this. But because people in power have always tried to grab more power, right, and control, they keep that very fuzzy, and they use lots of layers of regulations and other types of things that undermine these principles, that undermine these rights, that make it cloudy, that make it confusing, right? A good example of this, and so if you go to my YouTube, I have a number of different things where I talk about principles, relationships. I talk about the law. I talk about issues in the law as relates to this in society.
What is the sorry, Faith, what's the name of your YouTube channel?
I think it's called Faith Jones Author.
Okay.
I think it's called Faith Jones Author.
Oh, yeah,
I
it's
should have
here.
given
I've got it.
Yeah.
This is great. I can share this now whilst you're talking us through.
Yeah, so there's I teach on a lot of different topics on that channel. I decided to go live for a year a while ago. And so a lot of that, if you're interested in these concepts and digging deeper into understanding this and how to apply it in your life, you can go and look at that there. But that's one of my issues with the legal industry, is that so often they are used to confuse the situation, instead of really creating clarity around the contracts and the agreements. They write things super complicated and so long and stuff. So they are supposedly following the letter by telling you what's in the agreement. But of course, they expect that nobody's going to have read it. And so or that it's too complicated for most people to understand. So they don't understand what they're giving up. They don't understand what they're signing away when they click that link and say yes to like downloading that app, right? And we all do it. So that is a huge issue with our current legal system that I believe is a violation of these fundamental principles, even though technically they are the principles that underlie the law.
And in your talk, in your TEDx talk, you said that you can summarize the law by using 2 of the points in the framework, and that's why the framework it's like impenetrable almost.
That's the back end of it. It tells you the law. So everything that's in the law, and if you go to the website, you'll see this. When I break this down in more detail, I show you how everything we consider a moral violation in the law fits into one of those rings. So really, you can understand the law at a totally different level just with understanding that framework. I sometimes, when I talk to lawyers, I tell them, I said, I can explain all of the law, everything we can consider the moral law, in a single piece of paper and one diagram. And they're like, because, we go to law school for years. Yeah. And I show them that piece of paper and they're like, oh my God, you did it.
Well, I mean, obviously I'm not trained in that field, so I don't know, but that's the kind of sense that it made to me when I was watching your talk. And then when I got to the end of the book, I was like, I already know all this.
Good.
So
good.
It's great. And I said to you as well, if I am looking at the framework from my perspective, I might look at it from the sense that somebody is using my podcast work without my permission, and that's a violation of my property right.
Absolutely.
So even if it's not talking about relationships or any type of abusive environments, emotional manipulation or anything like that, just literally something as simple as somebody has taken some of my podcast work and used it without my permission, that's a violation of my property right. And then when you start to think about it on a wider scale, you really start to understand how you should, if you follow that property right, have complete ownership and autonomy over absolutely everything that you own, create. And I was just blown away by it. I was like, it really does simplify everything. If you're like, oh, but my employer is really great, but as you said this in your TEDx talk, my employer is amazing, but they want me to come in on my days off, or they're not going to pay me for my overtime. That's a violation of your property right, because you're giving your time for free in a job where you should be paid for your services. That's the agreement. You're not volunteering. This is your paid job. So I think when you look at the framework and you start to apply it to everyday situations, it really simplifies how to stop yourself from being taken advantage of in any type of environment.
Yes, exactly. 100%. And for women, I find, especially women in business, so often they don't charge or they undercharge for their services. So really recognizing, wait, I don't have to just give this away just to be a good person. No, this has value and I get to charge for it, right? I'm going to exchange value for value. Okay. So that's really helps a lot of women who need coaching in the business sense to get themselves into a place where they're going to ask for that raise. They're going to raise their prices for the services they offer. They're going to demand full payment, right? This will help you to understand, to be able to do that and stand up for yourself. So
Amazing.
the giveaways we have. One of the things that I am passionate about. So one of the things we're giving away is a signed copy of my book, Sex Cult None. So you can hold
Signed
up the book,
by the author.
show
Amazing.
everybody. And the second one we are doing is I created a course from my first book, I Own Me, which is really that guide to walking you through how to overcome, trauma, abuse, sexual abuse, or if you have a friend or somebody that has experienced that, how to really understand that and maybe give them some coaching or ideas about how a different way that they can express themselves or look at things. So that I took that book and I created a workbook for it. So I created like a little mini course basically, and I made YouTube videos reading the book because I know a lot of people are not big readers. They want to hear it. They want to walk around and like listen to it like a podcast, right? So I did that. I read it, and that's all in a course that I put online. And so I'll give you one person is going to win access to that course called I Own Me. Okay. And it has a workbook to work through the different exercises as well. And, it's just a self-paced course that you could take yourself through that.
That's amazing.
And a PDF copy of the book. And I think I have to check. I think it's like $139 or something, the price for that. And then the really big prize is another thing that I do. And a few years ago, it was actually right before COVID, a few years ago, I realized, oh my God, I'm making money as an attorney, but I don't have a fallback. I don't know how to invest, right? I didn't grow up with it. I wasn't trained to do this by my parents like some people are. And I did not understand financial investing. And I realized I will be stuck in this rat race of having to make money for the rest of my life if I don't figure out how to invest and let my money make money for me, right? And so like anything, once I decide I'm going to do it and I really dig into it, I uncover all of the inefficiencies and all of the stuff that doesn't make sense and all of the stuff we're being taught that is just bogus, that is really for the good of other people or the good of Wall Street, but it's really not for the good of the individual. And when I actually did a series for friends of mine, I said, I'm going to learn this and I'm going to create a series of video webinars. I'm going to bring on experts and interview them. So I did that. And then I gave everybody a way to think about their money, which is totally revolutionary way to think about money and your win with money. Most people have no idea what that is. It's an actual number that you can figure it out. Simple calculation. Once you know what that is, it will completely transform how you operate your financial system. So I teach you all of that in my course called Financial Ninjas. It's probably like 20 plus videos, many hours of videos on there. I walk you through how to think about money, how to think about investing, how to change that, and a number of different interviews on different topics with different people where you can actually just go and get started. Like
wow,
practical, actionable things that you could just go and do. Like the simple way to get started in real estate investing, and in crypto, and in, what is the secret? There really is a secret to how to set up your business for success and defer taxes. So when you think about taxes are probably going to be 25 or 30% of the income you bring in gets taken away in tax. Imagine if you took that instead and put it into an investment and just grew that investment. And you did that every year and you didn't have to pay taxes on it. All the taxes were deferred. Imagine how much faster you would grow your money. How much faster you would grow that, what I'm talking about, that backup, that stream of income so that you can have financial freedom. When I say financial freedom, I mean the ability to know that if something happens like COVID, you lose your job, you hate your job and you don't want to do it anymore, you get sick, you want to have a baby, whatever those things are, you could just walk away and have enough income to take care of yourself. Enough income to support yourself from passive income. Really, that's the secret. So I show you how to set that up and sort of the tools you can get to supercharge it. How do you get there faster? Because most people are like, by the end of the year, I've paid out everything. I paid the tax man, I paid everything, and I have nothing left to invest, right? So how do you shift that? How do you take that money and put it into an investment instead? What are the structures? So that's something I'm really passionate about, because I believe that economic independence is critical to freedom from emotional abuse, from institutional abuse. You have to have economic independence. And if you don't, like if you see in my book, right, one of the reasons we were stuck so long in
I was just thinking there's a reason why you're so passionate about this, and it's definitely reflected in the book. Absolutely.
Yeah, she couldn't leave. I mean, there were times I was on the street with a can, and when I was 12 years old, begging in parking lots to make enough money to feed my, 2-year-old sister and my baby brother, So I really had that experience of having nothing, and I never wanted to be back there again. But even once you, get an education and make good money, you still got to take it that extra step. You got to, when you create financial independence, you can walk away from any situation that is harmful for you, whether it's an abusive boss, an abusive spouse, whatever that is, you have that freedom. So that's one of the reasons I'm really passionate about that as well. So I created a whole basically a whole course breaking down a lot of this stuff that we find so complicated and simplifying it, like I do with, the law, like I did with that structure, simplifying it and saying, these are just the few things to get started with. You understand these few things, now you know where to go and what to do. And you'll learn more after that, because you'll understand the world in a different way.
Amazing. So you're offering a signed copy of Sex Cult Nun, a one-person access course to the I Own Me course, which comes with the workbook and a PDF copy of the book, and one person the opportunity to take your Financial Ninjas course around becoming super great with investment.
Yes, and I think that course is listed for $2,500.
Whoa! Oh my goodness! So $2,500 worth of prize in one prize, which is amazing. So what I'm going to ask people to do is just share Faith's work, message her on Instagram. I am Faith Jones on Instagram. Type in Cult Vault to get access to a free item that Faith is giving away on there as well. So what I'm going to ask people to do is share this and rally a few more donations, and then we'll give away these amazing prizes. I think if we can get some more support in the giveaway, then we'll do the giveaway. I don't want to do them all too quickly, otherwise we're going to run out of prizes. And I kept these ones to myself as well, because they were just such amazing prizes. So thank you so much, Faith. I'm sorry about the internet connection in the middle, but I really appreciate you coming here to talk to us about your life, your experiences, your writing. Amazing. Please, people, go and consider picking up a copy of this book. It's amazing. I mean, it's got the history lesson at the start we talked about. So even if you don't want to read about somebody's life, which is amazing, then you can just read the first part. It's a really in-depth history into the Children of God or the Family International, which still exists today, but led by Karen Zerby.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. So you can go and pick that up and have a read, and then support Faith. She has her YouTube channel, which we've put in the chat, and loads of amazing resources on Faith's website as well. So thank you so much for coming to chat with us.
If you buy the book, like I said, I actually do have a page on my website that has some additional kind of secret videos and lost content, stories that got cut out. So message me, just message me with the book and show me you bought the book, and I will send you a link to that so that you can get that bonus content too. Okay.
Amazing. I love that. I'm going to definitely email for that bonus content because I want to read about that.
Yeah.
What was it? Like a nativity play
Yes.
with you and your, oh my goodness. Fantastic.
Crazy.
Brilliant.
So Hollis
Thank you
says
so
it's
much, Faith.
unfortunate a lot of victims do not have financial freedom.
Mhm.
Yes, that's really the big problem. And then John says if more people like Faith spoke out about abusive groups, the world would be a better place. Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
absolutely.
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you guys. And without you to share it, without you to tell other people about it, you know, there's not much I can do. So please, you know, share the link, share the my Instagram so that people can get that book, 15 Tools for Happiness, which is all kinds of resiliency tools for how you can overcome and just shift your mindset and keep going in difficult times. So
we'll keep
help.
referring back to that as well throughout the stream, even long after some people have finished their segments. And you said towards the start that you wanted to have some kind of legacy, or you wanted to leave something in this world. All of the things you've talked about with your framework, with your book, with even your financial course, you've definitely carved out your own space and put a stamp on things. And I just think that's amazing. So thank you so much for your time, Faith. And I really hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. Thank you so much for doing this. You're doing great work and appreciate it.
Thanks, Faith. Take care. Bye.
Bye.
Whew. That was amazing. Oh my goodness. I could just talk all day. So we have a signed copy of this book from Faith to give away, as well as some other things. So I'm going to wait for a few more donations to come through, and then we're going to crack on with the giveaways. I'm just waiting for our next guest to join. It was going to be a video from Chantelle, but she's actually going to join us live, I think, instead of sending a video. So I'm just going to wait for her to check in. Let me check that she's on her way. She might have got caught up somewhere. How did you all find Faith's chat? Oh, hi, Crimepedia in the chat. So good to see you. Thank you for the support. John going for more cider. I don't blame you. I mean, at least we've had some rain over here now, but it's still quite warm. Right, so let me just check my emails. Okay. Janja's messaged. Right. So thank you. Oh, thank you, Eileen, for the £5 donation. I really, really appreciate that. I'm going to send personalized thank yous to everybody after the stream. Thank you for the donation, Eileen. I don't know what Eileen it was. I don't know if it was the Eileen from Podcast Row. I don't know how you find out who the person was. But once we get a few more... Right, let's just... I'm thinking about doing another one of these live streams in the future. We'll have to get some recommendations on guests to invite. There were a few people that were interested after the stream was organized. Right, okay. I think Chantelle is here. So I'm just going to let her in. And we can say hello to our... Well, let me grab my notes first, because we're on to the next page. Right, I'll just do a little introduction and then let Chantelle in. So, Lady Justice True Crime is a UK-based podcast that takes a deep dive into fascinating and forgotten cases throughout history. Hosted by Chantelle, each episode is a comprehensive examination of the people involved, the investigation, the media, and the court processes, ending with a suggestion of a small act of kindness. New full-length cases are released every Tuesday, with a bite-sized bonus episode released on the final day of the month that highlights an unsolved or missing persons case. So this is Chantelle's podcast, Lady Justice True Crime. We connected at CrimeCon, and we had a stall a couple of tables away from each other, so we were quite close. And we got the chance to really get to know each other across the weekend. So I invited Chantelle to talk with us today because she has a case that links directly to how women might be impacted in high demand environments like prison. So let's all welcome Chantelle.
Hello.
Hi Chantelle, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Wonderful. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Well, thank you for having me.
I know it was going to be in video format, but it's nice to chat live. How are you doing?
I'm all right. I'm very tired. I've had one of those weeks this week. What about you?
Yeah, the heat has not helped that situation. I mean, most people in this chat will know that I've just been complaining about the heat all week. In true British fashion.
Oh, yes, me too. It's the only thing I've talked about all week is the weather. So, yeah, right there.
Fantastic. So you have brought us a case today. I know that we only have a short amount of time before you have to get back to your other responsibilities. So please tell us what you have today, and please keep sharing and try and rally up some more donations.
So there was a case that actually happened at HMP Downview. That's a women's prison that's just on the outskirts of Banstead in Surrey. In 2010, it actually was able to accommodate 358 inmates, and that's spread over 4 different wings. So I'm going to take all the way back to September of 2009. And what happened was there was 2 prison officers who were at a tattoo convention. They got pretty drunk, and they started talking about things that happened at work and things like that. So from this conversation, one of the men, Christopher Bevan, would make a confession to the other, which is an unnamed witness. So in this, he would state that he was having sexual relations with some of the prisoners. And at first, the witness, or we'll just call him Mr. A, he kind of felt like he was just pulling his leg a little bit and that it wasn't quite true. So did kind of question him further into this. And there was an incident that had happened at the prison during July of 2009 on the 15th, where one of the inmates had to be restrained. Now, there is a whole process into how this is done. And the person who had taken the legs, the woman had said had inserted fingers into her rectum. This was investigated at the time, but Christopher Bevan had told this witness that that incident was actually true and that that wasn't the only thing that happened. He would also state that other members of the prison officers that were there would also be involved in some sexual misconduct in that particular incident. He said that one of the officers ejaculated on the woman's face. Christopher also said that he, beat the woman up thereafter. So this witness, I'm sorry, I've got a little bit of a cold. This witness, I'm trying to fit this in, sorry. This witness was very concerned and did reach out to another one of the officers at Downview. She said, look, you need to speak to the corruption unit and see what can go from there. Now, the allegations that were made, because they were very, very wide-ranging and they involved a lot of women, they kind of went all the way to the very, very top. And one of them was the acting governor, Russell Thorne. So there was definitely this kind of feeling like if you were going to say anything, that being a whistleblower was probably a bad thing. It wasn't going to do anything good for your career. So this witness, he did contact the prison service via letter and stated this drunken confession that Christopher had made. And it was enough to kind of trigger the kind of prison service inviting Surrey police into the prison to kind of investigate all of these claims. During that, the prison went into lockdown, and over 200 prisoners from both the current intake and previous ones were, spoken to. And because of the allegations, some of them had specific places where they had meant to have taken place. So the forensic teams had gone into the prison. There was a mattress removed from one of the cells. There were swabs taken from the prison library and some of the offices. Fast forward all the way to January of 2010, and the police did believe that they had enough to charge 4 male prison officers on sexual misconduct charges. So, trying to fit this well in. With that, kind of the investigation was still ongoing, and although that they had been seen in court, one of the male officers was going to have his charges completely dropped. It was seemingly that one of the witnesses was unreliable and maybe it hadn't happened. So the evidence for that was insufficient and his charges were dropped. But Christopher Bevan, the man who made the initial confession, Russell Thorne, the acting governor of the prison, and another senior officer by the name of Simon Dykes were all seen and charged with over 10 charges of misconduct in public office. So that brings us to the 3 main characters in this case. So I'm going to kind of break off and go into each one of them. I'll start with Christopher Bevan. See, Christopher Bevan would never actually face trial, because the morning of the trial, he actually fell to his death from the 5th story balcony of his apartment. He had been drinking very heavily that night. His partner, who was also a prison officer at Downview, had said that after the allegations had been made, he lost a lot of weight, so he was feeling very stressed. He'd had a meeting with his barrister that day, and he'd kind of come home and been drinking very heavily from a bottle of vodka. She went to bed and he did say he would join her. At 4:30 in the morning, she awoke and looked out of the kitchen window to find her partner dead on the floor. So he never ever went to trial, and we can never actually prove or disprove the allegations that were kind of made by him because of that. Now, his death, because it was actually recorded as an open verdict by the coroner, Dr. Roy Palmer, because it wasn't quite sure whether he had kind of fallen by accident off the balcony or whether he did intend to end his life. So a gagging order was kind of put in place so not to influence the juries in both Dykes and Thorne's trials. So we'll move on to Thorne next, the acting governor of the prison. He had been at the prison for a very long time, and the main allegation that was upheld against him, because one of them did lead to a conviction, the other one I'm just going to pass over, but the main charge that he did actually get convicted for was having sexual intercourse with one of the prisoners, and we'll call her Miss A because I don't really wish to name her. Her name is out there, but so Miss A had arrived at Downview with a sentence of 17 years for drug trafficking. She wasn't British, and she was actually described as a very vulnerable young prisoner when she arrived. She first met up with Thorne through, obviously, the prison and his role at the time as the diversity officer, which kind of helped him have a strong connection with the prisoners. He would help arrange parties and, evenings to keep them entertained. So through this role, she starts spending a lot of time with him. but within 3 months, she had found herself in the office with Thorne. They had a suggestive relationship, and he had ordered her whilst she was on the desk to commit a sexual act in front of him. Now, she did actually say in the trial that she didn't initially want to do this, but she felt that she kind of had to because of his position and the fact that he could authorize things like day releases and weekend releases. This kind of just led on to them having a sexual relationship for over 3 years before it was discovered. And during this relationship, he would gift her things like a watch from the Argos catalogue that she'd picked, vodka and Red Bull, and he would sneak in contraband. So with all of this that he was doing with Miss A, he kind of also discovered that Miss A was in a sexual relationship with another female prisoner. From that, he then engaged in sexual acts with both of them. This was collaborated by other prisoners who had stood guard at things like the storeroom door. So Russell Thorne was actually in this sexual relationship, and he did admit in the trial that he had engaged in sexual banter, as he had put it, and that he knew that he had crossed this line and it was very blurred. But he denied ever having sex with Miss A. He also, when the search of his home was done, he had in his possession photographs of multiple prisoners. So some of them were explicit, and they were found in his family home, which he shared with his wife and children. And they also discovered when doing searches of his email that he had had email chains with some prisoners who had been released. He had kind of used his weekend release kind of authorization power to kind of suggest that if she was able to get out, then maybe they could go to swingers parties together and things like that. So Russell Thorne was convicted, and he was given a 5-year sentence for misconduct in public office. So on to Dykes. And Dykes, well, his trial first happened at the same time as Russell Thorne's, but he was actually indicted on 6 different charges. He had the most charges out of any of them. 4 of them related to sexual intercourse with a prisoner. There was 1 act of sexual touching and another act of just a sex act, I think it was described. So we'll go into these, but Dykes had been the head of the cleaning crew, and most of these allegations had kind of been from that. So one of them, it was said that when one of the young prisoners was cleaning up the shower room, he had made his way in there and kind of pressed himself up against her and then had sex with her in the bath. He would deny this and say it was ridiculous, that obviously there were other guards nearby, that he wouldn't do this. It was also stated that on another occasion he had masturbated outside of one of the prisoners' rooms, and that sometimes he would walk into prisoners' rooms and just slap their bum if they were just laid out on their beds. So there was a lot of evidence regarding Dykes, but the witnesses that would testify almost kind of felt like it was not quite right. Everyone was saying the same kind of things, but Dykes was an experienced officer. He was well respected, and he was very good at public speaking. He was very different from the people he'd been in charge of, and that showed within the trial. In his first trial, he was actually he was acquitted of 3 of the charges, but not acquitted of the other 3. That was actually put to another retrial because the jury could not decide on whether he'd actually committed these acts. On his retrial, which happened in the November of 2011, he would again deny all of this, and although the evidence was strong, it just yet again wasn't quite enough to swing a jury either way. And it did come back as another undecided kind of case. And the judge in that case had decided to, yes, make sure that it was known he was acquitted, but did lie one of the charges on file so that if anything else could ever have happened, obviously it was there and he could be prosecuted for that at a later time. But third retrials aren't a precedent, so it wouldn't have gone forward. And the prosecutor made that point that they didn't want it to come off as if it was a witch hunt. But it was very clear from the way that everybody was talking about it, from the way that the prison service was talking about it, to the way the police were talking about it, that although only one of these men had been charged, that this was kind of something that was actually there and was something happening, and they were kind of acknowledging it, but in the most subtle of ways. And this kind of becomes apparent when you kind of look deeper into this. I only knew of this case because of an interview I did with a previous prisoner at Downview. She told me when we were talking just once that during the time she'd witnessed one of these attacks by Thorn. So that's how I had found out this case. And she would say it was like an open secret, that everyone knew that this was happening, but nobody wanted to say it. In fact, one of the witnesses at the trial said that he didn't want to come forward. It was like if she did, she was going to be penalised. Another one of the inmates that had previously been in Downview but had not been involved in any of these sexual allegations did also say the same thing. Now, just at the same time that this conversation that had happened at the tattoo convention, all the way right at the back at the start, right at that time, she'd actually told her mother what had been happening at Downview, and her mother was extremely concerned. So her mother, Terry, would contact the prison service and the police and didn't get much of an effused response. On December 13th, she was made aware by the police that they were looking into it a little bit more seriously. But there was never much kind of told, and there was never much of a follow-up. Now, even though the three men had been in court in January, people on the street just weren't aware that this was happening. It just wasn't being reported on, which I think is one of the biggest issues with cases like this, is the fact that if there's no exposure there, then, you know, we're only getting a small percentage of reported crimes in this kind of sense, in this community of people. So I think if it's not exposed, then obviously you can't encourage others to expose it. So even though that these men had been seen in court in January, Terry had actually gone on to write to her MP, Maria Miller, and she would kind of say, like, this is happening. And Maria Miller would reply all the way back in February saying, oh, I'll ask the prison service to look into this. So even though that this was happening, and it seems like something that everyone should have been paying attention to, it was kind of downplayed. And I think that's very much because of the victims, which was pointed out in one of the earlier magistrates' kind of appearances, where the judge had ordered that the women's names not be released to the public, but the prosecutor had made a very public point of, well, that can't happen because they are now out there. They've been said in previous court hearings. We can't take that back. Their names are out there. And we forget that these women, they were considered and are considered victims of sexual crimes. So because of their status within society, I think, and it was kind of pointed out by many of the people that were involved in the kind of commentary in the investigation, the people that, you know, interact with these people, that's what the kind of feeling was, that because of who they were and the fact that they were in such a vulnerable position, but not necessarily considered that because of where they are, that's how that this had happened, and that kind of silence around it did kind of bring that on. It was reported on, but in a very kind of tongue-in-cheek kind of way. People would refer to it as like a Sid James carry on prison type thing, with the prisoners being Barbara Windsor. So that's that kind of case, very quickly wrapped up because I haven't got much time, but I hope that's okay. Sorry.
Amazing, Chantelle. Thank you so much.
I've never talked so fast in my life.
You were so under the weather, but you fit so much in there. I think the essence of what you're telling us is, even if, and I don't know if this is the case, even if some of those sexual interactions were consensual, you wonder about the power imbalance. Can they?
This is the thing, though. It can't be 100% consensual in that kind of situation. Miss A did say that she eventually did fall in love with like Thorne, but said that she made him pay for like her sexual services through these like perks. But she was pressurized. She did say she didn't want that at first, and that is rape, in my opinion. So
it's hard. It's hard to have that question around inmates that fall in love with guards, or guards that fall in love with inmates, because in that environment in itself there's already a power imbalance, because one of those people has had their freedom taken away from them, and that is the price that they will pay for the crimes that they have committed. And the other person is not only making sure that that person follows the rules of the prison, but they get to go home at the end of the day as well. So already a power imbalance, whether you throw in, extra perks or access to things within prison that the people might not have otherwise had access to had they not been sharing themselves sexually.
These people are people that they rely on for their everyday needs. It's not just like, oh, well, you can get a weekend release. It is literal things like, well, being let out of your cell and things like that. Every single thing you do is controlled by these people. So you have to be dependent on them. And I think that imbalance is why it's so shocking. But I also think that because we kind of have this feeling around prisoners, we don't want to talk about it, and we don't want to kind of say that this is happening. But by doing that, we are restricting how many people can come forward about this. And it's not just a female issue, it is a male issue as well. That has to be said. But I do think, especially in women's prisons, it's especially something that can be exploited.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I know that you have to dash off, Chantelle, so thank you so much for dipping in like a whirlwind and giving us this case and then leaving again. I think Chantelle has a video she's going to send us of this case with all of the details in. Please consider subscribing to Chantelle's show. You can find her all over social media.
I'm not usually this scatty.
And also you can find us both at CrimeCon in Glasgow in September. On September 10th. So please consider coming along to join us at CrimeCon. There was a few other CrimeCon podcast row members in the chat there as well.
Crimepedia and everything in there.
Yeah, come and join us at that event, and I'll talk about that a bit later on. So thank you so much, Chantelle, and I'll see you for drinks in a few weeks' time.
Yes, see you in a few weeks. Thank you. Bye.
See you later. Bye. Thank you. Right, so that was Chantelle Wilson of the Lady Justice True Crime Podcast, which you should definitely go and subscribe to and check out. I had a great time chatting with Chantelle and drinking with her at CrimeCon. What was really nice about the CrimeCon weekend was that it was other podcasters, so I could talk to them about the difficulties in podcasting. They were like, "Oh, tell me about it." And also Chantelle, she has a young family, so we were talking about podcasting with kids as well. So it was just nice. It was nice to connect with everybody. CrimeCon. Hi, Lizzie in the chat. So Lizzie, Little Birdie YouTube channel has a video coming up later on in the stream which we will put the links to for everyone to subscribe to. But she's doing deep dives into some really interesting subject matter using some of the cult recovery and identifying frameworks that people might recognize, such as the bite model. Yeah, it was amazing, John. It was amazing. Lizzie, are you in the UK? Because it's in September. It's on September 10th. It's in Glasgow. It's going to be amazing. It's incredible. I wish that I could. I wish that I could just explain how good it is, because it's like you watch these people on stage and then 10 minutes later you're drinking with them in the bar, or you're sitting down for dinner and they're on the table next to you, and you all just end up in a big conversation. It's not like going to watch somebody speak at like a or sing at a concert or anything like that, and they just leave the stage and then they move on. It's like a really immersive experience, and I really enjoyed my first one a few weeks back, and some of you will have seen the amazing collaborations that have taken place. I had a chat with one of the other hosts the other day, Sarah Ferris from Conning the Con. We did an episode on the similarities between cult leaders and con men, because her sister was conned out of 300,000 Australian dollars, or New Zealand dollars. Yeah, I would say probably New Zealand dollars. Is it dollars in New Zealand? Somebody tell me. Anyway, so that's coming out soon. Really interesting parallels between the techniques used between confidence people and people that recruit for cults. Yeah, I mean, by all means, come over to England for September. Let's go to CrimeCon. It's in Scotland, but that's only for a day. There is a CrimeCon happening again in London next June, and then there will be the annual one over in America. I think it's in Florida in next September. So I'd love to get invited to that one. I think there's so many friends over in America that would come and visit me at CrimeCon if we got invited to the one in September. As well as a lot of friends outside of the podcast that I have over in America. So we'll see if the podcast keeps growing. Maybe they'll be like, we need a cult podcast at CrimeCon. New Zealand dollars. Yes. Thank you, Brenda. Thank you for that. Right. Brilliant. So we've got our next guest. Dhyana is coming to join us soon. So I'll just quickly finish this coffee and we'll do another giveaway. What do we want to see next in the giveaway? I'll give you some options. We've got some Cult Vault swag. We've got two different books by Janja Lalich. We've got Faith Jones's 3 items that she's offered. A couple more books by Sean Atwood. A copy of Uncultured. We've got some Cult Vault merchandise, and we've got like Pokemon terrariums to give away. Amazing, made by my friend Violet, who lives in my local hometown. And she has an Etsy store, and she said that she'd pledged some Pokemon stuff. She makes them all by hand. She's got some really cool stuff on her Etsy store. So there's loads of different things that people have a chance of winning. Oh, Dhyana's already here. She's saying hello. I'm excited to chat in a few minutes' time. So if people let us know what they want to see next in the giveaway, I'll get that going. And also, I just wanted to quickly read through the list of people. I've missed a few donations, so I just wanted to go through the list. We have had Becca, Christy, Brenda, and Heather. Thank you so much. We've had John, Shelby, Lolly, and Patrick. Thank you. We've had Stephen, Chris, Erika, and Kevin. Imagine Erika's just been on the show and now she's pledging money to the giveaway. Erika and Kevin. So thank you very much for your donations. Lee, Laura, Brenda again. Thank you so much. I can't believe I missed that. I was just looking and I was like, that's the second donation. So you're entered into the giveaway twice. We said thank you to Hydron earlier. Eileen and Lizzie, thank you so much. I'm really blown away by the support. I can't wait to go to Kristyn and from the My Sound Choices and tell her how much money we've been able to make. So thank you all so much. I'm drawing all over my table cover here. Just that's the struggles of being left-handed. Anyone else in the chat relate to that? Have a black arm for life from writing, especially when you could only use pencils in school. You weren't allowed to use pens. So it was just black pencil all down my arm. Right, so Dhyana's in the lobby. We're going to get ready for our chat. And I'll just do one quick giveaway before we get started. And I will pick purple ink. Hey, all the lefties in the chat. I usually find in these environments that oh, Lisa, did you pledge? I haven't seen this. Also, my partner said, what time is it in America? What part of America, babe? Brenda's left-handed as well. I often find in these environments that the left-handers outweigh the right-handers. Oh, Lisa, I'm not seeing your pledge here. Maybe it's on its way. Still can't believe that Laura donated £100. I can't believe that. Oh, he means maybe people are finishing work and people will. Right. So, yes, the giveaway. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 names on the giveaway list. So, random number generator 1 to 14. Number 9. Who has won? Signed copy, Faith Jones's Cult Nun. Ooh, let's find out. Number 9 is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's Laura. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's Laura. Laura's won a signed copy of. I'm going to put it in the chat. She might not still be here, but Laura has won a signed copy of Faith Jones's book. Sex Cult Nun. Amazing. Amazing. So I'll need to get Laura's email address from her. Don't forget you can go over to I am Faith Jones on Instagram, and if you type in Cult Faults to a direct message to Faith, she had some special stuff to give away to people as well. And please consider subscribing to her YouTube channel, Faith Jones Author. All the links are in the chat. You can scroll through to find them. I should ask my moderators, Moderator Chris or Moderator Lee, to perhaps keep collecting links and just keep posting them into the chat occasionally with things that people might have missed. Right. So let me get my page. Also, I've missed a video as well, so I'm going to play that a bit later. I've missed T's video, so I'll make sure I get to that. So before we let Dhyana into the room, Dhyana Levey grew up on a commune connected to the United Lodge of Theosophists, and now hosts the podcast Generation Cult, an interview show about people who grew up in high demand groups and how they acclimated to mainstream society after they left. She has a bachelor's degree in journalism and worked as a newspaper reporter in California and overseas for about 15 years before becoming a freelance writer for magazines and websites in the San Francisco Bay Area. She recently received her MSc in the Psychology of Coercive Control at the University of Salford. So please, everybody, give a warm welcome to Dhyana.
Hi.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. We're off to a good start. We're out the gate.
All right.
Amazing. Right. Thank you so much for being here, Dhyana. How are you doing today? You having a good day so far?
Yeah, pretty good day. Yeah, a little busy, but that's fine.
Good. It's getting nice and late here now, but it's exciting because I feel like we're really getting into things as we go here. So I will formally introduce you to everybody, and we can get right into things.
Okay.
So hello, Dhyana, and welcome to the stream. Thank you for agreeing to come and chat with me today live on this broadcast. After we connected at the recent ICSA conference and I got the chance to watch your panel on cults and media stereotypes, I was excited when you agreed to come and talk to the listeners about all of this as well. So would you like to start by introducing yourself to the listeners?
Yeah, sure. Hi, everyone. I'm Janja Levey. I host the podcast Generation Cult, which you mentioned. It's an interview show about people who have left, who grew up in cults and left. Working on my third season now. It's not out yet, but I am working on it. My professional background is as a journalist, like you mentioned. I come from newspaper reporting, then freelance for a while. Still just finished freelancing and just recently took a full-time job at a publication. And over the pandemic, I attended the Psychology of Coercive Control program in the UK from my home in Oakland, California. So that was an interesting experience. So I recently got that degree. And yeah, I grew up in a commune. Happy to talk a little more about it, but yeah, that's me.
Absolutely. I definitely want to talk about all of those things that you've just mentioned there. Yes, absolutely. Congratulations on your completion of your master's degree. I know we've spoken about it in our own little private chat, but I am looking forward to bringing your perspective to the listeners on that course as well. So as we're going to be focusing on women in high demand groups during this stream, you are somebody who has experienced an environment that might be looked at as cult-like or coercive. Is that right?
Yeah. I mean, I would say so. I always feel this need to put a little side note and be like, what I was raised in wasn't as extreme as other people. So I always can't help but, throw that in there. However, that said, I think a lot of the psychological pressure that was used, is similar to other groups that, were more well known. So basically, it was a really small commune in Southern California. Probably about 100 people at its height, maybe about 20 children. And we studied something called theosophy. It dates back to 1875. H.P. Blavatsky, it started the Theosophical Society. Our group is a branch of a branch off of that. I could go into it, but it would be really boring. So that was kind of the ideology. One reason, I feel like it did become cult-like was that we did have a charismatic leader. So we had someone who was like the guy, he was we called him the great teacher. He was from India. He kind of dictated what we did. So I think that's where some of the control aspects came in. He decided where we lived, like how we ate. At some point he had our parents sleeping in separate bedrooms. It was just like a lot of little control things. So that's how I was raised until I was about 18.
And you are a second generation adult?
Yes. I was born into it. And again, I keep wanting to throw these qualifying things in there. It wasn't all like horrible, like, oh, it was nice being raised on a commune with like other kids my age, and I liked some of the people. So there were some definite upsides. I wasn't completely isolated. We were like right downtown. I went to public school, so I had like one foot in mainstream society and the other in this group, and I kind of didn't fit in either place. So that was a little tough. And then also the group started kind of falling apart when I was a teenager. So it kind of changed forms. And then when I was old enough to move out of the house, I just bailed. So
by the time you reached the age where you were old enough to move out, you had already become sort of disenchanted with the commune lifestyle.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, things got a little less intense after it started falling apart because some people did denounce our leader and a lot of people just took off. And I feel like once that happened, some of the control went down. Like I didn't feel as controlled by it. A lot of people left. We didn't. We stayed on one of the commune properties. And yeah, I just, there was still a certain amount of influence. I did feel, pretty controlled in my own home. And so I just needed to like get out. So I just, when I was of legal age, I I took off. So that's kind of where I put the end point of being in this group.
Right.
For me.
And I know that when we spoke in our Zoom call a few weeks back, that we were talking about your experiences and how you don't, in your work, don't tend to focus on your own story so much as the guests that you speak to on your show. So the questions that I wrote for our session today kind of mirrored that as well, just not to kind of go into your whole life experiences, but to maybe talk about if some of those experiences growing up influenced where you are today and your interest in the things that you're involved in. So when was it after you left that you began getting involved in reporting and the media?
Pretty quickly. I mean, I had to get myself through college, which was kind of tough. There wasn't a lot of money, but so I went to community college first and then transferred to San Francisco State and did their journalism program. So I went to school for journalism. I just liked media. I was pretty good at writing. So I just kind of pursued that. And then I did graduate, and then I kind of clawed my way into my first newspaper job. I started writing obituaries and then working at night, like covering the night cops beat. And then I got kind of a career boost when he's my husband now, but my boyfriend at the time and I moved to Cambodia and worked for a newspaper over there. And then came back, and then I started, working more regularly for other publications.
So you'd always had an interest in journalism and the media and writing, you said as well. So was this something that started before you left the commune?
Yeah, probably. I mean, I we did have some nice activities that the kids would do, on Saturday mornings, and I think there were some writing activities, and I felt like a comfortable space for me.
Right.
Also, I mentioned I did go to public school. Like I just, I wasn't so great at math, but like the English, the writing, I just was able to do. So,
Right.
so yeah, it was something I just kind of had growing up.
And you're left-handed as well. I feel like we're like the same person right now. I cannot do math. I hate it.
And
I hate it. No, thank you.
I totally hear you on the like black hand, the black side of the hand when you're trying to write and like you're smearing everything. Like
it looks like you've purposefully like blacked out all of the things you're trying to write in pencil. But no, it's just it's hard. It's hard work being left-handed.
It is, and then you have like this mark right here. So yeah.
So you have your podcast Generation Cult, and in terms of kind of your exit from the commune and then your journey with your boyfriend, now husband, into traveling, writing, becoming more involved in reporting and the media, when did you decide to launch your podcast?
That was, I mean, I want to say recently, but I guess it's been several years. I know time really just, went fast. So basically my relationship with my upbringing was almost non-existent after I left. I kind of didn't really understand what the group was. Like when I was raised, it was kind of impressed on us to like not talk about it. So it was like having this secret, but like not a fun secret, like an embarrassing one. So, so I feel like I was already really conditioned to not talk about it. And that extended to when I left. And for a long time, I was like, oh, well, that didn't happen. I'm just going to go, get on with my life. So I didn't even talk about it. I didn't really explore it. I would chat with some of my friends who also grew up in the group, and we'd like, if we were alone, we'd talk about it. But even then we had somebody overhear us and be like, you guys grew up in a cult? Were you Satanists? Like people get the wrong impression.
Absolutely.
quiet about it. And then, so I didn't want to deal with it. I just didn't want to think about it. And I think what happened was that I became a mom. I had my daughter 11 years ago. And around that time, I think that made me kind of go over my own childhood. And I was kind of like, what happened?
Yeah.
What was that
Yeah.
all about? So I had this idea to maybe write a book about the group I was raised in, which hasn't happened yet. And so I started going and like interviewing people. I'm still in touch with people from the group, and so I interviewed them, and then at some point wanted to learn more about cults in general, and became connected with ICSA, the International Cultic Studies Association. Then I started meeting other people who were raised in different groups, thought like, wow, we all have a lot of similarities, and just found these conversations with these people fascinating. So I switched my focus. And at some point I decided that having people actually hear their voices instead of just reading, an interview just felt more powerful. So I learned some audio stuff, and just decided to just turn the whole project into a podcast.
It's great as well. I was listening to a few episodes. At first I was like, if I listen to the episode, I'll know how to pronounce Dhyana's name correctly, and seem super prepared. But also then I think once you start listening to other people's work, you just continue to listen to their work, especially in this field, if it's speaking to your passions and interests. So that's Generation Cult, which is available all over the place. One of my moderators will pop a link to that for anybody that wants to go and subscribe. Although some of you probably are already subscribed and know exactly who Dhyana is. So this whole introduction part is brilliant. So can you talk us some of the guests you've had on the show, and some episodes that you have released on the subject of women in high demand groups?
Yeah. I mean, first of all, just overall, the majority. Oh, someone said they love my show. Thank you, Lisa. Just the show. The majority of the people I've had on the show have been women. I mean, I have had some men on the show, but it just, for whatever reason, more women I've connected with, more women have talked about it with me. And I think that's significant in a way, that I've just kind of had more women in general. I mean, that could be due to a lot of other factors, but anyway, yes, I felt like overall cults, and I mean, this isn't like every cult, but so many of them have this like patriarchal cloud over them, depending on, I mean, it doesn't even have to be the Bible-based groups, like even the Eastern-based groups, like there always seems to be some sort of like the man is in charge kind of thing. But specifically, my first episode ever in my first season was about a woman who, as a child, was sent off to an ashram in India to be part of this Eastern-based group. And women were definitely second-class citizens. I mean, they were even punished for having periods. If someone was on their period, they were like unclean, and no one could touch them. And this girl, she actually broke her arm, and her mom wasn't even allowed to like go interact with her, because her mom was on her period at the time. So it was like, it was just like female things were just like used against you. And then
right.
Yeah. And then also just, since children were neglected, there was some sexual abuse as well. So that was just one example. I have many, many more.
Moderator Chris is stepping out. Thanks, Chris. I appreciate your help with everything. I always say that that's something I don't understand, how, and this is in an episode that's coming out in a couple of weeks' time, a specific conversation around women and their periods and being seen as unclean when a woman is on her period, but then also you use a woman's body to pleasure yourself against the woman's will when she's not on her period. So how unclean can I don't know. It's really difficult to and I know it's all about power and control, and making people painting people in a certain light so that other people will treat them in that same way.
Yeah.
But a lot of these groups encourage big families, which of course wouldn't be possible if women weren't having their periods.
Yeah, exactly. I know it's nonsensical. It just all these rules. It's like it's just all about control. I mean, who benefits here, you know?
So this was
Yeah.
episode 1 of your
Yeah. This is
very
episode
first
1.
episode. So already some
Mhm.
strong themes coming through around how women in particular might be treated differently in high demand environments.
Absolutely. Also, I'm just trying to think, there's so many episodes with examples of, unfortunately, of, you know, how women were treated in certain groups. I mean, you know, I've noticed a lot of problematic behavior in the Bible-based groups. They do seem to be a bit patriarchal, like the cults. And again, not a broad generalization. This isn't every group, but just people who have come my way, like the stories I've heard. It seems to be like that. You know, I've had several guests on who grew up in the Jehovah's Witnesses, and that is a very man-centric. You know, women aren't allowed to teach. There appears to be a lot of double standards. You know, if a man is caught cheating or has sex before marriage, it's kind of like not as big a deal. But if a woman does something like that, she's like, you know, a horrible person, or, you know, has to like go through all this stuff and be sat down in a room and talk, you know, be like interrogated by these older men. I've heard several horror stories about that. So that was a big one. I felt like where women were not treated, or are not treated well.
Yeah. I completely echo everything that you've said around sort of the Jehovah's Witnesses, in terms of, I think there was one particular episode I did where I spoke to Black Sheep was the pseudonym that she used. So hello, Black Sheep, if you're listening. And I often refer back to this example of how, first of all, she was married to somebody that she didn't want to be married to. He was a gay man who would go out and have relations with people. And she was kind of happy enough with the arrangement because she was pressured into getting married at a young age within the Jehovah's Witnesses. So, you know, she chose someone that she got on with as a friend, as opposed to somebody that she might not have had any interest with whatsoever. So she said she was his beard. So which is a slang term for, you know, covering somebody's sexuality by pretending to be their their sexual partner. So as somebody of the female gender, she was married to this man who was going to have sexual relationships with men. But then she ended up in an abusive environment when she wanted to leave. And there were physical altercations that broke out, and she was basically told that she would have to stay. The shepherd said that the elders said that she wouldn't be able to leave and that she would have to testify. But years previously, she'd been sexually abused repeatedly by somebody that lived on her property, on a farm property. And when she went to the elders to tell them about this, she was forced to sit in front of her abuser and explain in excruciating detail. And people all sometimes say that it almost seems like it's for the elders' self-gratification because they ask for so much specific detail.
Yeah.
I don't know whether that's true or not. Maybe it is.
I don't know, but I've heard that too. Yeah. No, I've heard horror stories like
it's
that.
awful.
Too.
So she sits down and then the elders say that you know, the 2-witness rule for a start. There needed to be a 2-witness rule, and because nobody saw the abuse taking place, they're not sure whether to believe her or not. And secondly, if the abuse did happen, then the perpetrator will answer to Jehovah, and that was the extent of his punishment. So of course, when she ended up in this abusive environment later on, she just felt like she couldn't do anything about it. And it's awful to think about the types of people in those environments who feel like they can't either.
Yeah, no, that's so true. And I mean, it's really hard because when somebody is in a group that's isolated, and I don't even necessarily mean physically isolated, just isolated, I guess, socially, or, you know, they only interact with their people that they go to church with, or what have you. A lot of times it's so insular that, like, if something like that happens, it always just gets kept within the group. So even if the group is like, no, you can't abuse people, like if something happens and someone tries to report it and deal with it, it's like, oh, you'll answer to Jehovah. Like, nobody calls the police, no one reaches outside for resources. So I think that that's just another thing that, like, in some ways, I don't want to say encourages people to abuse, but I mean, I guess maybe in a certain way it does, because they know there's not going to be consequences.
Yeah, perhaps encourages the environment to exist, or to at least begin to exist in those ways. I'm not sure, but you mentioned so many different oppressive practices that take basis in religious-based groups. Women aren't allowed to speak at services. Women aren't allowed to approach the pulpit. Women have to wear coverings over their heads. Women aren't allowed to speak or play instruments or sing, or sometimes that's what they're not allowed to do. They're not allowed any other than to, you know, take care of the children or to conduct the music sessions. So these are just examples, broad examples that have been mentioned across the show. And if anybody's tuning in and wondering why we're focusing specifically on women, this is in response to the political and social and religious climate over in America at the moment, and just the general discussion around women's autonomy, and as Faith was saying, ownership over our own and property ownership over our own bodies. So that's just basically why we're focusing on that in this stream, which is why I asked Dhyana about specific examples that she might be able to call upon in her experiences with interviews with survivors. What about in terms of the group that you grew up in? Were there identifiable systems in place to kind of oppress women or to create a power imbalance between genders?
Well, I mean, there was nothing overt. I don't, you know, there were no rules like men can do this, women can do this. Like, there was nothing like that. I mean, I guess I did feel like men tended to just have more power in the hierarchical structure. So I think just like the way it was set up, and honestly, like, I'm not sure. This also just could be a matter of being raised in the 80s and 90s, because the 80s and 90s were super sexist too. So I don't know if I can completely blame it on the group, but I don't know. I you know, I felt a bit lesser than, because I was a woman, or I was a girl. You know, I know for me, there was a lot of pressure to look a certain way, to be skinny. I got a lot of grief about my weight. And I don't think that would have happened if I was a boy. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but so I think that things that were focused on were, I don't know. I mean, I've been thinking about that a lot lately, and I don't think it's overt, but I do think that, you know, I did experience some of that here and there.
Yeah. It's interesting. Nicole has said hello to both of us in the chat. Hi, Nicole.
Hi.
Thanks for tuning in. I would say that women are more controlled in certain groups. Even just looking at infamous cults, if you look at the Anthill Kids, and you look at, you know, I was just listening to, and Erin's going to be joining us to Erin Robbins' episode, A Little Bit Culty, where she was talking about how Bhagwan Shree Rajneesh had an inner circle of women that he exploited, even though he was seen as somebody that I practiced celibacy, is what I got from the documentary. That's how it came across to me. And then John said that women are the ones who take down cults, and listed some amazing people there. And it's interesting because you said at the start of the episode that you have had more women speak on your show than men. And I wonder if that is a symptom of women being more controlled in these environments, and now that they are no longer in those environments, they come forward to take back some of that power, perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, that could be it. Yeah, just one thing that's really, I I feel like has been an ongoing theme throughout doing the show is that how much women in like all across different groups are treated like property. And I find that, a little disturbing. I mean, several of my guests have discussed a culture of arranged marriages in their groups. I've had people from Unification Church, a group called 3HO, Children of God, like there are these arranged marriages, and it's not just that like someone's like, you marry that person. It's like this really young girl and this like way older guy, and in some cases it almost seems like this like super young, even underage girl is like a prize for this older guy who's like done stuff for the group. And I feel like I've had people explain scenarios like that to me like so many times in interviews where I didn't even expect it. Like I didn't even know that group had done stuff like that. So that was actually a little surprising to me.
Wow. Yeah, it's definitely concerning when you hear things like that, because you wonder how young people in those environments can come and have these conversations and try to understand their environments. My Sound Choices, which is the nonprofit that we're raising money for with this stream, their initial ethos was to help individuals escaping forced polygamy. And so anybody that's recently watched the popular Netflix documentary Keep Sweet, Pray and Obey will be able to understand what Kristyn Decker means when she talks about forced polygamy, especially those parts of America and Utah specifically. And they say in the documentary that young girls were the currency of the realm. And so the boys were just turfed out and trafficked to generate money by doing labor all over the country and sometimes outside of the country, because they needed them to make money, but they needed to keep giving the young girls away to the older men. So they had no need for the younger boys. So the Lost Boys is a horrifically tragic soul that comes from these forced polygamist arrangements that take place with these young vulnerable women in those parts of Utah and some parts of Texas, which again comes back to why we're hosting the stream today. So thank you for indulging me in that little bit of conversation there, Dhyana. And then of course you created the podcast, and then you enrolled, studied and graduated from the University of Salford, taking the master's degree in the psychology of coercive control. So tell us about your whole journey, the decision to enroll, what that was like.
Yeah, I mean, I can honestly say I didn't see that one coming. I still consider myself a journalist. I've had this whole career. I did think like it would be nice to go back and get a higher degree at some point, but I didn't know what, and I don't know. I didn't know. And then I had found out about this MSc program in the UK, the Psychology of Coercive Control. It's the only one of its kind that like focuses on coercive control, as far as I know. So that did pique my interest. But I live in California. And I have a family, and I was like, well, I can't, move to the UK like right now. Like that's just not going to work for me. So I never thought I would do it. But then the pandemic hit, and the professors who run it ended up making it online, and they wanted to make it accessible, obviously, for people during the pandemic, but they also wanted people like me, like other people who live in Canada or like different, all throughout the United States, to be able to attend the program. And so I did it. So I went through the program, and it was really interesting. So that's kind of how I ended up going back to school at this age. And I'm glad I did. Yeah, I mean, it was really nice to, you do get educated when you interview people and talk to people, obviously, but like actually sitting down and like reading studies and, really, really learning. Like, I mean, I feel like I am so much more knowledgeable about this topic because of it.
Do you Do you remember sort of knowing what to expect when you went into the course in terms of the content you'd be covering, or was it something different than you thought it would be once you really got into the studies?
Well, I mean, I wasn't surprised in the sense that it was about coercive groups. So, like, obviously, we discussed cults, and what was surprising was how much coercive control extended to other groups. So, we didn't just talk about cults. We talked about trafficking victims. We talked about domestic abuse, about one-on-one relationships. We talked about gangs. And what was surprising to me was how much the tactics used were used in other contexts, were used in other people felt coerced in like things I had never even thought about, like sports. We had a whole lecture about coercive control in sports and how these coaches have all this control over these young girls,
right? And,
yeah, can just treat them a certain way, and I just it just brought up stuff I hadn't really connected. So there were some surprises there. Yeah.
I often go back to that documentary about the abuses taking place with the
Yes.
was it the physio?
Larry, what was his name? I know I wanted to mention it, but I couldn't remember his name.
Yeah, so the
yeah, that was a really
documentary
good
that
documentary.
focused on the, so I sometimes come back to that and I think, oh, is that does it link? But then of course, as you've just said there, of course it absolutely does.
Oh yeah, it absolutely does. In fact, for a class assignment, I had to write some essay, and one of my topics was coercive control in sports. And I even like went back and watched that documentary. And of course, there's tons of information now about what happened. So it was easy to dig up.
Yeah. Wow.
But yeah,
things like dance mums as well. I think you could probably look at that and say, is that coercion?
Yeah, exactly.
Wow. So you're going into this and your world is being opened up into the idea that coercion really exists in all types of environments, and there's a lot more that we can do to understand the subject of coercion, not just specifically in the cultic universe, so to speak.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and again, like it was good to study these concepts beyond cults, because I mean, obviously I find cults fascinating. However, I think that once you realize where all these tactics are used, you can see it in so many other places, and it just really shows how relevant the topic is.
Yeah, absolutely. Wow, that sounds great. So there's two leaders of the course, is that right? Rod and Linda?
Yeah. Rod and Linda are great. Yeah, I didn't know them super well before I went and did the course. We kind of knew of each other. I've been involved in the International Cultic Studies Association. I've given presentations. I think they had heard about my podcast.
Yeah.
And then I heard about the program and kind of connected with them, and then decided to apply. But yeah. I'm glad it exists. It's fascinating.
So the MSc in Salford, it's available for English students, but also international students, but also remote international students. So if it was something that people were to consider and then think, oh, but I can't just move across to a different country, there is a way to do it if you want to stay. So talk us through the logistics of how you were able to complete that degree without actually being in Salford.
Yeah, well, at first I was thinking, oh, this is going to be tricky because they're like 8 hours ahead of me. So, however, Rod and Linda really tried to make it accessible for people like me on the West Coast. And the lectures were all recorded, so you didn't have to get up in the middle of the night to go to the lectures. Although I did a few times because there was a guest lecture I wanted to say hi to, or I like wanted to participate in real time, because you can participate, you know, over the internet. And so I, you know, there were a few days that I like got up at 4 a.m. and told everyone in my house I'm on British time, let me sleep, you know. But generally you like didn't have to do that. You could go to these recorded lectures. And then also they had a certain meeting day. In my case, it was like Mondays, where it was like 8 o'clock in the UK and like noon here. So I was able to attend, you know, live and interact, and we could discuss things and answer questions. So it was really nice to have that too, because it's different when you're watching a recorded thing. Like,
oh yeah, like I wonder now, like John's just put there, who were the guest lecturers? I mean, if you were listening to this conversation recorded back like you would do with a typical podcast episode, you might be like, I really want to know the answers to this question, and John can ask this question right now, but you might forget to email the hosts and be like, hey, can you tell me more about this? So I see what you mean about, you know, wanting to attend some of the recordings live. But if you couldn't, then there was always the option to watch them back later. So I don't know if you could talk to us a little bit about who the guest lecturers were.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. I mean, I know one of the lecturers who I actually like. I got up in the middle of the night to go see because I know her and I wanted to say hi. Jilly Jacobson. She was a lecturer, and Alexandra Stein, I think, was one of them. Oh my God, there were a ton of guest lecturers. It was great. I'm sorry. I wish I had a list of names.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I think that was enough to kind of answer John's question. So Alexandra Stein's another fantastic individual working as an expert in the field, and Julie Jenkinson is a cult recovery therapist, specifically focusing on cult recovery. I believe. So amazing. Really making use of individuals that, you know, because Julie Jenkinson's in the UK, so it's nice that they're able to invite local experts in to talk about that as well. Amazing. So you're kind of navigating your way through the different time zones. You're learning loads of new things on the course, and then you have to choose what you're going to base your research paper on. So please talk us through all of that as well.
Sure. So I wanted to do something that kind of combined my two interests. I had a background in media and was also super interested in cults, so I wanted to kind of like squish that together. So what I ended up doing was a study about how people who have left cults are affected by watching media about cults. So yeah, to elaborate, like just I mean, anything you can think of where you've seen something about cults, whether it's like those docuseries or a book or
wow. So this is specific movies, though, to survivors of cultic coercion. So not just me as an individual who's watching like Midsummer, like, wow, this is about a cult. It's more
that movie.
That
movie messed me up for days. I'm not even it was about people it was for people who you had to have been in a cult for 2 years at least. And basically it was meant to gauge whether or not people were affected negatively by watching, you know, portrayals of cults or even live interviews or reading books about it, and whether or not people felt, I mean, did people think that it was, you know, biased? Did people think it was unfair? Did it make them feel bad? Did they love it? Were they like, this is great, I feel seen, you know? So it was about like, did it affect them in like a real way as they recover from their cult experience? Did it cause them more anxiety? Did it cause them to feel bad about themselves? So that was basically the study.
That sounds so interesting. I mean, before you locate your participants, you have to go through ethics. Is that right?
Yeah, it's a whole process. Yeah.
So talk us through what the ethics stuff looks like, because it's not, you can't just walk up to people and say, hey, come and be part of my study.
Yeah, no, you know, you have to start early, and like, yeah, trying to juggle your time during this was hard because I'm kind of like an uptight, like I need everything on time. I need to turn everything, it's like a newspaper thing. Everything
Right.
needs to happen when I say it does. So I got started working on the ethics application, and it's like this application where you talk about what you're going to be researching. I just different questions about that, what you're going to do if
Yeah.
you know, if somebody's distressed. And so it was this whole document I had to turn in. And, you know, while I was working on it, I was like doing my other assignments for class. So it was kind of like crunch
Wow.
time.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have to wait to be approved, which fortunately I feel like it didn't take that long. I mean, and they'll come back with questions. Like one of the questions for mine was like, will you even have enough people who have been in cults to do this study?
Oh.
And it was like,
You're
yeah,
like,
there
how
are a
many
lot
episodes
of
into your
people who've been in
podcast were you at this point? You're like, well, I'm
cults.
50 episodes into my podcast, so.
I wish. I wish. Yeah. So that, you know, they came back with questions. And then you had to, you know, address that, and then you get ethical approval. And then yeah, you have to start finding participants. And so
Wow.
that's a whole thing.
Right. So everyone's like chomping at the bit to hear guys, you have to paint the whole picture. You can't just, I shouldn't say guys, people, you have to paint the whole picture. You can't just jump in at the end. You have to build the story up first. So you've got your ethics approval, and then you go to source your participants, and you said there was 4 in total. So can you give us kind of like a brief summary of the participants?
Oh, no, there weren't 4 participants. I ended up having 82 total
Whoa, I thought you
participants.
said
Yeah.
4. Where did I get that number
No.
from then? 4
I
something.
don't know. I don't know.
Right. Oh my
I did
goodness.
mention
80.
that
Whoa.
I had 5, each person did 5 surveys. Maybe I don't know.
Right.
Maybe that's
Oh
got
my
confused.
goodness.
So
So
yeah, the 82 people, which I know it sounds like a lot, but honestly, it wasn't enough. Like I feel like the study would be so much better if I did it again with twice as many
right.
people. So
So
that's
did you like call for participants in the way, you know, we see a lot of people will post, you know, like Dhyana's looking for participants of her study. She's doing this course. They need to fit these parameters. If you're interested, please contact. Is it kind of like that? People just share it across their social media?
Yeah, basically. Yeah, I definitely hit up all my social media options. Twitter, I shamelessly used the Generation Cult website. I was like, the host is doing a study,
Yes,
participate, you know,
absolutely.
like anything I
Yeah,
could do to get
definitely.
people. I got a lot of help from ICSA as far as sending it out. Cult News 101 sent out information about my study. That was really, really helpful. And it was all done online. So
Right.
people who wanted to participate um, would just click on a link and just go to it. And then they had 5 different surveys that they would take. And again, it was just all online. So yeah, I just had to get participants. Again, totally happy to get 82. Wish I had more. For a quantitative study like I was doing, 82 participants isn't actually that many. You know, again, I wish I had more, but yeah, I did get that many
Wow.
people to participate. So
So once you had the results of the surveys from all of the participants, how was it that
yeah.
you, oh my goodness, this is where it's good to have like a background in journalism or reporting, because you're really good at stitching all the parts together to create like an easy like narrative. I just don't know, how would you put that all together?
Oh, like the whole dissertation or
Yeah,
just
how did you use the results? And then obviously everybody wants to know what the results told you as well.
yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, unfortunately, I had to do math. I had to do statistics. So that was probably my biggest challenge, was just having to get over myself and like basically relearn statistics. I hadn't taken a
Oof.
statistics class since my undergrad, which was like, oh my God, like 20 years ago or something. So we used this. So basically there were 4 like established surveys, and one that gauged people's anxiety levels, one that gauged depression, a larger one that gauged well-being, like people's personal well-being, and then another one that was actually created by Rod from the program, the extent of group identity. So it looks at how much somebody identified with the group. So people took all those surveys, and then I had to end up creating my own survey. The media, I created this media exposure survey because there just wasn't anything out there to gauge how much people participate in media about cults. Like there's nothing about, I mean, there's lots of studies out there about the effect of media on people, but like nothing specifically about people who've been in cults.
Right.
There were no questionnaires. So I put together this questionnaire, and it basically asked people, like, first of all, how much do you read, watch, listen to books or, whatever about cults? Because, like, obviously if somebody's not reading or watching or listening, like I don't know how much they're going to tell me in the study. So it was like how much they consume it, whether it's fiction or nonfiction, and then questions pertaining to, I felt like when I watched this, I felt like I was treated unfairly, or like it was on the scale of like how, yes, I agree or not. So basically the media exposure survey was compared to the results of the other 4 surveys, and through that we kind of lined up to see if one thing had a correlation with the other, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. That sounds so interesting, especially when you think about how some people, when they come to chat on the podcast, will say, when I left my cult, I read and watched and devoured everything. So it'd be interesting to find somebody that's has some trepidation about jumping into things, and other people who are at that stage where they're just inhaling as much as they can. Oh wow, okay, amazing.
Yeah, that's something that's always really stood out to me. Is really interesting because I went through it myself when it was way after I left my group, and I had first decided to start like digging into this whole thing, like what was I raised in, and then at a certain point when I realized like, oh, it's not just a commune, there was a coercive aspect, it was a cult, like I went down the rabbit hole of cult information and movies and all of that, and it was like so intense, and it lasted for so long, and I just like binged everything related to cults, and then I started talking to other people and they've gone through the exact same thing. So I just found that like a fascinating thing that people tend to do, and I did kind of have that in the back of my mind when I was doing the study, because I did want to know, like, did it make you feel better, or did it make you feel awful, like how did it, like, did this help you at all, like?
So what would you say were your main conclusions or takeaways from the from the study?
Yeah, so the strongest results were within the psychological well-being study. So we didn't get strong results in the areas of like people actually feeling like they were caused more anxiety or depression by watching this. But where all the results I had, they were in this psychological well-being survey. So we did find that people who consumed a lot of media about cults and they felt like it was fair and accurate, they actually felt worse about their own sense of progress in life. So that was one of the big things. Another one was the more someone consumed media about cults, the worse they felt about their relationships with other people. So that was one. One that was surprising was people actually felt better about their own senses of autonomy. Which I didn't expect, but perhaps an observation was perhaps the person felt isolated, and so they felt comfortable with themselves, and then if they saw stuff about cults, it, I don't know, made them feel better about their own sense of autonomy. I don't know, like a lot of this is just observation, but those were the strongest results as far as how it affected people.
Wow. Okay. So you were able to look at the surveys and you were able to look at the responses and you were able to actively say, I can see that there is some
Yeah,
type of trend or some
yeah,
correlation here. And then
absolutely.
you took those results and had to write them into how many words was it?
Oh my God. I don't know, like 15,000 words. Like it was
Oh gosh.
crazy. Like I'm used to writing, but not long. Like I write, 800-word articles or or
Oh
something.
my
So, and then
goodness.
also academic writing is so much different than like journalism writing. So that I had to, it was a
Wow.
learning curve. So,
Oh, definitely, definitely. Oh my
yeah.
goodness, that sounds amazing though. So you finished your dissertation and you
Mhm.
submitted it, and that was over this year,
Yeah, yeah. Is it this? It was. I mean, I think it was. I submitted it in 2021. I think I
right?
technically graduated this year. But
And do you want to share
yeah.
your results with us, or would you rather not?
What, like, how I graduated, or
Yeah,
like?
your grades.
Oh, they were good. I graduated with distinction,
Yeah,
so I was
that's
happy
amazing.
about that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's so good. Oh my
I
goodness.
know.
So then you're qualified. So you just put MSc with all these letters behind your name now.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, I'm not used to putting letters behind my name. Like, I'm used to just being Dhyana Levey. I did it for the conference because everyone else was throwing letters
Yeah,
behind their name, and I was like,
absolutely.
I want
I'd
to
want
fit in.
everybody to know. I'd be like, yes, I've just completed this
Yeah.
master's degree with distinction.
Yeah, and I still have like a little bit of like imposter syndrome about it, because it was like, what am I doing speaking about like a study, like a scientific study that I did? Like,
Mm.
how did this happen? So,
I feel like we need to do a whole podcast just on the topic of imposter syndrome, because every single
oh my
time I click upload with my show, I'm like, I probably shouldn't be doing a podcast
God.
about
It
cults
makes
if
me feel
I've never
better, me
been in
too.
one. I mean, it's wild. It's I don't know. I speak about it with people all of the time. But the subject that you've said that a recurring theme you found was women owning their own bodies or their own property, or women being seen as property within the groups that they were in. And that is directly linked to what Faith Jones was talking about with the I Own Me framework that she's created around women owning their bodies, which is owning their property. And that's very similar to what Erika was saying in her in the first panel of the. She hasn't spoken a little bit in the chat, so she might have fallen asleep. She did promise she was going to stay up with me all night, but I think that's a bit too much to ask for. So I think, and then when Erika mentioned that there was no there was no autonomy for the women in her group as well. This is why I wanted to do the stream, because I was just thinking it just all blends together and overlaps so much that I feel like it's a really important topic to discuss. But I've spoken to yourself about the Salford course. I spoke to Chris
Hmm.
Shelton, and I spoke to
Oh,
Ashlyn as
great.
well, Ashlyn Hillard. So we were like,
Oh, great. I
I've
love
been
those are
doing
my
the round.
friends.
Yeah, they're
That's
your
great. I'm
peers as
glad you
well.
talked
You all
to them. They are.
graduated.
And
So
they're
I've
both on
been
my show, this next season. So
amazing. So
you'll hear more about them.
that's so exciting. That's so exciting. Moderator Lee, can we have another link to Generation Cult in the chat, please?
Mhm.
So I am so interested in the master's course, and I've spoken to my partner about it, and it just looks amazing. I've spoken to all three of you about the different modules included in the course and what was difficult and what was easy. So who knows, maybe I'll be doing another live stream in a few months' time to raise money for my further education. But it sounds amazing. Your research and work sounds amazing. A few people have asked if your dissertation is public and if they can
It's
access that.
not. I haven't published it. I've talked to my professors about possibly getting it published somewhere, but I haven't done that yet. What I did at the conference, I just, if someone, you can just email me and I'll send it to you if you want to look at it. I don't
Yeah.
know. I don't know what else to do with it. Like, it's not. again, it's like it's not anywhere publicly.
Right.
Not like I mean, I don't have a problem with it being public, but yeah,
So
if you want to
people
see
can
it, if you want to
access it.
read,
Amazing.
yeah, if people want
So
to read the whole big document, you know, go for it. I'll send it to you.
get 15,000 words on these study results. I have a copy of it. I think you sent me. Did you send me a
Oh,
copy of it?
that's right.
Yes,
Yeah,
you
I
did.
did. Yes, yes, yes. Share
So
it. It's fine.
people can ask. Well, people can go to Dhyana's website, Generation Cult, to get in touch with her, or you can ask me for Dhyana's email address and get in touch that way. I know I speak to the majority of people in the chat via social media and email. So, can you give us a brief summary of your International Cultic Studies Association panel? I went to the panel. I thought it was really interesting. It was so interesting. We created a group the next day to continue the discussion outside of the panel, which was, again, interesting for me. I was only listening in because I had the baby in one arm and the toddler running around. But can you tell us what you focused on with your ICSA panel? Was it just talking about the results of your course, or did you look at something specific with your cults and media stereotypes panel?
I focus mostly on the results. Again, like I've presented with the International Cultic Studies Association before, but never as an academic. I still just don't see myself as an academic. So I was kind of struggled with like figuring out how to present this work. I kind of I started out by talking about first of all, like what it was like. Just I kind of started with the lead, like a newspaper article. I'm like, these were my results, this is what I found, now let's talk about what I did and why I did it. So that's kind of how it was set up. And I did talk a little bit about myself, like why would I do this study, and you know, I have a media background, and also I grew up in a cult, and you know, I also, you know, have a podcast. So I did talk a little bit myself, and then I kind of just discussed the process I went through for getting participants, and you know what we ended up observing. I even discussed some stuff that I wrote about in my literature review, which involved going back and trying to find anything that's ever been written basically about the topics I was interested in. And what I ended up coming upon was a lot of information about how cults were covered in the media since the 1950s. And basically like how the public perception of them changed over time. And that was really fascinating to me. So I had, you know, I discussed that a bit during the presentation as well.
Well, what would you say was the biggest change between the 1950s? Do you have one thing into how things have changed that way?
Yeah, the biggest thing, and I don't think this will really surprise anybody, the biggest thing was Jonestown. I mean, that just really like because in the 50s, basically, it was like, oh, what are these groups? Like, oh, they're exotic and interesting, and what is this? It was like kind of like, oh, this is interesting, and you know, what is this? And then and more as you got through the 60s, people were like, I don't know. And then you got into the 70s and people started to be a little more like apprehensive, like what are they doing, like why, you know, it started to become a little more negative. And then when the Jonestown tragedy happened, I believe that was 1979, 1978, it was like after that, it was like anything about cults was like the cult menace. Like, you know, it just like, it really, really changed everything as far as how people saw them publicly, how newspapers covered them, you know, everything like that. Because the People's Temple actually got really good press before the tragedy. Like Jim Jones was incredibly talented at his connections with the media, and like actually there was positive like all sorts of positive coverage. But yeah, after that, 1978, thank you, Will. Hi.
I will, thank you. Yeah, I think even reading like Lisa Cohn's book To the Moon and Back, where people started to identify the Unification Church as a cult, after everything happened with Jonestown.
Yeah.
I was just talking to Patrick Ryan the other day, and we were talking about, you know, how that just changed everything in terms of his thinking around cults and destructive and dangerous practices as well. So I think Siren might be here as well. So he's actually a journalist actively working at exposing a cult at the moment, called The Body, and is probably having to refer to all of those things that you've looked at, and how journalists really started to look at the word cult, what it means, how it changed. So that's really interesting, Dhyana. I mean, where do you see yourself going? You said that there's a new season of your show coming out.
Mhm.
Where are you now with your reporting and editing career? Now that you've finished your master's degree, you know, where do you plan to go? What do you plan to do with it? Just tell us all of your plans for the future. A PhD, perhaps?
Oh no, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I guess I just don't see myself much as an academic, although I like loved the research I did. I definitely want to do something with the psychology degree. I'm still working in journalism. I was a freelancer for the last 10 years, but I just recently accepted a full-time job at a publication, like editing, not hard news. It's like family,
Right.
entertainment, stuff like
Light
that.
things, hairy things.
Yeah, it's fun. I like that kind of thing. So I definitely wouldn't like call myself a hard news reporter right now, or I'm not a newspaper reporter at the moment. So what I'm going to do in the future? Well, I am really excited about my third season. I am right now right now I'm still interviewing people. I'm working on the editing, which takes forever. And then my plan is to, release it once I have almost all of them like done. So that might be a while. So that's my immediate future plans, is just getting this third season out.
Okay. Do you want to give us a deadline, or does the journalist in you not want to put a deadline on it?
I mean, I'm always making deadlines in my head. I'm incredibly deadline driven. So I can tell you what deadline's in my head right now. I don't know how realistic it is. I mean, at first I was going to try to get it going in August, and
Right.
then that's not going to happen. So now like my deadline in my head is like, okay, I've got to start getting episodes out in September. So September is my
Okay.
deadline to start. I can't say that's definitely going to happen, but yeah, I mean, and I've interviewed just some fascinating people. I'm so excited to like share their stories with everybody. So the sooner the better. But again, like I'm doing, a lot of editing. I'm definitely not an expert in audio editing, and I'm still kind of learning. So I'm kind of
Yeah, I
going
mean, if
along with
anyone
that.
here
Yeah.
and wants to work pro bono, editing like hours and hours of content each week, let us know, because that would be super handy.
Oh my God. Yes. Yeah. So that's what's going on in
Um,
the future. As far as like using the psychology degree, I mean, I've talked to a few people about this. Like I have this like little daydream about somehow combining the two interests again. I feel like I have had a lot of experience with media as far as like working in it, and I feel like I have a good knowledge of like what reporters expect when they're talking to you, what happens to a story, like where it's going to go. And I feel like most people, not just people confined in cults, like just don't understand how the media works. And I think that people who have left a cult and want to go public with their story are incredibly vulnerable. And I would love in the future to be able to provide some service where I help people who have had an experience with a cult. They want to come forward, they have an interview planned, they're gonna talk to a newspaper reporter or go on a documentary, and like just kind of help them with like what to expect, and like
yeah.
how much control they have over it.
Yeah.
So
And that
I
was
guess it's a
the
media
really
relations thing.
that was the really interesting part of the discussion that we had the second day after your panel took
That's right.
place. A lot of people were asking questions about how to trust the media, or steps you
Mhm.
should take if you've just left a group and you're angry, frustrated, you want to talk out, you want to speak out. There are things you might want to consider before doing that, and questions you might not think to ask, especially if
Yeah.
you're approached by media that are not acquainted with cults and coercion. So, you know, me as somebody without lived experience, when I approach individuals, and I felt this at the ICSA conference as well, people are very dubious of me, which they should be, because they've just been through, you know, exploitative environments. You know, when you say to them, oh, I haven't been in a cult, people are quite reserved and reluctant to trust you. Absolutely, you should be, because there are people looking to abuse and exploit all over the place. I think it's only when you are sensitive enough and approachable enough, and you know, never abuse somebody's trust by sharing their personal information or using their real name in an episode when you've agreed not to, or something like that. Only then do you trust earn somebody's trust. So there are so many different things to consider when speaking out to the media. And a lot of the time when journalists from bigger newspapers or documentary makers email me saying, I loved your interview with so-and-so, can you put us in touch? I'm always kind of nervous to do that, because I'm worried that they won't treat the guest the way that the guest should be treated. And I think if you're not working with individuals that have that at the forefront of their mind, then you are right to be worried. So yeah, media, what did you say then? Like media consultation?
It's kind of like a media relations type of thing, I guess, but for people who have been in cults. I know that's like quite a niche, but I just feel like, you know, that's a community of people that definitely could use some guidance in dealing with the media. And like one thing I'll say, and I know I said this during our discussion before, but like my big thing that I tell people is like, pay attention to the outlet. Like, what is the newspaper, what is the website, what is the documentary, like that is like above all like something that you have to take into consideration when someone calls you to appear on a show or wants to interview you. Like, what is the publication? And that gives you a great idea of you know, is it how it's going to be, like is there supposedly like a slant to the publication, like do they you know come from one opinion or the other. Like I just, or like talk shows, like I don't know if I probably would be like, no, don't go on Montel Williams, like I don't know, like
it's
I don't
like
think
we'd say that about the Sun newspaper over here in the UK. I know there's a couple of people in the chat that are from England, but I'm in Liverpool, so you don't buy the Sun. They've completely boycotted that newspaper. They don't stock it in the shops, and if people do stock it in the shops, locals won't go in that shop. So I mean, and then there are some newspapers over here that have headlines like X had 3 heads in freezer, blended body parts, but I stayed with him, you know, just wild, like inconceivable headlines that you think that can't possibly be true, because they're more ridiculous than, you know, each week from one headline to the next, and you think that can't be true, because we would be hearing about those things on the news. So yeah, there's those types of magazines and newspapers over here as well. So yeah, I think that's a good way to do it. I think that's a great idea. That's something I want to see. A few people in the chat here are agreeing that's something that they would like to see as well. There's Han here. Thank you, Han, for coming into the chat.
Getting sued. No, that's a very good fear. I have a lot of opinions about that. I'm so angry about how these groups abuse the legal system to silence people. It just makes me so mad. But
especially if they have the religious status as well, it makes it even more difficult to kind of. But Han's talking here about his experiences with the World Mission Society Church of God, North Korea group, quite similar to Shincheonji and the Unification Church in terms of proclaiming that there is some enlightened reincarnation of God on earth that speaks through the one leader, and their recruitment tactics are some of the most cloak and dagger that I've ever come across before. So I'm sorry, Han, about your experiences with the World Mission Society Church of God. Interesting what is coming out about them on college campuses lately though as well, so you're just going off track here. And then John is desperate to know what your favorite piece of cult media is before we let you go today.
Oh my God, I'm trying to think. I mean, there's a lot of really good ones. I mean, there's some really bad ones, but there's a lot of really good ones. I mean, at the risk of being basic and like everyone else, I thought Wild Wild Country was like well-made documentary. I mean, as somebody who knows about cults, there were some issues that I had with it. It was like, what about the children? Are you going to talk about
absolutely.
that? But like, just as far as like a piece of documentary film, I thought it was excellent. Cult media, I mean, honestly, I'm so happy to see all the podcasts out there. When I started my podcast in 2018, which wasn't even that long ago, there weren't that many. Like, there were few, you know, but I think there are so many different podcasts about cults, and I think I really like, I just, depending on what your interest is, you know, you can listen to like deep dives into either a person's life or like a whole group. I think that that's great. Yes, there's this podcast called The Cult Vault that's pretty good. You know, I'd listen to it. Yeah, I'm trying to think of documentaries. I've seen so many at this point. It's just like a mush in my head. Yeah, that Keep Sweet one was absolutely horrifying. Like, that was very upsetting. That was a really good documentary. Books, I mean, I think Going Clear is an excellent book. Like, I thought that book, and that was like from a while ago. I don't know. I should start keeping a list. I mean, I definitely listed a lot of them in my dissertation, which was kind of fun because I was like, oh, I can talk about, you know, TV and movies and everything. So I think if you saw my dissertation, there, like I mentioned, I definitely reference, you know, some different ones, but I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, absolutely does. So Wild Wild Country is going up there, amongst perhaps some others that we can't think of right now. And somebody also recommended the film Rebirth, so I've made a note of that. I've got a whole list of things that to watch and read and all sorts. So amazing. So you left the commune, went into media, and then started a podcast, and then did your master's. Now you're back working at the podcast, and you have a few ideas of where you want to go with the future. That sounds amazing, Dhyana. That sounds great.
Thank you. We'll see how it all pans out.
Hopefully you can stay in touch with us, and then you can keep us updated with things. I always tell people I'm going to do update episodes because all of the amazing people I have on the show always have so many projects and things coming up, and I just never get the chance to reconnect with them. So hopefully we can maybe I need to just have a website that has updates on our guests, and then I can just be like, hey, any updates? But amazing. So I think the ICSA panel on YouTube as well, but I don't know if
I think so. Available
to the public anyway. So if you want to read Dhyana's dissertation for her master's, you can reach out. And if you want to listen to Dhyana's show, there are links in the chat. And I'm sure that if you want to appear on Dhyana's show for the next season of her podcast, then you can get in touch. And hopefully we will hear from you soon, Dhyana. So thank you so much for coming and sharing with us today. And I really hope that you enjoy the rest of your day.
Well, thank you for having me.
Take care. Luck. Speak soon. Bye.
Bye.
Oh, I love that. Hopefully Dhyana will stick around to read some of the compliments in the chat. I'm going to go for a bathroom break and to stretch my legs. And whilst I do that, I'm going to play a short video, and then it will be time to bring in my next guests, Lisa and Chelsea. So I think we might be running about 5 minutes late because of the internet disruption that we had earlier. So thank you so much, Heather, again for another pledge. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Frankie, for donating through my website. Thank you, Jackie. Thank you, Michael. So overwhelmed by the support. We're over halfway now. Over halfway. Can't believe it. Oh, I'm missing the video. It's not here. Let me have a look. Oh, it's on. Maybe I can just get it on YouTube. Sorry about this, people. I think I might be able to just share my screen and you'll be able to watch the video. This is the channel. Okay. Emails. So, all of those amazing people that have donated, we'll do another giveaway soon. And we've got some good items to get through, so I'll make sure that we start ramping up the giveaway stuff now as we go. I think T sent me a link to his video, but now I just have to find the link. God, we were doing so well, people. We were doing so well. We had all the moving parts all in one place, and now I'm thrown off. I do apologize. Why can't I find it? I should organize my emails better. Let's try this one. Sorry, T, if you're in the chat watching me fumble about trying to get things organized. Ah, I found it. Okay, so let me... Oh, come on. There we go. So I'll just pause this. Share my screen. I see you, Michael, in on the giveaways. I see you there. Right, I'm gonna... How do I share my screen? Oh.
Kacey's episode 120, Sufism in Middle America. And this is a little informal and unplanned, and I'm going to tell you why. It's because we're really in the thick of things here. And I have 20 minutes to make this video for Kacey's marathon session. And I'm asking for your support, and I'm going to tell you a little bit about what's happening here, and I'm going to tell you to subscribe to the channel and give us boosts and help us in our little battle that we're having here. Very briefly, I came to this little town, Carbondale, in 1997 and met a group of people, and they were these. They had a group called, at that time it was called, wow, I blanked. School of the Prophets is what it was called. And it was Sufi, and there was a sheikh, there was a teacher, and he's an American guy who had gone over to Bangladesh and sort of received this spiritual teaching, right? I loved them. I quit graduate school and I joined the group because I was an idealist. And for all the reasons that people join cults, I did that. Fast forward to COVID. So 23 years later, I had been inner circle, devote everything, gave away everything to this group. Social distancing came, lockdown came. I was here in this house that I'm in right now with my mother and my daughter and my wife. And through a very, very long story, most of which I tell in the 2 hours and 20 minutes on episode number 120, we all got out. And because I'm the person that I am, I started to do a little YouTubes about it. And I wrote an article and I studied, and I started to realize, oh, we were in a cult. And of course, that was not an easy thing to digest at all. So this relates to gender. I'm getting to it. I had been an out gay person before the group, and when I came out of the group, I came out again, which meant the end of my marriage, the end of denial, but also the realization of how gendered our particular brand of cult had become, which is something I've seen in all of these, especially, the NXIVM, like the Vow, I've just seen so many places. There's a gender binary. It's one of the ways that a lot of these groups operate, on sort of the purity of the genders and how you're supposed to be and all these layers that led me to be in a heterosexual marriage. And part of coming out of the group was reclaiming that in me. Okay, so I started posting about my experience, and in the 25 years that this group has been in this little town, I was the first person to post on social media about my experience. I've got a YouTube channel called Quit Your Cult, which you can just Google. Now, I knew that I had been bullied and all the kinds of stuff, but I didn't know what was coming. But it will be very predictable, and you'll go, yeah, of course, because this is what these people are like. A young woman, and I can say her name now, her name is Elena. She had been my friend years ago in the cult. She got out way before I did. She got on the phone with me, and she mentioned in a vague sort of way that she had been sexual with Rue. And let me rephrase that. Let me say abused her, because she had been 20 at the time. Anyway, he's a religious figure. He should be doing this, whatever, right? Duh. So she mentioned it vaguely and in such a way that it's like our whole world's just changed, because at first we were like, well, he's corrupt and he's a bully. But then when we learned that he had done this with her, it was life altering. Like everything that I thought was positive maybe about the group, I realized, no, he's just a con artist and a predator, right? So for about another 6 months, Elena made a video, which I put on my channel. In this video, she put her back to the camera in the dark, told the story in vague terms, right? So it started to locally make its rounds a little bit and make an impact. Last September, on the guru's birthday, which by the way is exactly depicted in the NXIVM documentary, it was the same, she wrote a long post on Facebook describing in more detail what had happened to her. Now, when she did that post, our satellite community, we have this guru here has a satellite community in Germany with a whole a house and devotees, and just like it is here in the States, he had developed over time. When they saw Elena's post over there, because he wasn't physically present to keep it from being seen and heard because he lives here, they read that post aloud there in their community house, and it just blew the whole thing up, because there it was in front of their faces that he had been that he is a sexual predator. And then what happened is women over there told the same story. So it became, and again, this isn't surprising, but when you come from the devotee stance, it fractures your brain. Like, oh my God, he did this? Of course he did this. This is what these people do. Fast forward to 4 days ago. So we're in this little town, and very gradually social media has turned against the group that has been here, right? And now people know Elena, and this is the 180th video on my channel, read a written version of her story. Now it's almost an hour long, but she has worked for several months here to write down her story from her own journals about being sexually groomed and abused by the guru and how he fucked with her brain, right? And her body in all the horrible ways. And how after she left, she lived with the story for 10 years, pardon me, blaming herself, digesting it, unable to find any words to articulate it. And now she has sat in front of the camera, used her name, told the story, and put it on my YouTube channel, and it has been watched 1,200 times in 3 days. So I would like to ask you to go look at it, and partly because we are trying in our different ways to heal. She's trying to heal, but also because we want him to stop what he's doing, because he's still here in this little town, running businesses, gaslighting, blaming, calling me mentally ill, trying his best to protect his 50 or so followers from any real information. And as we know, cults are going to cult, and he will do everything he can to keep the truth from. But he is still grooming young women and doing whatever he wants in his life, and he wants to be left alone to continue to do that, except he has a kind of a public persona here, and some of the businesses here are very visible. And our work on social media has really done a lot of damage to the businesses locally. And so one of the things I realized being in a relationship with Elena is that my cis maleness had a huge impact on my ability, willingness to be able to speak aloud about my experiences. Now, I'm a gay guy, yeah, but this gendered expression, I believe, in what I've seen, this is not a scientific study, has helped me to feel more protected to say what I said, and I've seen the women who he hurt really, really struggle with just trying to speak the words, So again, I'm not essentializing gender here, but there's something in the dynamic between this predator, religious language, the cultic environment, and his beautiful female followers whom he abused. And what that did to the women was really deep and really gnarly in a way that I believe, in my experience, was different from all the different crazy fucked up things that I experienced, which were homophobic and transphobic and violent in all those ways, that what those things do to gay people. But to watch the women treat themselves has been, wow, was that confusing for them to be called to devote themselves completely, give obedience to a man who refused to believe that he was a man, who believed that he transcended gender, who believed and espoused and taught that he did and said and was a lesson, so that these women were forced into sexual situations with him, and what that did to them and their bodies was shattering in ways that I was astonished to learn. So even being in the group for 23 years, those stories, all that information was hidden from me. So when Elena left the group, way before I did, as close as we were, she just vanished and disappeared, and I didn't know anything. So Elena's story is out there being watched, being heard, being witnessed. And, and this is what happened just today. Elena's story's out. Woman number 2, who to remain anonymous, wrote us an email saying, please anonymously post this comment on the YouTube video. And it's she's given me speaking a video about it, so I will do that. But it's just woman number 2 saying this also happened to me, and because she wishes to remain anonymous to protect herself out of fear, and she doesn't lose, rightfully so, some things in her life, has, as a comment under the YouTube video, said, yes, he also did this to me, he needs to be stopped. And I just want to, in this 20-minute video with Kacey's, wonderfully wrought and curated medium, to say that the women who, all of us, but the women who say it out loud send such a ripple through the culture, and especially when it's a local culture like ours, like our little town that has been so gaslit and taken advantage of. And not just, it's also the town. So even as I'm speaking, I want to note that sexism is real, just to allow this body to say these things. And that now going forward, I try my best always to get consent established from the women who, for whatever cultural, genetic, socioeconomic reason, are really challenged to speak out. But that they support each other. Elena speaks. This anonymous woman number 2 speaks. Anonymous woman number 3, and it will wear him down. It is our hope and desire that the women who surround him will catch wind of this in some way. And believe me, everything in their life and their lifestyle will discourage them from doing so. But it's possible that, their sister or their mom or somebody that they will listen to will say, hey, have you seen that video of Elena telling her story? Tendril, and it's like they live in this, iron lungs, vacuum sealed world, and maybe something will get through and somebody will say to them, did you read that? And they'll have to, inside themselves, face the fact that they are unwilling to, or unable to, or if they encounter someone who that they trust enough to actually listen to, which is possible, they will, something will happen, And of course, we must go on knowing that it may never break. And who are involved in the giant institutional cults, like, well, there's so many, but the Scientologists, the Jehovah's Witnesses of the world, who are working as a giant machine. We're here with this little group and a few businesses, and one predatory narcissist. And we already really have the moral high ground over him in this little town, because we are just speaking our experiences, and people hear it and they go, yeah. And when people hear Elena's story, they go, yeah, I've heard weird things, and So how this little group has affected women, it's mostly women who surround him. He has 3 wives. Which in itself is not a bad thing, but of course he's the only one who has these relationships. He has too many women tried to develop spousal relationships with them, but that requires complete obedience to him. And let's just say that only 3 women that he's met so far have been able to jump over that high bar. And one of the reasons that Elena's video exists and that her story turned out the way it did is that because she couldn't ultimately do it. And when she left, he told her that she had seduced him and that she would get cancer. And that's all in the story that she wrote. So he seduced her on all the levels into a relationship of obedience, and sexualized her, sexually abused her, and then at the end, when she decided she could no longer do it, blamed her and discarded her and shamed her. So again, go to Quit Your Cult, watch video number 180. Thank you, Kacey. I'm coming up on 20 minutes, and listen to the women. We're not making any money off of this. We're just telling the story and seeing the connections and asking for consent and learning about surviving. And if you can interview us for a podcast or something, just help us get the word out and help us continue to poke away at this little group here and this one man's narcissistic dream of himself. Thank you. I love you. Please connect. Instagram, YouTube, on Facebook, I'm T. Matthew Brown. Have a wonderful anti-cult day. Bye.
So that was T. Oh, stuff falling off my desk. That was T. You can find more of his work on the YouTube link that I've put into the chat. And you can also find out more about the work that T is doing and the individuals that he is working with. We do have our next 2 guests lined up in the chat, in the lobby, and I am running 10 minutes behind. So I'm just going to quickly do some more giveaway stuff because I'm so far behind. Amazing. Thank you so much, Zeke, Roland, Alexis, and S. Tim. So many donations coming through. I can't believe it. We must be almost nearly at the target now. Moderator Lee, can we have an update on the donation target, please? Unless you're busy. So I have 2 copies of Joseph Flatley's 365. We're on out of 1,000, so we're nearly there, people. This is amazing. Thank you. Please keep sharing. I can't think about it, otherwise I'll. But we have 2 copies of Gabriel of Urantia, New Age Grifter by journalist Joseph L. Flatley. I have kept one of these for myself because it's really good. And it's not too long, but it tells you the whole story of how he basically just went in and found out all the information. So this is really, really interesting. I have 2 copies of this, which I will be posting out to the winners. So there's 21 people on the list. Let's do a random number generator, 1 to 21. Let's have a look. 1 to 21. 1 to 21. So number 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that's Erika. I already have a package here that I sent all the way to Holland for Erika and ended up coming back through my door. So I just added to that. And then we need 1 more random number generator. Number 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9:10. That's to my friend Hydron over in Norway. Amazing. So that's 2 more items done on the giveaway. And now we're going to welcome our next 2 guests in. We have Lisa Kendall from the Counter Cult Coalition. And we also have Chelsea Davis, who is going to be speaking to us from Veggiesdoitbetter. I do have the bios to read out, but we're running a bit late. So I will let the ladies introduce themselves. And I will also direct you to my website where I have posted links to every single person's podcast page, website, campaign, non-profit, all of that stuff, all of the information you can find for each individual contributing today on the website. So please scan the second QR code for that. I'm going to take a quick sip of my energy drink, and then I'm going to let both of the people in.
Hello.
Hi, Chelsea. Can you hear me?
Yes. Hi. How are you?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
Good. Thank you. Thank you
It's
so
so
much for having us.
Yeah. So, Lisa, how are you doing? Can you hear me?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, great. I can hear both of you. I think we're good to get started. I know that we're a little bit behind, and I know that Chelsea, you have to dash after this because you have an event straight after this. So I will make sure that we don't do too much of the chit-chatting that I usually I'm really terrible for. So I will do my formal introduction, and then we'll jump straight into things if that's okay with the 2 of you.
That's great.
Fantastic. So hello, Lisa and Chelsea, and thank you both so much for joining me here on the stream today. I look forward to having a discussion around women in high demand groups with a focus on 2nd generation adults. Lisa, would you like to start by introducing yourself to the viewers?
Yes, I'm Lisa Kendall, founder and director of Counter Cult Coalition. I also have a budget adventure and travel group with over 1,300 members. If anybody ever wants to travel with us I grew up in the move of God from 9 to 19. I have a master's in public administration, and I have as part of my degree, I studied public-private partnership. I think is crucial to solving some of our problems today. I'm trying to be super fast.
Don't worry too much about that. I am getting some static from your microphone. I don't know if it's are you using your laptop or computer microphone? Maybe that will fix it.
Earlier.
Oh, I think that might have fixed it. We'll keep an eye on it. I think so. There's just like a little crackling thing. I don't know if anyone else is hearing that as well, but we'll keep going and see if we can.
That could be one of my cats.
It seems to just be when you talk.
They like to make noises. Boy, that hasn't come up before. Any better?
Yeah, I don't know. I can't really work out what it is. It's like a crackling. It's like a crackling noise every time you talk into your microphone. Is there like a piece of paper or something covering any part of your laptop or computer?
I wonder if it's her internet connection.
Yeah, maybe that's it.
Are you able to switch over to a different network, Lisa? Or if you're on your phone, could you go to data?
No, I'm on a laptop. I guess I could put this in.
Because your video is a
open
little
source
delayed
software.
too.
Yeah, we'll see how we get on. It might just even out once the computer gets used to where we are and what we're doing. So, hi, Chelsea. Would you like to introduce yourself to the viewers?
Sure. Hi, everybody. My name's Chelsea V. Davis. I also go by Veggies Do It Better. I started Veggies Do It Better about 8 years ago now. I focus on events for the community. I do a lot of fundraisers. I do a lot of social justice and vegan justice, protests, legislation work, all sorts of different things. I'm one of the co-founders of Animal Rights Collective Portland, which was founded in 2020, right when the pandemic hit. And so we started out just doing virtual events. In addition to that, I also have a business called The Roaring Vegans, where I make organic and fair trade chocolates, and I donate a large portion to charity.
That sounds amazing. I mean, as somebody that has a milk allergy, like if I had a friend that was making like chocolate that I could just eat, then I think I'd be in trouble with my journey on weight loss. So that sounds amazing. I mean, and that's just from a practical side of speaking about allergies. Yeah, I mean, that's not even talking about the activism and the awareness that comes with all of the work that you're doing as well. So that sounds fantastic. Lisa, could you tell us a little bit about the Counter Cult Coalition, where it came from, the ethos for your work, and where it is now, and plans for the future?
I've been using the name Counter Cult Coalition and had a website for many years. And just recently decided to formalize it because I realized I really needed a team to make a lasting difference. I'm hoping I'm not driving you crazy with some buzzing.
It's definitely the internet connection, I think, because it's like speeding up and then slowing down. So there's a huge delay when I talk to when you hear me, and then when you reply, it's really, really, really fast.
You talk to Chelsea. And I'll cut up and I'll come back in. Let me back in.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Sorry, Lisa. Sorry. Let me just
No problem. Interesting.
There we go. If I just do this, then hopefully Lisa can reset her internet. Right. Okay, brilliant. So sorry about that. Let's continue. So how did you get involved in all of this work, Chelsea? Is this something that you've been interested in or a part of for a long time? Or was there a significant event that happened where you decided that this was what you wanted to do with your time?
My activism in general, or getting involved with the coalition. Yeah. So before I was an activist, I was a student, and I didn't really know what I wanted to do. I was interested in a lot of different things. I studied religion. I studied American cultures. I studied child development and human development. And then I started getting into environmentalism and community planning and development. And so I ended up going, my last degree was, or my last focus in school was community health and environmental sustainability. And I knew that I wanted to get into nonprofit work, but I wasn't sure how or where. And around that time, I went to my first Veg Fest here in Portland. We are very lucky to have one of the best Veg Fests, I would say, in the world, but one of the largest in the country. And I just looked around and I saw how veganism touches so much. It's very intersectional. It covers food justice, social justice, animal rights, human rights, environment, environment, sustainability. So I was like, if I focus on that, I can touch a lot. You know, I can help a lot of people. And my thing is animal liberation leads to human liberation. There's a lot of suffering that happens within animal agriculture. There's a lot that's hidden behind closed doors. Lisa and I have talked extensively about experiences that she had as a child, being in Children of God, witnessing child abuse and having to participate in it, and the trauma that left her. And I also am really into health and to living a healthy lifestyle, and then a lifestyle that's, congruent with who I am as a person. And I was doing a lot of reading about, when an animal is slaughtered, that's at the peak of fear. They have so much adrenaline running through their body and their blood and all those hormones. And if we're putting that into our body, we're putting suffering into our body. And so my goal is just to create less suffering and to help others. I've always really enjoyed creating events and spaces where people feel welcomed, and if they have a curiosity, they can come and they can learn, and they won't worry about being judged. And so my focus is creating events like that and creating activism opportunities. Yeah,
I think sometimes when people are thinking about vegan and vegetarian activism, there is the worry that it's like when somebody's like aggressively proselytizing to you about their religion, that you might be judged for your lifestyle, that you might have somebody try and tell you all the reasons why you're wrong, and I think that can be quite off-putting and intimidating to people sometimes to not want to even engage in the conversation. So the way that you've just posed it there about kind of trying to make things accessible sounds great for people like myself who don't want to kind of be yelled at for, you know, being a meat eater, for example, if that makes sense.
It definitely makes sense. Nobody's going to change out of shame, you know? And so I'm always, my thing is, and what I always tell people and activists and everybody, you know, there's a place for all different types of activism, whether you're in legislation work or doing a protest or, you know, doing a pressure campaign or something like that. My thing when I'm talking to individuals, I want to be the kind of person that I would respond to before I was vegan. You know, unless we were very, very lucky, most of us were not born vegan. And so we have to keep that in mind, that we have to be welcoming, and we have to be understanding that most people won't go vegan overnight. Most people are going to need to see things a lot of times and really make the connection themselves. And it's possible for anyone. You know, my husband, when I met him, we always joke that we were a bird and a fish that made a home, because he grew up a hunter and his dad was a fishing guide for 30 years. You know, and then here I come, this little vegan activist, and now he is vegan and he's an activist himself. That's
wow.
That
sounds, yeah. Just a whoop and whoop in the background. That sounds great. Lisa, can you hear us a bit better now?
I've had no problem hearing you. I hope the gravelly sound is out.
Oh, it's are you at a laptop or a PC?
A laptop. It's the one I've used for all of my podcasts, for everything.
Maybe it's just struggling with the actual software. I don't know if there's a chance that are you seated close to your router?
My router.
Yeah, router. Sorry.
No. It's just I love your accent. No, go ahead. You know, I will have very. And maybe you could repeat some of what I have to say. One of the things that I really want to accomplish is, I should say they're already accomplishing it, but, you know, connecting various communities to share ideas and support each other's projects. Our main function is public policy and legislation.
Right. Okay. So I think it was similar to my conversation with Erika when we were having those technical difficulties. Maybe I think if after a few seconds of talking, it kind of starts to even itself out. So maybe we can continue on that way. So Lisa, it's my understanding that you were a part of Sam Fife's Move of God. Is that right?
Yes.
Was this a group that you were born into, or a group that you joined later in life?
I was in from 9 to 19, and my mother joined by divorce. Father, they're very common at the time. The Move of God was active in 30 countries and 15 today, and like a lot of cults, like the Children of God, and so many others. It was an apocalyptic and very controlling, isolated cult.
And after your departure from this group, is that when you decided to set up the Counter Cult Coalition to spread awareness of cults and coercion?
Oh, no. I just started working in the area about 10 years ago. When I left, I was so busy trying to make a living with a very limited education at the time. I had less than a 9th grade education, 2 siblings who really needed my support and didn't know how the world worked. I really started in my 20s. Common story. So I sold real estate, which worked really well for me because I was working and a quick learner. Well, except for technology. And then I opened an eco-friendly gift shop.
Wow. So much like Faith Jones was talking about in her segment with us, you just buckled down and worked really hard until you made a life for yourself outside of the Move of God.
Yes.
Wow, I just think that's so inspiring. And now you're doing this
I've
work.
One reason that I feel compelled is seeing the tragic lives of the friends I grew up in. So many of them in mental health wards, prisons, early grades. And one of the things that I've seen is making that connection back to what Chelsea's talking about. People who are really suffering from trauma and in survival mode, really try to contemplate their belief, learn about various subjects, and have found that not only is drug use common for people from cults and addiction, but also unhealthy diet, lack of exercise, lack of fully developing oneself. There's that cult persona, cult personality, and I think that so much of that is tied together.
Right. Yeah. I'm definitely getting the essence of what you're saying. It is still cutting in and out, but what the themes that you're talking about in terms of the types of things that people would suffer with or struggle with when they leave a high demand group. As you said, it's common stuff, but it's very real and it's very difficult for individuals that are trying to leave these environments. And so the Counter Cult Coalition exists. Chelsea, I don't know if you could tell us a little bit more about it on Lisa's behalf as her internet dips in and out.
Yeah, I'm on the advisory board of Counter Cult Coalition, and I'm very new to this realm. Lisa has, like she said, she's been involved for over a decade within Counter Cult Coalition. It just became a registered nonprofit in February. We have a big event coming up tomorrow. We're doing a lot of fundraising. That's where I come in with my help. But the mission is to create legislative change and to also open up connections in the community. Like Lisa was saying, it's very important to be intersectional in the message, to empower women within the message, and to bridge any gaps that there might be within the community. Within the vegan community, I also am one of the admins of Portland Vegans, and she will often do posts and things like that, trying to show the connection within the two movements. And sometimes they're not met with as much clarity as we would hope. And so continuing to work on that message in order to bring in new people, because of course it's wonderful to create resources for survivors, but it's also really important to reach people who can offer support in other ways, whether it's their talents or financial donations.
Bridging those gaps. Lisa, I know that you're hearing us a little bit later than we're talking, but I didn't know if you wanted to speak specifically to what some of those gaps might look like.
Actually, I see people asking about VegFest being a cult, and I want to say I've got my radar and I have volunteered events. All they are about is trying vegan foods, learning about health. So I think that because Chelsea actually was paid staff, the event coordinator, and did communications and promotions, was Veg. I think she can speak to that.
Yes, absolutely. If you feel comfortable in engaging in that dialogue, I think Siren's probably willing to engage in a discussion about it.
I think I missed the comment. I saw somebody said that I've been to a Veg Fest in Portland, but I missed.
I think Siren said I worked on a long feature about Direct Action Everywhere, which is a vegan cult based out of Berkeley, banned from Veg Fest in San Francisco.
So there are Veg Fests all over the world. Veg Fests are all run independently. They're not not franchised or anything like that. The first Veg Fest started in Toronto like 45, 50 years ago.
Oh, so it's kind of like Pride Festival. Every kind of place has their own version of the same celebration.
Exactly. And it's different depending on where you are. The setup is different. In terms of DXE, that is an animal rights group. I am not involved in DXE, but I do appreciate some of the work they do. They have been working more on legislative work, which I think is really powerful. We do have, like here in Portland, a subsect of DXC is Compassionate PDX, and they work on getting a fur ban for the state of Oregon and a frog law ban in the city of Portland. So there are different aspects of different groups. But I myself have never been to their conference or, done much with that group. The wonderful thing about the animal rights and the vegan community and the movement at this point is we have hundreds of groups doing amazing work. And so you can really pick which ones you want to do, or you can create a collective like we have an Animal Rights Collective, where we're very careful and thoughtful about, we have very stringent guidelines about which groups we will promote, which campaigns we will promote. So I think it depends. It depends on the group that you're associated with and, the events you're going to and who they're organized by.
That's great. Thank you, Chelsea, for speaking about that. I wasn't aware of this, Erin, so this is a conversation I feel like we can have offline about this group. And to read that feature that you wrote. Lisa, I wondered if we could just circle back to the question that I asked you about bridging the gap with the gaps that might exist in terms of supporting people that leave high demand groups through your work at the Counter Cult Coalition, and what those types of gaps might look like in terms of where there might be some miscommunication or lack of resources.
Yeah, a major issue that second generation of children from cults have addressed publicly for years is the lack of SGAs and the lack of women in leadership roles. Most of the leaders in the industry did not grow up in a cult, and luckily Debbie Schreiber of the International Cult Studies Association is very supportive, very inclusive. She has made ICSA more inclusive LGBTQ community, more progressives, non-churchgoers, and women. And it's just been a phenomenal change over the last year. I see a lot of progress being made in the field, and we don't want to take anything away from the people who have basically had the microphone, a better one than I have here, obviously, who've had the microphone for, the last 30, 40 years, which tend to be, older men who did not grow up in cults, who are Christian. And there's so many religions in the world and belief systems and non-religions that it doesn't make sense for it to be framed through the perspective of conservative Christians. And although, of course, they're very helpful to people, a lot of people benefit from the message just being framed that way. At the same time, also want to include women and more progressive people. And, for instance, just the gay rights thing, I never noticed that they weren't included for years until people started telling me and complaining. And then I started seeing workshops about it and realized we should have been doing that a long time ago.
Right. Okay. So some of the just to reiterate for the any of the viewers, some of the audio there that might have been missed is just that there's a lack of people involved in cult awareness, cult education, cult recovery in terms of second generation adults and people that were not born into or raised in some of these cultic environments seem to be at the forefront of the awareness movement, and that the entire industry could probably benefit from more second generation adults having a voice and bridging some of those gaps within the community. So do we know what some of those bridges might look like? Chelsea, I don't know if you've spoken to Lisa about what some of those things look like, your aims for fundraising, your aims for raising awareness. Are there specific objectives that you're trying to achieve to make sure that those gaps get bridged?
I think one of our focuses is just having conversations. And like with any type of advocacy work, you're going to reach people when you meet them where they're at. So if someone is interested in animals, then you can talk about, animal trafficking is the same as human trafficking, which is what Lisa went through. She was a labor slave in the cult that she was involved in. Or if somebody is interested in trauma healing, then you can talk to them about the different resources that have worked for cult survivors. Different things like that, just finding where you can meet whatever the topic is.
Right. Okay. So looking at where there is a need and having conversations about how that need can be met. Okay, that sounds great. I know that you meet. Is it monthly that you meet? Where I kind of came in the tail end of your Zoom call the other day, Lisa. I don't know if you can tell everybody. Is that just a sharing of information?
Well, it's something new that we're doing. I've had meetings with Debbie and invite other drivers, the president of the International Cultic Studies Association, other people, leaders in our arena, and then started bringing people together for meetings to share our projects, our goals. A new one that came up, Tammie from Freedom Train, it has pioneered August as Cult Awareness Month, and just one example of people sharing their projects in our meetings and then having them gain immediate traction. Another is the ICSA is not under the umbrella of the APA, the American Psychological Association, and we need that to happen. We need former cult members to have standing for fundraising. We have a legal standing, other groups do. We're considered other. So there's just a lot of work to do. These are the kinds of things we're talking about. Also, is sharing information about legislation that directly relates to cults and legislation that indirectly relates to cults. What's on the books, like the law out of New York that's anti-coercion law, the anti-coercion law in North New Jersey applies far more directly to cults rather than just families.
Right. Okay.
Because of the delay, I'm having a really hard time talking. What I want to do is just cut out and let Chelsea talk, and she can talk about trauma and gut bacteria and some things we never do talk about, since I want to mess this up anymore.
No, it's okay. I'm kind of getting the essence of what you're saying. And I think it's important to have the conversation. I know that we have it in our diaries to connect properly for an episode that we will be recording later on. So I'm sure that we can reiterate all of the information about the Counter Cult Coalition and all of the things that you're getting up to as well later on down the line. So we will definitely be able to get this information out to the listeners. I was so looking forward to connecting today, and it's great to have you both here, but I can understand the frustration around trying to make it work. But if you're happy for me to continue the conversation, Lisa, with Chelsea, we will make sure that we discuss the things that we talked about on email that you would like to be included in the rest of our conversation.
That sounds perfect.
Okay, thank you so much for joining us, Lisa. I hope you stick around in the chat and have a conversation with the people watching, and I will connect with you on email after the stream. Thank you.
Wait, before Lisa leaves, so I have to leave early.
Thank you so much.
Okay. So we can talk for like another 10 minutes, but then is that okay?
That's
okay,
great. Yeah, that works perfectly with my schedule.
Perfect.
So thank you so much, Lisa. I'll chat to you tomorrow. Thank you. I'm so sorry about that. Sorry, Lisa. Technical issues are difficult. This is my biggest worry with doing the live stream was that there would be technical issues, because with a podcast episode, you can cut all of that out.
Right.
So we've talked a little bit about what the Counter Cult Coalition is, a little bit about your work around your activism and how your role comes. McAfee's just asking if I want to update. Just pops up at the worst times. So you are now working with the Counter Cult Coalition to help with some of the legal change stuff around trying to kind of push legislation through, and also through fundraising and events as well. So there is actually an event that's coming up tomorrow for the Counter Cult Coalition. Is that right?
Yeah, and that was one thing that I wanted to mention too, is another way to bridge the gap is to create really beautiful, welcoming events. So like tomorrow, what we're doing is we're having a really fun picnic in the park. We're providing all of the food. We're making sure that it's allergen friendly, it's kid friendly, dog friendly. So we're really recommending that anybody who just wants to have a nice day or learn a bit more about cult awareness, come and attend. There's going to be a raffle, chances to win. There's going to be some trivia with more prizes. There's going to be a few representatives within the cult awareness movement there for people to learn from. So that's my strength, is creating events and helping to organize. So I'm really honored that I'm able to provide that for Counter Cult Coalition.
Yeah, that sounds great. Being able to meet in person and have those conversations really hits differently, I think. Whereabouts is the event taking place?
It's at Laurelhurst Park. It's at like 39th and Stark in Portland, on the east side of Portland.
Okay, so you and Lisa are in the same area then? You live near each other?
We are, yeah, and we actually met. She attended a protest of mine, and then she had seen me on Facebook and the different events that I've done, and so that's how we ended up connecting.
Wow, that's great.
Yeah.
That's great that you are doing the work together, and that you sometimes, when like even Kristyn and Jane of the My Sound Choices, Kristyn's over in America and I think Jane's over in Ireland at the moment, so they're not even in the same time zone, and I know that sometimes when they're trying to communicate it can get tough. So that's great that you're in the same area. And you have this fundraiser or kind of awareness event, welcoming event tomorrow, and Lisa mentioned that they are selling raffle tickets for various different things. So I didn't know if you wanted to mention to anybody that might be local or anybody that might be after some raffle tickets where they can find some of those, or are you selling them in person?
We're doing both, so people can check out the Facebook event page. It's called Summer Picnic for Children and Cults. For fundraising for children and cults, so people can check that out. I'm not able to add to the chat, I don't think so. Otherwise, I would do that myself. I don't know if Lisa maybe sent it to you ahead of time to share it. But yeah, if people are wonderful, great. So if people are interested, you can go to Counter Cult Coalition and go to events, and then it will be listed there. It's from 2 to 5. You can come anytime. The trivia starts at 4, and I think we'll probably announce the raffle winners at like 4:30. But if you're not able to come, or if you are, not local, there is information on how to purchase tickets and to donate on the event page as well.
Oh, that's fantastic. Also, just a question that I'm interested in, kind of aside from all of the difficult subjects that we've been talking about on the podcast, on the stream today. Do you find that your awareness work is easier now that there is more of a recognition of things like allergies and intolerances? Have you found that there's been a shift or change over the last few years?
I have. That's a really good question and great observation. So there are so many more people that have allergies, especially children. Us as humans, we are the only species that drinks breast milk past the age of 5, meaning we're drinking, cow's breast milk. And so, of course, that is going to create allergies. Once we hit the age of 5, we stop producing the enzyme lactate, which digests the enzyme lactose, the sugar lactose. And so that's why you hear people say, oh, I'm lactose intolerant. It's like, no, you're just not a baby cow. So I think people are starting to realize that, and they're starting to understand more about their own bodies and what their bodies, respond negatively to. We have a lot of pesticides and herbicides that are on our food. We have a ton of hormones in our food. Even if you're eating the most organic, free range, grass-fed, that is still a mammal like us that has a ton of hormones in there. And they're also, as mammals, we bioaccumulate toxins. And if you're eating a cow that's thousands of pounds, you're getting a lot of those toxins. So I think it's coupled with people are understanding their health choices better. They're also understanding the impact on the environment. I mean, we're the closest we've ever been to the current administration ever declaring a climate emergency. You're in England, correct? Where you guys are seeing the highest temperatures ever.
Yeah.
These temperatures were predicted for 2050. and we're seeing them in 2022.
Wow.
So what is happening is going to continue to happen exponentially. And so I think there's so many reasons that people are starting to become more curious about just moving towards a plant-based lifestyle, not necessarily going all vegan, but moving towards it for a number of reasons. Also
I mean, in my personal diet, just because I have to avoid things with milk in, which is in so much more stuff than you realize. I didn't eat like chewing gum. Sometimes slices of ham from the supermarket have milk in. So there's really milk in so many things that you wouldn't think. So when I had to change my diet about 6 years ago, it was a huge lifestyle change. But I really am thankful for the plant-based products being produced in different areas, because I couldn't have pastries and I couldn't have pies, and I couldn't have pizza, and there's so many different things that I couldn't have until there was more of a calling for plant-based things. So now I can have them. I can even go to a restaurant and I could say to somebody, I want the vegan bun and the vegan cheese, but I still want the patty, and they kind of get confused by that. But so it's like I'm halfway to being a vegan, I suppose, if you look at it that way. No dairy products, but
and that's the thing, we need everybody doing a little bit, and whatever the cause is, we need a lot of people doing a little instead of a few people being perfect. And what's wonderful about when you change your diet is you can vote for the world that you want every time you sit down to eat. So you can vote for, the kind of food that you want produced. If you have children, the kind of world that's going to be there in 50 years, if if it's still habitable for humans, not to get too morbid, but there's so many, there's so much impact that we have just by choosing what we eat, the things that we buy, the companies that we support. And then also the legislation that we support too.
Hopefully, if there's more of an awareness or more of a want and need, then there'll be more of a mass production, which means it won't be so expensive to lead that lifestyle as well, because it's quite expensive, I think, to have a really enriched diet in that way, if you're not too versed in what that lifestyle looks like. So really interesting. Some things outside of cults and coercion to consider after our conversation. And I do appreciate you kind of joining me and Lisa halfway through the planning process. You were kind of just thrown into this, and then Lisa couldn't stay for the rest of the call because of the internet connection. So then she left you with the reins as well. But I do appreciate you coming and joining us for the chat. I know that you have an event that you're emceeing straight after this. Is that right?
Yeah, I'm hosting. I'm also one of the organizers. It's called the Vegan Climate Summit. So people can find out more about that through Project Animal Freedom. It's starting at 5 p.m. Pacific time. And then, depending on what your time frame is or your time zone is. But we have several speakers talking about all these different issues. And, one of them is human rights. The most dangerous job that there is in the United States, and I would say around the world too, is working in animal agriculture. It's very dangerous. They prey on people that have no other choice. And so there's a lot of harm that comes from that. There's a lot of abuse. There's a lot of assault. There's a lot of injury that comes with that they can't seek medical treatment. So like I'm saying, we're talking about the awareness of humans within and justices that need to be met for people that are in cults. But that idea can be put across in other movements as well. Right. And when we have the basis of, certain things like the rights of animals or the rights of children or the rights of women, it impacts everything in society.
Well, I can tell that you're very clearly well read up on this subject. You're an eloquent speaker, quite passionate and knowledgeable. So I'm sure that you're making change in the areas that you work in. And I can see why Lisa would be excited to work alongside you and have you on board, helping her with the Sound Choices Coalition. There was a question. Let's quickly go through that before I ask you where people can find all of your work. As I mentioned, it is all on the website with each person's bio and links to their work. So you can go and check out all of Chelsea's and all of Lisa's work links and all of that stuff right now if you scan the QR code on the right. Somebody's asked, is there much of an effort in Congress to push legislation to subsidize plant-based meat supplements in the way the US currently subsidizes traditional meat and farming?
I'm so glad somebody brought that up, because you were talking, Kacey, about how expensive it is to buy some, I would say, prepared vegan food, like if you're buying, you know, rice and beans and things like that. But of course, people want to have healthy, organic, and possibly veganic, meaning not using the use of animal byproducts and growing their fruits and vegetables. There has to be a shift in what governments around the world are doing. Right now, the Biden administration is working on not only giving subsidies to animal agriculture, but giving them subsidies if they have a decline in sales. So it's actually counteracting what we all have been trying so hard. And I'm not just saying, you know, the vegan movement, the health movement, people, the environmental movement have been working towards shifting that focus. Right now, the Farm Bill is up. It goes up every 4 years. So the biggest thing you can do is talk to your legislators. You can email them, you can call them, you can ask to have a meeting with them if they are nearby, and really push that you want to see a change. And that goes for everything. Legislative work is not as scary as it sounds. Legislators love hearing from their constituents because they don't hear from us that often, especially, you know, besides just sending a pre-made petition. If you actually email them and you ask to have, I've sat down with some of my local legislators and been able to create legislative change and policy change and things in my, you know, everywhere from my city to the county to the state. And it's wonderful to create those relationships, because then you can create bigger change. And, you know, like we were talking about, there's only so much that can be done with personal choice. We really need to have legislative change. We need to change the way that the subsidies are. We need to change the way that, coercive groups are allowed to conduct themselves. We really have to change things so that there can be penalties and there can be guidelines and ways that we can create a better future for everybody, better environment, and better policy in general.
That's great. That's great. I appreciate you coming and filling in and speaking on Lisa's behalf. Lisa, I can see you're still here, kind of popping things in the chat. Thank you so much for coming to join me today. I'm so sorry about the technical difficulties. I'm really looking forward to being able to connect at length later on so we can have a nice lengthy discussion. And I will see you hopefully at the next meeting on time as well. If I can get my time zone sorted out in my head. So good luck with the rest of your day, Chelsea. Thank you so much for answering these questions on Lisa's behalf. And thank you for the work that you are doing in terms of raising awareness for cults and coercion. I'm excited to see where everybody's work goes. And please, everybody in the chat, consider going to my website to find out where you can check out everybody else's work. So thank you, Chelsea, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you so much. And if people want to find out more about my upcoming events and projects, you can check out Veggies Do It Better on Facebook or Instagram, and definitely check out Cult Coalition. Sorry, I just Counter Cult Coalition on Facebook. We will soon have a website that will have resources as well. So definitely stay tuned. And thank you, Kacey, so much for creating this event. I can't imagine doing a 12-hour event. So I'm incredibly impressed by the work that you do in this event that you're put on. So thank you so much to everybody who's watching, and good luck to all the other speakers today.
That's amazing. Thank you so much. I'll speak to you soon. Take care. Bye. So that was cool. That was a bit different. Just put on our elevator music. Going. We're still going, people. It's 12:30 here. We've got another session in 6 minutes' time, and it's with a lot of people. I'm anticipating technical difficulty. Thank you so much, Chelsea. Thank you, Lisa. I'm so sorry about the technical difficulties with that. I'm cutting out. Am I cutting out? I'm getting messages saying that I'm cutting out. I'm sorry if that's the case. Right, let me get my questions for the next session. Right. Okay. So I'm going to read these bios for the guests for the next session. Then we'll do a couple of giveaway things. Then I'm going to run to the bathroom, and then we're going to get started with the next session. Also, thank you to Rachel for the donation. Thank you so much. Thank you, Sarah, for letting me know everything's okay. So here we go. Next session is a big session. Lots of people. So I apologize in advance for any technical difficulties. So, guest 1. Janja Lalich is a world-renowned expert in cultic studies, author and co-author of critically acclaimed books on cults, an avid contributor to the field of cultic studies through her research, presentation, articles. Janja Lalich, PhD, is a researcher, author, and educator specializing in self-sealing or closed systems, such as cults, human trafficking, situations of coercive influence and control, ideological extremism, and more, with a focus on recruitment, indoctrination, and methods of influence and control. She is Professor Emerita of Sociology at California State University and has been studying the social psychology of controversial groups and exploitative and abusive relationships for 30 plus years. Dr. Lalich has written and lectured extensively, has advised the international intelligence community on extremism and indoctrination, and has served as consultant and expert witness in civil and criminal cases. So that's super exciting. And I'm really looking forward to inviting Janja into the chat. So we're getting a couple of our guests here now in the lobby. I can see them all lined up. So I'm just going to carry on reading through these bios so that we can get ready for the session. I wanted to kind of pre-introduce the guests because we might not have too much of a chance to actually have at-length discussions with each individual because of how many people are going to be here in the and Beth, you'll have to excuse me if I pronounce your second name wrong. Matanaer? Okay, Beth Matanaer, LPC, is a licensed professional counselor and trauma therapist in South Carolina who has worked with adults, children, adolescents, and families for more than 25 years. As a survivor of the troubled teen industry, she has devoted her decades-long career to treating clients who exhibit the complexity of post-traumatic stress and other victims of high conflict systems. Beth's approach to her work is her understanding that effective and enduring recovery from traumatic abuse, attachment relational issues, parental and or children's residual reactions to adoption, and complex PTSD requires equally nuanced treatment. In that regard, she draws from the best of classic talk therapy, cutting-edge neuroscience, experimental canine and equine assisted therapy, and compassionate advocacy. Additionally, she is the co-creator and clinical director of the innovative Think Boxing program. She has led trainings and workshops for helping professionals, as well as for groups of trauma survivors. Beth takes a direct, compassionate, and fully invested approach to helping each patient or client understand the psychological, emotional, and physical effects of trauma and how to evolve into a healthier version of self, which sounds amazing. So that's Beth. Getting a few more people in the lobby now. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4. Is that everybody, or are we waiting for one more person? Sarah. Well, we're just waiting for Sarah, and then I'm going to let everybody in to the room. So our next guest is Erin Robbins, MED, an award-winning artist who lives in Northern California. Erin Robbins wasn't featured in Wild Wild Country, the 2018 Netflix docuseries about Bhagwan Shree Rajneesh, also known as Osho. She was living it all in real time. She discovered the controversial guru's teachings at age 23 in 1977. By the time he summoned her to his bedroom a year later for a special and secret meeting that quickly devolved into the first of many vile and violating encounters, she thought he was the greatest spiritual master who'd ever walked the planet. Erin disregarded her father, the co-founder and owner of the Baskin-Robbins ice cream company, risking her family connection in order to follow a man who would eventually lead his disciples into a world of murders, mass poisonings, and the gross sexual violation of children. After nearly 45 years of staying quiet, Erin is sharing her story after waking up just a year ago. So that bio was taken from the A Little Bit Culty website, and Erin did a fantastic interview over there with Sarah and Nippy on their show, which you can find on the podcast feed for A Little Bit Culty. And also, if you check out my website again, you can find links to all of that stuff. So Sarah's here now as well. I think that means we're all in the lobby. So this could go really well, or it could go not very well. So I haven't introduced Tammie or Sarah, but I will let those individuals do that themselves now that everybody is here. So I'll just grab my questions. Okay, let's see how we get on. Let's turn this elevator music down. We'll fade out. I'm going to let people in one by one, and we'll see how we go. Nearly there. Nearly there. I think somebody's computer's echoing, but what I'm going to do is go around one by one. Can you hear me, Beth?
Can you hear me, Beth? I can be okay.
Oh, so I can't hear Beth, but she can hear me.
Right? Let me try.
Oh, I don't know if it's delayed actually. So I can hear you, but I think it might be delayed.
Yeah, there's an echo.
I do.
There is definitely an echo. Is there somebody that's not wearing headphones?
Me. I don't have any.
Right, okay, let's have a look. Tammie, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Hi, Janja, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, I
can. Brilliant. Hi, Erin, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
I can.
I can. Sarah, can you hear me?
Sarah. Yes.
Yeah. Oh, fantastic. Right, okay. So I think, Beth, can you hear me?
Okay, how about now?
No.
Yeah, I can hear you. There's just a delay.
Okay.
Right, so what I'm going to do is... Oh, I think the echo might have gone as well. Hey! Oh my goodness, thank you all so much for being here. I was so excited for this session. I apologize in advance for any technical difficulties that we might have. This is my first time running a live stream, let alone with 5 guests in the lobby with me. So I'm really excited, and I appreciate each of you being here for this session. I am going to formally introduce all of you. I was reading through the bios. So hopefully Tammie and Sarah, if you'd like to take a little bit longer just introducing yourselves with the bio information that I didn't get round to reading. So I'll formally introduce you, and then we can go through one by one, and everybody can say hi. So hi all, and thank you so much for joining me on the live stream today. This is our busiest session of the broadcast, and I am absolutely honoured to be in such wonderful company with each of you. I aim to ask a set of questions and allow each of you the opportunity to answer them. But feel free to have a discussion. If we can kind of order it or formulate it somehow, we'll see how things go. But overall, I'm just excited to hear how each of you explore the subject of women in high demand groups. So let's start with Janja. Would you like to introduce yourself to the listeners?
Sure. Let's see. How should I start? Well, I'll start by coughing. I'm a retired sociologist. I taught at one of the California State Universities for close to 20 years. When I was 30, I joined a political cult that I was in for about 10 and a half years. Most of that time I was in leadership, and it was very restrictive. I got out because, in fact, we all got out. We had our revolution and overthrew our leader, which is quite unusual. Luckily, I found a therapist who was who was knowledgeable about cult after effects. And I saw her several times a week for quite a while, and started giving presentations and speaking and reading and doing whatever I could. Eventually, it took a long time to make the decision, but eventually I went to grad school and got my PhD. I've been working with survivors and their families for over 30 years now. I've written 5 books, 2 of which I'm giving away during this live stream. And I know Kacey for quite a while. I was on her podcast last year sometime, I guess. Anyway, I'm happy to be here, and I brought along my team and hopefully we'll have a great time.
Yes, thank you so much. I appreciate everything that you do, and taking time out of your day to be here with me and bringing all of these, like it's like a little army. We've got some warriors here today for this session. So I've muted everybody, but if you want to speak at any point, if you just raise your hand, I'll unmute the microphone for each of you. So thank you so much for that, Janja. And Beth, would you like to introduce yourself to everybody?
Probably not going to be as articulate as so. But so my name is survivor of the troubled cult-based teen program as a survivor of narcissism. I do a lot of work. I'm a mental health therapist, doing that for about 25 years. I have been working with Janja, working to teach psychoeducation and about abuse. I do say often that I'm a trauma therapy, and so a lot has been trying to help people with trauma be able to heal while also a place to be. So because of that, approaches to help people through and be able to help themselves in their experiences.
And it's amazing, I think. Thank you so much for that, Beth. The work that you are doing to bring awareness around the troubled teen industry. For anybody that listens to the show will know that that's a regular subject that's covered on the show. We did have Michael here earlier. I don't know if he's still here, but he was the first ever person that I interviewed, survivor of the troubled teen industry, and kind of opened my eyes to that entire environment that I didn't know existed until he came forward with his accounts of going to the one of the CEDU programs. So I was really excited to see that you'd be here today. So thank you so much for that, Beth. And Tammie, would you like to introduce yourself to the viewers?
Hi, I'm Tammie, and I grew up in Christian fundamentalism, born and raised. So I was indoctrinated at a very early age and dealt with a lot of misogyny and racism and pretty much a lot of institutionalized abuse over the years until I was 18 and able to escape and get out of it and kind of rebuild my life bit by bit over many, many years. And I've just been speaking out as much as I can in the last few years because of the rise of Christian nationalism, and just really kind of want people to know about how dangerous Christian theology can be when it's used in a very fanatic way.
I think that's I don't think there's a more of a prevalent subject at the moment in terms of talking about cults and coercion and America as a country, especially from what we're seeing over here. But this whole stream was kind of born out of the contention and sort of the climate, religious, social, and political climate that's taking place over in America at the moment. So I really appreciate you being here to add your perspective on that as well. So thank you, Tammie. And we're going to go to Sarah. Would you like to introduce yourself to the viewers?
Yes. Hi, everybody. Am I still muted? No, I'm okay. Okay, there, it went away. I'm Sarah. I also grew up in a fundamentalist Christian cult, but I kind of use the word Christian a little loosely in this context because their belief system is a little bit flawed. And, if anything, I would say they're more of just a strictly fundamentalist religion or cult that believes primarily in the Old Testament because of what they would expect of the members.
Okay.
So I grew up in that. My parents joined when I was about a year old, and I didn't get out until I was an adult. So every part of my personality was being shaped and framed by that experience. And so it really drove me to look into psychology, which led to sociology and gender and sexuality, which is what I went to school for. It really just helps to kind of inform how I'm looking at the world, how I'm looking at my interactions, my relationships, myself. And I've just really made my life's goal to try to be the best version that I can be. And then, kind of put that out into the world and try to enrich my communities and help raise awareness for other people.
Wow, I bet it was interesting through your journey of deconstruction to go and study gender and sexuality. There's so many questions I have around that, but was that like, and I must have been enlightening in some ways.
My whole education was enlightening. Honestly, I didn't even realize I grew up in a cult until I was in my first psychology course, and I was reading through the 101 course book, and it had a description about cults, and it was like, high control groups, and it gave all of these bullet points of, this is what a cult is consisting of. And I went, yup, got that one.
No way.
Yep,
oh my goodness.
It literally checked every single one of them. And then all of a sudden I sat back and I went, holy, I'm in a cult. I grew up in a cult. And that was kind of my first awakening. And so, yeah, gender definitely came into it at that point, because then once you realize that you grew up in this very controlled system, then you start having to examine what is me, what I believe, what's been put upon me, what's, out in the world. I mean, getting from something where you're very isolated and you have no frame of reference for what is normal, quote unquote. You get into the real world, and all of a sudden you're a fish out of water and you have no idea what you're doing. And so for me, it was, I remember the first time I saw a gay couple, I almost lost my mind. I had no idea what it was. So I was raised homophobic, racist. I mean, you name it. That's how I was raised. So I really had to issue a lot of that and get rid of it and reframe it.
That's amazing. I can just see Tammie vigorously nodding in agreement there. So drawing some parallels between your experiences already. Thank you so much for that, Sarah. And last but certainly not least, hi, Erin. Would you like to introduce yourself to the viewers?
Sure. Hi, I'm Erin. Erin Robbins is my name. In 1977, I traveled to India to see a so-called enlightened spiritual teacher. His name was Bhagwan Rajneesh, also known as Osho now. And I was very drawn to his dynamic and radical techniques where he was merging Eastern philosophy and mysticism with Western psychology and psychotherapy. I went there and became very, very enthralled right away with what was happening with him and around him. And I spent the next, I don't know if it was 15 or more years living in very close proximity to him in India, and then again in the commune in Oregon, and was brought very close into his inner circles. And I say circles plural because he had many circles. But I was quickly drawn in, and I stayed very devout as a disciple of his, even after his death. So it's been 30 years or more since he died. But although I didn't have any formal involvement with the organization over these years, I still had in my mind and in my heart the belief that he was my spiritual master, and he was a supreme spiritual master. And I still carried his ideas as mine. I heard his teachings as my thoughts for all of these years. And a year and a half ago, I started seriously asking myself, what if he was not who I have and who thousands of us, tens of thousands of us, believe to be this exalted, holy man? What if he's not? What if nothing I went through there was as it appeared? What if his teachings did not come from awakening, but were manipulative and coercive? What if he was interested in power and control more than spiritual awakening? And I seriously asked those questions. And when I did, my years of not being able to understand why so much really horrible, illegal and criminal and horrific things that happened around him, including poisonings and attempted murders and neglect and horrible abuse of children. I hadn't been able to put it together in my mind. And suddenly, when I began to consider the possibility that he was not who he said he was, everything came into place for me. Like all the pieces of the jigsaw puzzle just suddenly came together.
And it's my understanding that your interview with Sarah and Nippy on their show, A Little Bit Culty, was your kind of first step into speaking out about your experiences.
Yes. In fact, this is my second.
Wow, that's huge, Erin. Thank you so much for being here and for willing to trust us with your story and for being so open and honest about the things that you went through. I imagine you must still be in kind of like a jumble or a muddle, still trying to work everything out and go through the experiences and see kind of the version of what it was like as you lived it and the version that you kind of understand it to be now. Tammie said and Sarah said that it took them years to deconstruct their experiences, and even though they might be second generation adults, you yourself as somebody who joined a high demand group later on in life, you're still yourself going through those steps of deconstruction and working out all of those things that you went through.
Absolutely.
Wow,
Yes,
that's incredible.
It's quite a process, and I have to say, as difficult as it's been, because I never could have even imagined anything as difficult as seeing suddenly that 40 years of my life were given to a sham. I mean, I just couldn't, it was unbearable to even imagine it. But so the process, as devastating and difficult as it is, it's equally liberating. And I'm finding for the first time, like I can speak, like you're asking me questions and I can answer you. I have a voice. I can have a life. And so it's an equally liberating and wonderful experience, even though it's difficult. But yeah, I'm right. I am in the middle of it. And I expect, probably because of my age, that I probably will be for the rest of my life, I imagine.
Thank you so much, Erin. Thank you for being here and for sharing that with us. So I'm going to throw all of the guests into the questions segment now. Thank you all for introducing yourselves. How I'm going to do this is I've got a few questions set aside for individuals, but if any of you want to speak to something that somebody has said at any point, just raise your hand and I'll unmute the microphone and we can do it that way. So I'm going to start by asking Janja, could you tell us what your personal experiences have been like in your field of cult research and recovery in terms of women in high demand groups?
Sure. Well, excuse me. For me, it started very early. When I started going to the cult awareness conferences in the late 80s and early 90s, well, first of all, no one was talking about political cults, which is part of the reason I wanted to go and present, to let them know that there aren't just religious cults. But also it was clear to me that no one was looking at the experiences of women in cults. And it seemed that when I went to these conferences, a good part of the audience of survivors were women. I think today we feel that the demographics are more or less split, but I think more women end up in cults than men, and that's in part how we're raised. So at the time, I was working with the Cultic Studies Journal as an editor, and I proposed doing a special journal on women in cults, and I called it Women Under the Influence. So that, and I had several articles, one that I had written before for another magazine on sexuality, and then had people's personal stories. Excuse me. So that came out in 1997, and that was like a big deal, like to start talking about the experience of women in cults. Just as today, I think in that field, talking about the experience of homosexuals in cults is just gaining some recognition. So that journal was a big breakthrough, and people, I think, started paying more attention. Women, of course, are, I would say, primarily the ones who get abused sexually in cults. In doing this all these years, I've heard story after story after story. Some of them are just horrifying. And of course, the children. But for women, it's just as Erin is describing, it's almost always posed as, this is going to bring you closer to enlightenment. This is an honor that the leader wants you, or, perhaps it's just a free fall within a group of everybody just sleeps with everybody, like in the Children of God. I see we have someone here from that group. So I think it's important to talk about it, especially today with, oh God, help me. Not help me. I think it's important today in relation to just the increased interest in gender and the fact that schools do have programs like gender and sexuality that Sarah went to. So, if you look at the three other people here with me, they were all abused in their cults or in their families. I mean, it's it's prevalent in our society, so it makes sense it would be prevalent in cults. And I think the more we can educate the, God, help me. Sorry.
Should we move on? I hate it when that happens, when you get it in your throat and you can't get rid of it. So brilliant. So I mean, your focus on women in high demand groups has been taking place since the 90s, and is still ongoing today. So this is not something that is only now coming into the public eye. It's something that has been prevalent for quite a while, something that people have recognized is problematic and does take place more severely for that community group within high demand groups. Of course, it's difficult when we talk about women, because a lot of the time when we're speaking about gender within these groups, there are no other recognized genders other than men and women. And I think I just wanted to keep reiterating that throughout the stream, because I'm not, of course, anybody that watches the show will know that I'm absolutely not, I'm not exclusive in any way whatsoever. So when we're talking about women in high demand groups, that's the stance that we're taking on, and people that identify as female in these groups, that's a whole other conversation around how the LGBTQIA plus community is not even recognized within the majority of high demand groups that we discuss on the show, which I think is important to just keep reminding the viewers. So thank you for answering that question, Janja. And I'm going to move on to Beth. As someone who works closely with survivors of the troubled teen industry and somebody who's experienced this environment yourself, Beth, is there anything striking to note about the differences in treatment between young girls and women in these programs, or is it horrific circumstances for most involved?
I think that there is particular way that, you know, to most of them about, and that the one that I was exposed to, based Synanon-based attacks, really about tearing down and then rebuilding that back. So that person. And so I think do that for women, and it's definitely a way in terms of women being sexualized in a particular way, sexual creatures, and kind of shamed about them. And so I do think that towards that I've seen towards male survivors to place for the way that the experience and other people that I've worked with part of what I think makes that so it's then really easy for women to get somebody doing that to them or being coercive over them or them with these hard truths and healthy and relationship. And so I do think it's these programs, men and women, end up in healthy or narcissistic relationships.
Yeah, I think the internet connection on your screen, Beth, might be just be cutting in and out. I am getting the essence of what you're saying. So some words, but it just cuts out a little bit. So some words are coming through, and I think one of the biggest things that I seem to hear on the show of survivors of the troubled teen industry is the amount of cavity searches that take place for women that are entering the programs. I know that this is common for men as well, but when speaking to the individuals who have been subjected to this procedure, it's most of the time it's the first time that any of these individuals have ever had anybody look at that part of their body. You know, I'm you know, like a romantic partner or a doctor or somebody, you know, qualified to carry out that procedure, and a lot of the time it's untrained staff who are just following the protocol of the programs, and they are carrying out these horrific things on individuals who have just literally rocked up to the program and don't even know what to expect at that point. Is that something that you find is quite a common theme? Janja's raising her hand there as well, so I don't know if you wanted to speak to that as well.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that, you know, I think one thing most people don't realize is that, first of all, the kids who are sent to those programs have very little wrong with them other than they're just being teenagers. And also that sometimes they're as young as 13 or 14 when they're sent to these programs. That's an incredibly young age to be subjected to that kind of abuse. And that also with the harshness of the programs, you know, I think young boys or young teenage boys can perhaps withstand the beatings and the abuse a little bit better. You know, I mean, obviously we don't want to compare, but for young girls, it must just be absolutely terrifying to be in that environment where there is so much abuse against them of every kind, sexual, physical, psychological.
Did you want to add to that, Beth?
Okay.
Yeah, I think you're just a kind of a bit delayed, but you catch up eventually, so we can kind of get to yeah.
All right. Sorry. You know, I have one experience of that. I was a troubled teenager, but I was a troubled, and so a lot of what had happened, being violated and assaulted, and going into a situation to help me, and then having happen over again, starting or that complete loss of capability. I mean, I think all of this is something that was already difficult. Awareness about that, you know, this idea. And so yes, maybe there's a reason that procedure to someone, but the impact of their trauma and their trauma response much for people, and myself included, part of being in program.
every time every time I hear it, it's still a shock, even though it's something that's pretty common across those testimonies that come out from survivors as well. So thank you for sharing that with us, Beth. I'm going to move on to ask Sarah a question. Sarah, you grew up in the 2x2s, is that right?
Yeah, I neglected to say that earlier when you were introducing me. I was a little nervous. This is actually my first time also speaking out.
Wow, thank you so much for being here. Thank you, Sarah.
Yeah, you're welcome. So outsiders often refer to the group as 2x2s because the people that we consider to be, we call them workers. Outside, you guys would recognize them as maybe ministers or something similar. They would go out 2x2 to kind of like how Mormons go out on missions. So they travel in 2x2s, and that's, I think, where they came up with that particular vernacular.
And from the things I've read about the 2x2s and previous, I listened to an episode with somebody on the Talk Beliefs YouTube channel with Mark Torrender. It's a particularly misogynistic Christian sect, is that right?
Very, and it's incredibly so. For me growing up, it was very much that the programming starts very young. So as young as I can remember having, fully formed thoughts of when I was 5 years old, when they said, what do you want to be when you grow up? It was, I want to be a mommy or I want to be a worker. Wow. And so, for me, that was the only two jobs that I thought were open to me when I became an adult. And so the programming starts very, very young. Your body is the battleground over which they believe religion is. Yeah, I'm going to use religion and cult interchangeably just because I've always called it a religion until I realized it was a cult. So it sometimes still creeps back in, but basically it's that battleground. Your body is that battleground. And so all of the rules are disproportionately applied to women. And the consequences of breaking any of those rules are also disproportionately applied to women. I grew up understanding that to think a sin was the same as committing a sin, and that in order to do that, if you think that sin and you've caused your brother to think that sin, then you are just as guilty of that sin as he is. So if in any way your appearance makes a man think a lustful thought, you have caused your brother to sin, and now you are just as guilty of that sin. And all sins are equal in the eyes of God. So something as little as having your toes showing was frowned upon. You're not allowed to have even just your toes show.
Okay, and this is just restrictional dress of women. Men were not restricted in the same way.
Not exactly. There were definitely expectations around the dress that we would have going to formal services and things like that. But in terms of just every day, no.
Right. Okay. And I don't know if I'm getting confused between different Christian sects, but the 2x2s is started as over an island and eventually began to die out in those parts of Ireland because of the restrictions around procreation. Am I on the right track with the group, or am I thinking of somebody else?
So there's definitely that is where it originated, was out of Ireland. It was William Irving was a Scotsman, and he started it. The story that was kind of generally shared was that he was trying to bring Catholics and Protestants together by uniting them under one God and saying, we are all equal. We're all, here. And so it was this, it was a very big movement at that point. But there were a lot of kind of belief systems that didn't really work and weren't translated into daily life. So for example, when they first started, they allowed couples to be the ministers, and so then the couples would have children, and then they would go from homes of the believers and they would stay in the homes of the believers. Well, then it was like, well, that's too much of a imposition to say, well, I want you to take these people as your ministers, but I also want you to take on their children. So then that's where they started in with restrictions around the people that were being paired off into couples were same sex. They were, supposed to remain celibate for the rest of their lives. And so the rules, and this is, I guess, the hallmark of most cults, is that the rules had to change as the charismatic leader found what wasn't working to be able to control people. So he changed the rules, and then it eventually came over to the United States. And when it got to the United States is really when you saw this really big shift into strictly same-sex, like groupings, and making sure that nobody could procreate unless you were married and part of the main congregation.
Right. Okay. Thank you for that summary. I'd heard of the 2x2s before, and in that sense, somebody said they died out over an island as a movement because of the and when somebody asked me, as somebody that's listened to a lot of stories about cults, why do you think that decision was made? And I had no context to give them around the kind of the pioneering door to door, and that's why they put the same sex couples together. I just thought it was something leadership said, no more sexual relationships. And the person that asked me that question, they said, I thought that all leaders were basically just trying to get themselves in positions where they could just have the types of sexual relationships with those that are vulnerable, in whichever way they wanted to. And I just said, it's still if you're controlling people's sexualities to have sex with them or to stop them from having sex with other people, you're still controlling them. So it's the same method, but just kind of worded a bit differently. I didn't realize that it was because they wanted to stop people having the children, because the children were becoming a burden on the pioneering. So thank you for that, Sarah, for that information.
Yeah, of course. Sorry. There's just one more thing I wanted to add. It actually didn't die out in Ireland.
Okay.
So the other thing is that it just went underground.
Okay.
This movement is huge. I could, as a teenager, go to any town in the United States, and I could find within an hour's distance a place that I could go and I could worship.
Wow.
So it was not even remotely dead. I can go around the world. I can go to other countries. I can go to China. I can go to Korea. I can go to Thailand, anywhere. I can go anywhere in the world and find a meeting.
Wow. Okay. So very much still ongoing around the world.
Huge.
Thank you for that. Janja's raising her hand again. Did you want to speak to that, Janja?
Well, I just wanted to speak to the secretiveness, because I think that's why this group is so little known, because one of their policies is, first of all, not to have a name, but secondly, they don't have churches or temples. They meet in people's homes. So you don't know, it could be your next door neighbor having a meeting. You don't know that's what they're doing. You don't know who they are. So that adds to the secretiveness and the fact that there can be hundreds of thousands and nobody knows about it.
You would never know. Yeah. Wow. Oh my goodness. And Tammie's still nodding her head voraciously in the corner. So I'm going to unmute your microphone, Tammie, and kind of pass the microphone over to you. As someone who grew up in an extreme fundamentalist environment, the experiences that Sarah's spoken about are obviously familiar to you, but I wondered if you could speak to us about other things you experienced in terms of growing up as a female within fundamentalist America.
Oh, absolutely. Like Sarah, my worldview as a child from my earliest memory was that I could be a mother or a teacher or a nurse or a missionary. Those were the jobs that I could do. no one ever said to me in my entire childhood or young adulthood, you can do and be whatever you want. That was never something that was part of my worldview. And that's just the very, very tip of the iceberg of how young girls are indoctrinated into fundamentalism. It starts there, and it just kind of builds into the ways in which you have to act and speak and dress, and the things that you learn from just the very earliest childhood about the way that you present yourself to the world and your value in the world. And it's about being subservient to men. That it just, at the bottom line, is that you do not own yourself, you do not own your body, you have no agency. Consent is not a thing from the time you're small. And it's about the way that you're punished, and it's about the way that you are treated by other people in your community and your value in the community. And, you know, it's just an institutionalized misogyny that is so, so incredibly severe in every way.
Did you grow up a lot hearing the umbrella expression that is used a lot within fundamentalist groups around the umbrella of God's protection, and how that it's used to explain why you have to be subservient to men?
No, I don't know that one. The way that it was always explained to us is it was just more about your value as a person and what you have to offer to the world, and just that women were not the same as men ever. Even as a child, that was just something I knew.
When you were growing up, is it expected in your group to have big families, and then the women and the young girls take care of the younger children, with the parentification being quite a severe thing that happens in fundamentalist groups?
Yes, absolutely. The group that we were in was very similar to the Quiverful movement. So it was basically about having as many children as you can, which increases your value within the group and also your value in the eyes of God. So in my particular situation, my mother had trouble having babies. So after I was born, she had multiple miscarriages to the point that her body was just kind of falling apart. She did end up having 2 more children that were very, very difficult pregnancies. And in the last one, she almost died and had to have a hysterectomy at the time that my youngest sister was born. So we were never really valued within the community because we didn't have a big family. So there's a lot going on there. There's a lot of hierarchy. There's a lot of discrimination. And it's all around the way that women are valued and treated, and then, you know, just the abuse that are happening, just the institutionalized abuse that happens to women and girls within fundamentalism is just something that people should be talking about more.
Absolutely. And the nonprofit that we're raising money for, My Sound Choices, the founder, Kristyn Decker, she talks a lot about how she grew up in forced polygamy and how that impacted her life, and how there was, you know, sort of 12 to 15 kids in the house, and they would be falling down the stairs and they would be burning themselves, and they, you know, would be getting into all kinds of trouble. And it just wasn't possible for her to look after that many children in the way that she was expected to as the homemaker in that family. And it's awful to think of your mum going through those situations when, if something happens in pregnancy, the woman is probably going to look inside herself anyway and wonder what's going on. And then to have that be told that it's a righteous problem, and that it's her own fault, and victim blaming when she's probably already grieving and under all this pressure to have this family. that environment it's heartbreaking to think of the women that are going through not only those things in their bodies, but those things spiritually as well, and the community putting, it's so much, Tammie. So thank you for sharing that with us. I appreciate that, and I don't underestimate in any sense how difficult that must have been for your mum, and for you as well, thinking you might lose your primary caregiver because she has to, fulfill these obligations within the group. It's just so much. And Erin, somebody such as yourself who isn't born into a group but travels to India to kind of practice with Bhagwan Sri Rajneesh, and then you're invited into the inner circle. Do you think that there was a difference in how women were treated in the inner circle and how women were treated as a whole when following Bhagwan Sri Rajneesh? I don't know if you have any context or if you have any experience in how women as a group were treated within the community, and how that differentiates to your experience personally.
Well, yes, I think to understand how things went down there, and are still happening in many of the communes that are still functioning around the world. It's good to understand sort of the overall, which was he used women. He said he was using women, particularly those who had the capacity to surrender to him most deeply. And he used them to be extensions of him in all of the different areas, whether it was the group leaders or therapists, or they kind of almost like the priests and the priestesses of the group, or it was the people running and managing the commune and making, doing all the administrative management work. They were all women. And he spoke about how women were able to surrender more deeply to him than men. And there was only a few exceptions of men that he felt could surrender deeply enough to bring them close. So surrendering to him was considered the highest goal, really. That was the way he was teaching us. Through surrendering to him as our master, we could find the peace that he said he had found and the awakening he had found. So women were in charge of everything. They were called moms. Was literally, they weren't your boss, they were the mom of each department or aspect of the commune. And he had a very strong message to everyone that children were considered, were pretty much an obstacle or an impediment to awakening. So children were not welcome at the ashram or in the communes much. There were some exceptions, but by and large, children were really not welcome, and mothers were told best to leave their children in the countries with the other members of the family. So there were quite a few children that were abandoned by their parents who wanted to be in the community with Osho. I think the people in the inner circles were primarily those that were running the organization or were working as his therapists and group leaders that were teaching and working with thousands of people. And then a smaller group of women that he selected to be his, what he called energy mediums. And I was one of those women, as well as one of the women that he asked to be a teacher or a therapist group leader there. I just forgot my train of thought, sorry.
It's okay.
Where was I going? Having the women be the bosses or the moms was a really interesting thing, because none of the women were really able to use their own heart and soul to do their work as leading the organization. They were only to do what he told them to do.
Right. Okay.
So everyone was functioning as who was in the inner circles was functioning as a quote vehicle for him. And
Okay.
we were told to trust everything that he told us to do, then that the deeper we could trust, the better. And if we were in a position close in the inner circle, people were to trust us as group leaders or as energy mediums.
Okay. That's really interesting, isn't it? How he positions himself with the women, saying, you know, it's women who can become close to him because of their, you know, because of their inner nature, because of the way that they are built, because of how they are, and yet they're not allowed to use any of those things when working with other people in the community. So he's kind of saying one thing but then doing the opposite.
Exactly.
Oh my goodness. And do
Exactly.
you feel like the environment that he was creating as a leader in the inner circle with yourself, with this type of abuse and exploitation that was taking place, does the rest of the community, even if they're not aware of what's going on in the inner circle, then follow suit? So there's the opportunity for people to abuse and exploit even at the lower levels within the community?
I think yes, the environment of sexual freedom, where what we were told was that we were in a highly creative situation where we were breaking down the barriers that had been so destructive on our culture, and opening it up for free love and to trust our bodies and not repress sexuality. A lot of things that were very attractive to many of us, wanting that we were alternative and not wanting to follow suit in the traditional way that society is. So it's hard for me to put it all together. Tell me your question again so I can try to answer
I was
it. I'm
just
sorry.
curious to know if the I would say like sort of the typical followers of Bhagwan Sri Rajneesh, who went to the ashram and then would follow him to Oregon, who might not get sort of face-to-face interaction with him as a leader, but would still follow him so devoutly down to every word he said. I wondered if even those people were experiencing the same level of abuse from other perpetrators as you were receiving from him.
Exactly. I think you just said it spot on, because the culture was created by him and everything kind of trickled from the top down. Exactly. And it did unfortunately become an environment of a tremendous amount of abuse sexually with children. Really quite horrible things were happening there. And I think that the people that were not in the inner circles, that came just to be devotees, sannyasins, followers, wanted to partake of his teachings and the great celebration that was happening around him, knew very, very little of what was happening in the innermost circles. There was a lot of secrecy, much not talked about. And at this time, as things are becoming to be more revealed in the community, and I'm speaking out and other people are speaking out, the people that are still devotees and still following Rajneesh are having a really, really hard time, because they can't believe that they do believe it, but it breaks their whole picture, because they did not know what was going on.
No.
I personally didn't know anything about that people were being poisoned, or that there were people conspiring to kill government officials, and even conspiring to kill people within the community that there was concern about. I had no idea about that. And I was really close in, but I wasn't in that particular hierarchy of the administrator and management. So I didn't know.
Well, it sounds ludicrous, doesn't it? If someone came up to you and said, "Oh, they're planning assassinations," I mean, even if you were privy to some of the stuff that was happening in the other circles, you know, the silos that were created, it's genius. Of course, it's extremely harmful and destructive, but the way that was just, and I know you could, you know, the same with a lot of the different groups that we've mentioned on the stream already. The siloing is just, I mean, it really is genius. And I think it's, oh, Sarah's just, I will unmute you, Sarah, so you can add this point in yourself.
I was just going to mention, I think that one of the control tactics that's really common in a lot of these groups is really keeping the members from knowing what the truth is. So like, for example, we just got done talking about William Irving and the movement for the 2x2s starting in Ireland and coming over and all of that stuff. But I was in my 20s when I learned all of that, and it blew my mind. I had no idea any of those things because that was never, ever anything that was mentioned. You know, we didn't know any of those things. We were always told that we were, you know, basically the line might have, that the line descended from Jesus' disciples, you know, that the way was perfect.
Oh, wow.
And that the reason that there weren't ways that it showed up in historical accounts was because it was just that it was underground, or that it was quiet, but that we had never actually lost the way.
Oh my goodness.
There's a lot, I think, that goes into this like framework that gets built by cult leaders and those in power to paint that rosy, you know, picture. I think Janja covers it very well in, you know, Escaping Utopia, that everybody has this longing for a perfect utopian society, and they try to appeal to that in a certain way. And so even for those of us that are born in, and it's intergenerational, I mean, there were people, I remember growing up, you know, with groups where they had, you know, their 5th generation and more, and they were like the royal families of the 2x2s, you know, and the reality is that, you know, there was a hierarchy to that. Absolutely.
Oh my goodness. Wow. 5th generation.
Oh,
that's
yeah.
So I've unmuted each of you now, so we can have a discussion about, so I think everybody here has really helped to kind of paint a picture around some of the issues of women specifically in high demand groups. And this is just, you know, there's 6 of us in this chat. And we can talk about this all day. What you said, Sarah, I think that's wild. It kind of reminds me of conversations I've had with people who have left the LDS church and had no idea that there was another version of Joseph Smith's history. And they read this book and they're like, what? And it's the first time they've ever heard about it. That to me, it's just wild that somebody could pick up a book and be like, I had no idea this other history existed. So I just wanted to open the floor up now, really, for us to just have a general discussion around women in high demand groups. Janja, you raised your hand there. I didn't know if you had something you wanted to contribute.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that, you know, when Erin did come out publicly, she was so viciously attacked, you know, through emails and in Facebook groups and by these people who wanted to shut her down and not tell her truth and not mention the abuse of the children, much less her own abuse. And I think that's why, you know, one of the things I always say to people is everybody's experience in a cult is very different. And depending on what level you were at, how long you were in, which place you were in, if it's a cult that's spread around, you can have an entirely different experience from someone else. So in my own experience, when I first wrote this long article about my cult, which came out in 1994, I think, or even earlier, people from my group were absolutely attacking me and saying, well, that never happened. You know, the leader didn't do that. That never happened. And I was like, wait a minute. These were people who were in the outer rings. They weren't in leadership. They weren't in the inner circle. They had no clue what went on with those of us in the inner circle or in the sort of middle level leadership. And so I think people who are so swift to judge and try to silence people who are speaking their truth is really a disservice, because your experience may not be the universal experience in any one particular group.
I think that's why it's important to have as many guests on the podcast as possible, even if we do 1,000 episodes on, the troubled teen industry, for example. We're still going to be gaining a different perspective and different insight every single time we have one of these conversations. And I think that it's important to recognize that. I think you're absolutely right there, Janja, that no two I mean, you can draw parallels. You could draw parallels between every single experience and cults and coercion, because, the framework speaks to that in itself. But individual experiences are always going to be very different. So I did have a question for Beth, but it's completely gone from my mind. We've been on the stream for 8.5 hours now, so I'm kind of getting a little bit, I think, getting a bit flaky now. I apologize. I did want to talk about some of the resources that exist for individuals to access. So Beth's actually just disappeared, but Sarah here she is. I think she's come back. Hi, Beth. Can you hear us?
Yes, I'm trying not to.
I think we're still a little bit jumpy, but I just wanted to ask you if you could tell the viewers about the work supporting troubled teen survivors, and because there's a part of the Take Back Your Life recovery program that supports troubled teen survivors specifically. Is that right?
I have a specific course that we for TTI survivors, integrated TTI survivor courses, and which is the better way to go. I think it's really amazing about people that are born, people that have been as an adult, that there's experience and how it really helps you feel less alone. Just TTI survivors, but survivors, and understand that we live challenges and adaptations to. We're kind of on the fence if you have specific.
And Tammie, it's my understanding you're working alongside the people at Take Back Your Life Recovery as well. Do tell me if I get any of this stuff wrong at any point, because I was drawing all of my information by going through all of your websites and social media pages.
Oh yes, well, I am so fortunate because I don't even remember exactly how I happened upon Take Back Your Life Recovery. I think it was through a friend who recommended Janja's book to me. And right at the moment that I Googled it, I saw that these courses were coming out. And so I think I may have been the very first one that ever signed up, just out of luck. And so I took the first 2 courses, the Foundations of Recovery, and I think the Healthy Relationships course, and then just happened to let them know that if they were interested in having some help, that I would be happy to help. And that was almost a year ago, and the rest is history.
Amazing. Oh my goodness. Do you feel like there was an increase in need over lockdown, or did things stay pretty much the same? Do you have like peaks and troughs with people reaching out for support and help, or is it pretty consistent? I don't know if anybody would like to speak to that specifically. Janja, thank you.
I'm unmuted. Yeah, I would say certainly since the pandemic, I know that I've been busier than ever. And a lot of that had to do with QAnon and the anti-vax movement and families who were concerned because, you know, some relative was lost and no longer coming to Thanksgiving dinner, or Thanksgiving dinner was a nightmare because they were all arguing about politics or whatever. So that was a big increase in terms of kind of this new form of internet cults that are happening and the conspiracy theories and all of that.
Right.
I think also there are more cults than ever before. They just keep growing and they're all over the world. And it could be because I'm more available now because I'm not teaching. But I mean, I can't tell you the messages and emails, you know, that I get daily from people, survivors, people wanting to ask about a particular cult, neighbors, friends, relatives. I mean, it's just massive. But I did want to add something about the troubled teen industry, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So recently, I was went to a film shooting for a documentary that's being done about the troubled teen industry, and there were 9 people there, 8 or 9, who were all from different programs. They were both secular and religious. They were very ethnically mixed. You know, a Black person, a woman from Puerto Rico, and there were only 2 men, one of whom was gay, and one of whom was sent to a program because his parents thought he was too feminine.
All right.
And throughout the filming, I mean, each person told their story. And even though I've been sort of in this field peripherally, know about the TTI since 2012 or something like that, by the end of the day, I was practically sobbing. I mean, it was horrifying to hear these stories. It was heartbreaking. And to see these people now as adults, you know, some still in their 20s, some in their 30s and 40s, the fact that anybody survives those programs is beyond me. I mean, I can't even tell you the kind of abuse. And I kept thinking, who hires these sadists to do these things to these young people? And how is it that our health insurance companies pay for this? You know, and how is it that parents are bamboozled into thinking this is some kind of therapy? It was absolutely mind-blowing, and it's one reason, because I've learned so much more about this movement and the cult connection, because they are cults. They operate just like cults. I'm revising now Take Back Your Life, and I'm adding a whole section on the troubled teen industry with a history of it, written by Phil Elberg, who's an attorney, and personal accounts. And I just think it's so important that all of us raise awareness about this part of the cult world. You know, there's people fighting for legislation on a national level here in America. I don't know where that's going to go because that's difficult. There are some fights happening at the state level, and there's a number of groups. The one that we collaborate with is called Unsilenced. But it's really an urgent issue. It hasn't diminished at all over the years. And I can't tell you how heartbreaking it is.
Especially when parents and families and caregivers are being told by the doctors or medical professionals or licensed professionals that the best option for them is to go to one of these programs because there's all these arrangements, financial arrangements and agreements and kickbacks that come through profiting off of the backs of child abuse. And you said there who hires these sadists, but it could be that the sadists know exactly where to go to be able to access vulnerable people and behave in that way.
It's like right. It's like the
absolutely.
pedophiles.
I have goosebumps just thinking about it. Erin, with your experience, I imagine that people knew that they could carry out the types of abuses that they wanted to in the environment that you lived in. We've had Faith Jones here talk about the Children of God. We've had Erika Bornman come and talk about Quasi-Ubuntu, and these are all environments where the systemic abuse of children is encouraged, and it could be that perpetrators are just seeking out these environments. Sarah, you just raised your hand.
Yeah, I wanted to speak to something that was kind of unique about 2x2s, as Janja kind of alluded to earlier about in homes. And I wanted to actually take that one step further. And it's not just that we worshiped in each other's homes. There was a definite hierarchy to how it was organized, despite them claiming it wasn't. And one of the things to that was you would have what we considered elders, which were the ones where the meetings were being held in their homes. And so we were going into their homes, but what's missing in this equation was that the workers would actually come into the congregation's homes. So if you can imagine, you have groups of adults, 2 at a time, usually an older and a younger worker, coming into the home to look at your home. And are you in compliance? Do you have a TV stashed away? Do you have the radio on? Do you have naughty books on your shelf? Do you have small children? These people are eating dinner with you. They're sleeping in your house. They're down the hall from your children. They're in positions of authority. They're being considered the conduit to God. So when you put that person into that setting and then you expect not to have grooming happen. I remember having male workers who were very attentive to me and paid a lot of attention to me. Luckily, I never experienced abuse directly from them, but I know that is something that is very prevalent and common within this. But then you also have the part, so not only are you getting it from your religious leaders, but then you also have this systemic issue of within households, because we did kind of subscribe to the umbrella that you were talking about earlier.
Right.
Although we looked at it a little bit different. It was more like it was like a triangle, it was like God was at the top and then your father was there and then you were to the side. And so or your husband, and then the children were under that triangle. And so the idea being that under all things, you defer to your father because your father is chosen as your father by God. And if you defy your father, you are defying God. So what better stick to beat a kid with than God? And so childhood abuse, spare the rod, spoil the child. I mean, there was, all kinds of physical abuse that was happening, and children are made to sit through these meetings, hours at a time, where they're made to sit on a bench, be quiet, don't move, don't talk. If you move, if you talk, you get flicked, you get spanked, whatever it is that's going on, in order to keep you completely and utterly still the entire time, and so you have all of this happening on a religious level, but then you also have it happening in the home. So I kind of wanted to just point out that it really is a systemic structure that exists there, where you really don't have any way to avoid being victimized and abused. And then when it does happen to you, it's your fault.
Right.
Not really. That's what they convince you, though.
Do you find, Sarah and Tammie, I suppose this question's more prevalent to the two of you. Do you find that with the rising online communities around Christian extremism, Christian nationalism, with things like the view on Christian dominion, do you find these types of themes quite triggering? Are you seeing because over here people will say it's the left-wing media, maybe it's my echo chamber, maybe I'm just biased because I am left-leaning, but over in England it feels like there is no way that America is not going to become a Christian nation. I know that sounds extreme to some people, but with what's just happened at the Supreme Court, I don't think that we can rule anything out at this point.
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, this has been coming for such a long time. This has been, the Christian nationalists have been planning this for almost 50 years, just step by step and bit by bit. And here we are. And if you say that, it sounds like you're a crazy person, but it's true. It's history. It's been happening. I grew up with it. I grew up with politicians coming to our church and coming to our home and talking to us about how to vote and what the important issues were. And this is just something that it has been so behind the scenes and that no one's been paying attention to for such a long time. And the last 6 or 7 years, it's been very triggering for me to see it coming to fruition step by step and not have any way to really stop it from happening.
Mm-hmm. Sarah, do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I would say that so where I grew up was a very rural area in Northern California. And in that particular area, it was definitely very conservative, very right wing, very it was extreme, even by American standards, and which is saying a lot, I think. And I would agree. The more the more time that goes by, the more that we see, it definitely is very much echoing, like all of the religious justifications for what happened with the Supreme Court, the things that come through your feed. Absolutely, 100%. Very triggering, very, very triggering. And it's even more triggering to be the kind of person where you come from, the upbringing where your body is regulated, controlled, and, commodified and objectified and all of those things. And then you escape and you're like, I have freedom, yay. And then you feel like you get to go about your life and live yourself and be yourself. And then now all of a sudden, the place that you thought that you were safe suddenly isn't safe anymore.
Yeah. And there's threats of being pulled back into that environment against your will.
Exactly. Yeah.
Beth, you raised your hand then. I didn't know if you had something you wanted to add.
You're talking about the absolutely being a survivor of assault. There was a huge when that happened in terms of permeated. It's not safe, or that I self-protect my child. Just that trickle down the survivors and how that feels. It's in institutional, we were exploited in that way. It feels like one of our, for these things that we keep being taken away because of somebody.
I think sometimes in the conversations, it's interesting to hear that people never considered how extreme or how abusive their situations were until they've had their own children. And then they've thought, would I subject my children to those things? Of course I wouldn't. So maybe there was something wrong with the environment that I was in. So I think that kind of speaks a little bit, Beth, to what you mentioned there about, trying to avoid the trickle down effect of those things that are coming out of America. And Erin, I wondered if you could just kind of speak to the viewers about where you are now with your journey. How are you kind of working your way through this? Are there any tools or methods that you're using to detangle your experiences? Someone once called it a misadventure. Esther Friedman, she said misadventure, and I love that word because it takes, when people say mistake, it's like there's self-blame in that, but of course there is no self-blame that you should place on yourself. So misadventure is the kind of a better word to use, I think.
Well, I can tell you about when this all started opening up for me and I started to realize what actually happened. I didn't know. I didn't even know there was people working with people coming out of a cult. I had no idea it really was a cult. But I was very, very, I was in really big trouble. I was having a lot of PTSD episodes and panic attacks, and I couldn't control myself. And I just said, I've got to get help. And I told my wife, we have to find me help. I am in trouble. And suddenly we found Janja, who we got led to a support group that Janja was teaching. And so I started to participate in the Take Back Your Life programs and speaking with Janja and Beth, and just bit by bit trying to untangle it. The other thing that I've done is talked to every person who ever left the Rajneesh cult. I've tried to find them all over the world and have conversations with them to try to understand their experiences. I read every book written by people who had left. And I started to read about cults and Janja's work and others who are really shedding light on the dynamics that happen in cults and how the coercion begins to work. So I would say learning about this is one of the, if not the greatest help for me that I have found, because I suddenly brought on and I began to learn a lot with Beth, particularly about the brain chemistry of exalted states and high arousal states and a lot of the things that we were put through, so that I could make sense of it, because I thought that what I was feeling, the kind of ecstasy I was feeling, was from him. And only when I started to learn how the brain works when there are high arousal states and, you know, intense chanting and lights and strobe lights and energy flying and music and drumming, you know, I began to learn that physiologically what happens can mimic or even be like a mystical experience. And so then I began to see, okay, so it wasn't because of him. And, you know, I'm literally picking apart every activity we did and getting a new picture of it from here, and it's entirely different. Many of the techniques that have been taught in Take Back Your Life have helped me tremendously. Techniques about how to bring my frontal cortex, the front part of my brain, online when I start getting, because when I get freaked out, I'm like an animal. I'm just like crazy. And I need to, there's certain techniques like breathing differently, really long exhales, really slow exhale, short inhale, or using my senses to wake up, looking at, finding everything blue in a room, or counting backwards. At first, when I heard those things, I thought this is really silly, but in fact, it can pull me right out of a really, really traumatic reaction or trigger space. And it's like learning to think again with my full brain, not just how I feel.
Wow.
So those are some of the things that have helped.
I think that's
and are helping.
amazing. That's some really interesting insight that you've offered, Erin. Thank you. It's interesting for somebody who to listen about the experiences of somebody who was involved in such a coercive group for such a long time, and then waited such a long time, or there was another prolonged period of time before you realized that those things happen. So that's really quite interesting to gain your insight on that. And it's interesting to hear about you putting things together when you started to read, because a lot of the time survivors on the podcast will say that it was just the power of being able to put definitions to experiences that they'd had, that before that they couldn't define, that they didn't know what it was, what the name of the technique was, or the methods that were being used, just to be able to read a book and say, oh my goodness, this is actually a well-known tactic and this is what it is, and that's what I went through. So I can imagine that that's empowering in itself, just to be able to please, Erin, please.
One more thing I just remembered, which is probably, I mean, equally important in all of the things that are helping me recover, is getting to know and spending time with other cult survivors and hearing their stories and hearing people speak and beginning to talk with people from other groups and learn that, oh my God, somebody was in a fundamentalist Christian group and I'm in this free sex group. I mean, and yet we had so many similar experiences. Or somebody's in a political group and it's the same. It's remarkable. But my connection with people outside of the cult, which it is hard to believe, but for 45 years, almost everybody that I connected with closely was still in the cult. I did not really make really good friends outside all these years. but now I'm meeting other people and I'm learning from them. And I think that the classes in Take Back Your Life, where we get to hear from each other and learn from each other and share is incredibly helpful for me.
Oh, that's
So
amazing. That's
just
amazing to
wanted to say
hear.
that.
Yeah, thank you. Roger in the chat. Hi, Roger. He said, "What is Take Back Your Mind? Take Back Your Life Recovery." It's a series of work. Well, I don't know, Janja. Do you want to explain what it is?
Okay. Okay. So Take Back Your Life is a book that was published first in 94, has been updated several times. It exists in paperback and in audio version. And that's, oh, there, Sarah's holding it up. That's some of what Erin has been referring to. And then Beth and I have been teaching these courses for survivors, or leading courses. That's a lot of what Erin just described, of psychoeducation, of giving people, excuse me, giving people the framework and the terminology to help understand what they've gone through. We'll probably be continuing those after the summer. And the best thing would be to check on my website. Kacey, I'm going to let you tell them my website.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, thank you. So you can't see the QR codes at the moment, but if you visit cultvaultpodcast.com on the page about the 12, I will also put the links in after this session. Every single person that's appeared on the show today, their name and their websites and all of the projects that they're involved in, the links to all of those things are on cultvaultpodcast.com. And you can find the links to all of the people's projects there as well. So Erin, I just wanted to end by saying to you personally that it's interesting that you come forward to speak out and all these people brigade against you to tell you that it's not a cult. I don't know if you had any thoughts on that in itself.
Well, it's pretty interesting because, of course, the cult has a group mind and has one voice, kind of everyone's merged into one voice. And I actually first took it very hard when people were attacking me about what I was saying. It was very painful. And then as it got happened more and more intensely, I began to see this is the very dynamic of a cult. This is it. The us versus them, the unwillingness to be, or inability to be able to actually look with the full balanced mind, and terrible, intense protection of the ideal or the teacher, that no matter what, it cannot be broken. And I began to understand, and not take it personally, I began to understand that the people that were coming at me like that were just like I would have been 3 or 5 years ago, because I really had the same beliefs, and I would have been the same way. So that's what happens when I think you don't have your own mind, or it's been taken power over you in your way of thinking, as we have.
Thank you so much for that, Erin. I just wanted to kind of go around the table one last time, just to get some kind of closing thoughts from everybody around your own personal thoughts around deconstruction or advice around deconstruction, and what we can be doing to further the message around the dangerous practices against women taking place in high demand groups. Beth, would you like to go first?
So when you're talking deconstruction journey of what we've been through?
Yes, yeah.
I mean, for me, I have a deconstruction. I don't know, Kacey?
Yes. So, just sort of like how you, after your experiences in the program within the TTI, what you did to reflect on that and recognize that there were things that happened in that program that are happening to others that we kind of need to continue working towards preventing.
I mean, I think the most important people to deconstruct that experience and being able to be kind and not tear myself out, and then it was getting educated for these things and understanding what and really validating for myself and for other people, continuing to gaslight myself when really that's not what it was. I think that starting with us on really that's harmful, and that we're allowed started that process that I had been through.
I think that is amazing. Just that the ability to kind of not validate yourself, but help others to receive that validation as well through the, when somebody's experienced that gaslighting for so many years and kind of diminishes their own self-worth. If you're able to just listen and recognize, and you don't even necessarily have to I believe you, but just to be able to listen to somebody and help them slowly regain that self-worth and that and validate them in that way I think that can just change a person's whole trajectory on their road to recovery. Obviously I'm not an expert, but Janja's nodding, so I'm just gonna keep going along with what I'm saying. Sarah, I don't know if you had anything that you wanted to contribute.
Yeah, I would say that something that's been really powerful for me, in addition to what's already been said about meeting with other cult members, I also did the courses with Take Back Your Life. Thankfully, I got to be on the ground up on the Take Back Your Life project. So I was always behind the scenes though. So not really as forward as Beth. And it's really a bummer that her audio is so messed up because she's brilliant, you guys. She's really phenomenal.
Yes, I think I'm going to email you after, Beth, because it would be great to actually be able to sit down and just do a typical regular episode with you if you'd be willing to do that. So I'm going to email everybody, I think, and just see if we can all reconnect after this. But yes, please continue, Sarah.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's just for me with my psychology background as well as the sociology and things like that, it really was about making sense of the structures that exist within cultures that are framing how we view ourselves, and then taking that down to a more micro level of what's happening in our interpersonal relationships, what's happening within the cult dynamic, and so if you think about it, the onion, the proverbial onion, and you have your core self, and then you just have all these layers of what's just kind of been put around you going all the way out. And so I think one of the things that's really been powerful for me was really getting back to that core and figuring out, who am I and what do I believe, because I actually believe it, versus something that's been influencing me, whether it's within my culture or my cult or my family. And just really kind of getting back to that, trusting my instinct, trusting my own power, trusting my own space. And I think the way I was able to really do that was through hearing that I wasn't alone. I mean, I remember the first time I met Tammie, we were in one of the recovery courses together, and she started talking about how she grew up, and all of a sudden I'm like, wait, were you in the 2x2s? And for me, it was that she was literally the first person that wasn't in 2x2s that I felt like she could have told my story for me. And there was something that was so powerful in hearing Tammie's story for me, that it's triggering on one hand. I'm not going to lie, doing this work, it is very triggering. However, the flip side of that is that at the same time, you're able to make a connection that helps you understand that this wasn't a character flaw. This isn't you being stupid or ignorant or anything else. This is, you are being framed in these little tiny micro actions and interactions that are happening throughout the course of your experience, whether it's, that you chose to get into the cult, or if it was that you were, growing up in it. And I really think that that's powerful. It's really powerful to be able to connect with other people. And I think too, I recently listened to a podcast, and it was talking about safe enough and the terms of safe enough in relationships. And it's what's broken and hurt in relationships has to be repaired in relationships. And if we think about cults, their main vehicle is the relationship, right? So finding places where you feel safe enough to be able to try to start repairing some of those connections feels really, really, really integral to the healing. And I just want to, not to like air dirty laundry, Janja, but we had a situation that came up, and it was that I really, really needed somebody to tell me I was safe. Like I needed somebody to tell me your feelings are valid, that I'm here for you, and give that support. And in that moment, if it was anyone else, I think they probably would have come at me a little bit harder. But Janja just made space for me to exist in that space, and to be upset, and to be hurt, and to be kind of destroyed in that moment, and then build me back up. And I think that's kind of what Beth was maybe getting at earlier too, in terms of like empowering one another and building each other up, is like understanding that, sometimes we're going to spiral, and sometimes it's going to get a little out of control, and it's going to be a little ugly, and it's not a fun trip. But the reality is that we can be there to interact and help each other and lift each other up, that then we really are giving each other that like extra, like helping hand that we all need in our lives.
Absolutely. And when we talk about validation, I mean, just to hear that somebody else has similar lived experiences to you means that you're not going crazy, you're not making things up, you're not imagining things in the way that you might have been told that you are, or exaggerating things in your own mind in the way that you might have been told you're doing. So even that, just the hearing other people speak out, and the emails that I get from the show, just saying thank you for having this guest on, this guest has changed my life. Just to be able for people to just be able to hear that there are other people that have had the same or similar experiences, to themselves. So Tammie, I didn't know if you had anything that you wanted to contribute before we finish today.
Everyone has really covered everything so well. I don't have too much to add. I'll just say one thing. I think that because all of us come from very similar backgrounds of victim blaming, that when we do this work, the most revelatory thing is to realize that we come from backgrounds of victim blaming, and that this isn't our fault. It's not about us, really. And, then we can start peeling those layers of the onion. But it's just really that burden that we all carry of being blamed for all of the horrific things that were done to us is just the worst thing to me. And it's been really, really nice to realize that wasn't about me at all.
It must be exhausting to go through life constantly thinking that everything that goes wrong is laying the blame on yourself. So to be able to go through some of these courses or work with some of these people and do this work on with yourself to recognize that that's not the case. How liberating is that for somebody to just suddenly, just have all this weight lifted off of themselves? And the work that you're all doing in being able to help people have those experiences is just amazing. So I guess I'm going to finish by saying thank you to Janja for pledging 2 copies of Escaping Utopia and 2 copies of Take Back Your Life to the stream today. You can donate. The link is in the chat. There's thank you, Sarah. There's Sarah holding up 2 copies of the book. So if you'd like to be in with a chance of winning those books from Janja, then feel free to go and donate. We're doing this 12-hour stream so that we can raise some money. So anybody that can go over there and pledge some money would be greatly received. Thank you, Adriel, for the recent donation that happened during this segment. And I guess I just want to finish by saying thank you so much, Janja, especially for getting all of these amazing powerhouses together to come and chat today. Sarah and Erin, I do not underestimate in any sense whatsoever how difficult speaking out is for I imagine it never gets easier. So I do appreciate all of you being here to share your experiences today. And Janja, I mean, are you ever thinking about retiring, and do you need somebody to kind of like be like, you know, your prodigy?
Well, I think all of these folks, and there's a few others who are my proteges, but I always say, as long as I'm compos mentis, I'll keep doing this. And so
That's
far
fantastic.
I am, I think. So I'm going to carry on.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I didn't know. I just wanted to ask you personally if you had anything that you wanted to end on in terms of what we can be doing to further our mission around raising awareness and how we can help survivors that come to us looking for some guidance, advice, support.
Who, me?
Yes,
You're asking
please.
Me? No, I mean, I think we've covered a lot. I think people need to reach out. I think there are, I think almost in every country, there are some cult awareness organizations or people who are learning and aware. We actually had a course for helping professionals, and we had people from other countries in that. So I think people never should give up. They should keep seeking out resources, and as everybody's been saying, having a community of people to speak with is really helpful. Other than that, I would suggest everybody contribute to Kacey's fundraiser here. That's what brought us all here, and we also are happy to have been here, and I'm sorry about my cough. Hopefully that won't take me down.
No, I've really thoroughly enjoyed this discussion. I feel like I could speak to each of you for 3 or 4 hours, and hopefully I'll get the chance to when I email you all later on. So I am so deeply, deeply grateful for each of you to coming here and having this conversation with me this evening, raising awareness of women in high demand groups. And I wish you all the very best of the rest of your day. And I will reach out to each of you and hopefully speak to you all soon.
Great. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Take care.
Thank you,
Bye.
Casey. Thank you for everything you're doing.
Oh,
Yes,
thank you.
absolutely.
Oh gosh, I'm gonna get emotional now. This is where I get emotional.
Don't.
There we go. Amazing. Oh my goodness. Wasn't that the best thing ever? Coming back in with some lo-fi elevator music. Okay. That's still here. Thank you for sticking around. I appreciate you all so much. Going to share some social media posts and try and generate some more interest for the next session. Please, people, keep sharing everything around. I've got so many giveaway prizes. We're going to do that in a minute. So I'm going to load this next video in and go for a quick break. I'll tell you a bit about the next video. It's from Natalie Grand, who is a supporter of the anti-cult movement. She is a mother and an approachable graphic novel author. She created this unique tool, Cult Girls, the graphic novel, for the public to educate them lightly on some of the Jehovah's Witnesses policies. So I'm going to load Natalie in here. You can find out more about Natalie on my website by following the QR code on the right, and I will see you all in a minute.
Hello, my name is Natalie Gran. I'm an author, cult survivor, college graduate, mother of 4, run 2 businesses I created. The topic of taking back your life is pivotal in post-cult recovery. I personally took back my life in a positive, productive way, and I put daily effort in multiple movements. Many have asked or felt inspired by articles, news streams, and the defunding of Jehovah's Witnesses, and have reached out to me personally to ask how they can do a little more. And I have said there's lots of ways. I really encourage anyone who wants to be part of our growing EXJW community to start a Twitter. It's a communication point in social media, and it's becoming more futuristic. All you have to do is open a free Twitter account. You don't even have to have a human name, a picture. It's not like Facebook. And then with your Twitter account, you can reach both of us and have access to all these other amazing content creators, researchers, activists, giving links of where to send your story to government or journalists. You also have access to other anti-cult movements, cult psychologists, anti-cult educators, and be an international supporter and sharer of information that in turn helps protect children in various cults. Back to Cult Girls. I'm proud to say that this is the first graphic novel for any of the anti-cult communities, and hopefully not the last, because graphic novels are a visual experience as well, and many schools and libraries are valuing them in teaching. Graphic novels is like watching a movie. There's a need for a lot of creative expressions of people of different backgrounds, geographical regions, research, and perspectives who have endured something great and turned it into something constructive. Cult awareness is so important because so many are leaving mentally abusive, harsh religions right now. But at the same time, these cults are in full force trying to recruit new blood because of the mass exodus. Their marketing campaign is going to especially target the youth. The reason is the youth are less indoctrinated, passionate, impressionable, sometimes vulnerable, energetic, and can provide physical labor in the form of manual labor to recruiting. They also have the potential to indoctrinate their offspring as young as a baby. Because of the endless money supplies, large religious corporations known as Watchtower, they have endless access to free labor, attorneys, selling kingdom halls, donation grants, lending, recruiters, and they get tax exemption. Their new luxury housing and centers don't pay local taxes to help fix the roads or supply education funds to children, fire departments, or law enforcement to protect the cities. Organizations like these have an army of highly trained brainwashed members. Remember, these are the people that are willing to let their children die for the rejection of modern medicine. These group members are donating and offering their children up to a corporation that protects pedophilers. They are not reporting child abuse to secular authorities, and they teach their members not to trust secular authorities as well, because that's Satan's system. These parents are hindering their own children's education and using them as corporate recruiting machines. The Watchtower is already using fancy advertising like radio ads, films of youth. They have music videos, and it'll turn into more films and commercials in the near future. That is the direction of the corporation, with the purchase of large construction projects that are in the planning phases at Fishkill and Ramapo, New York, with large meditation centers, soccer fields, baseball fields, Mercedes buses, and luxury condominiums. That is just the ones being built in the USA. JW.org uses charismatic people in the form of marine entrance booths, letter writing centers in metropolitan tourist cities around the world, much like Scientology, and I predict that they'll be back to subscription services again. They're already taking people's mailing address. In marketing employees, just like the Scientologists, they use ego stroking of their pioneers, love bombing, mind control tactics, anyone that will give them the time of day. JWs are in front of grocery stores, bus stops, colleges, airports, and school-age members could be recruiting your very young youth as early as their elementary, primary schools in their classrooms. This is why, as a parent, I talk to the teachers to find who the Jehovah's Witness kids are in their classrooms, because this training is coming from their parents and the leaders in it. I embarrassingly carried brochures in my backpack as a young student and was giving full presentation to schoolmates in elementary school, talking to any kid that would listen, and they were. I did it because I thought Armageddon was any day. We were studying the Revelation book in our family study and weekly organized public study groups. Part of this extremism was that this was the only extracurricular activity we were allowed to participate in, which was basically 5 meetings a week and access only to Jehovah's Witness propaganda libraries. I lacked resources and tools as a kid. There was no internet, no access to a public library without a car, and at one point I was in an unaccredited Jehovah's Witness ran private school that's education would not provide you an accredited high school diploma, meaning that it would not be recognized as a diploma for some jobs and entrance to colleges. That is why getting a proper cult fighting materials in our youth's hands and the public that can be circulated by friends, school libraries, and education professionals that have access to is pivotal. There's a hashtag invisible. It was put together by the ex-Mennonite and ex-Amish communities trying to change the current laws that all children have a right to a proper education. It also protects children because it puts children in front of licensed teachers who report abuse to authorities. Unlicensed teachers have no accountability to report abuse. Cult Girls is so important because it's an educational, beautiful, lighthearted story of 4 women born and raised in the Jehovah's Witness cult. It is a fun, full-color comic book that a youth might secretly pass to its friend as a gift to read at school or buy for their coworker. I wanted the reader to feel comforted, hopeful, and empowered that other youths have had this rigorous upbringing as well. Each of these special ladies in my inspired story are on a different journey of finding their passion and growing as a person. Because when you start to heal from religious and parenting trauma, I want people to realize that their life is of value and there's a wonderful, fulfilling life to live. The more I read, the less desensitized I became, and the more I loved and appreciated the people in this world for who they are. I also started to love this lifetime that is now, in this body, viewed life as a precious gift, and saw the earth in a beautiful, hopeful way. I did not want our art and history destroyed for many reasons. One is that we learn from the past. Isn't that what the Bible is? It's a writing from the past. Along with the Bible, there's other historical literature, art forms, theories, and symbolisms to read and enjoy. From my vigorous reading and research, I loved many walks of life, and I didn't want to change them. I like them for who they are, and also I wouldn't want to change our culture unless it was the hurting of children and the oppression of women, races, or gender. The more I read, I felt hopeful about the possibilities of this life, the unknown, and even after life, and felt stronger than ever that I am deserving of love. I personally surround myself with loving people who love life, the earth, and do great things for society and others. On my journey of taking back my life, slowly I felt I was coming back from the dead. I started having goals of seeing and doing more things with my life. There's so much I want to do that I might be open to coming back again. The possibilities are endless in the world and the things that I am learning. As someone who has been out a while, along with my supportive friends that are in Cult Girls, leaving the faith for us was a process, and I simply wrote from what I saw. As my own friends blossom, I saw their children blossoming into amazing, caring people, as it should be. Very opposite of the Watchtower is betraying. That is why memoirs, research, community service are so important in your journey of fading. It is a tool to help you know that there is life and purpose after a cult, and you literally can work through trauma and heal. The trauma I experienced did imprint on my soul. My scars will always be there, but at the same time, I learned compassion for other races and women who experience sadness in their bloodlines. I view the pain as survival scars, and you too can find enjoyment in this lifetime. And it feels amazing to know that you're cleaning the earth, caring for people, using critical thinking skills, connecting with others who survive greater things than you have, working towards financial security, open to change, trying new things, breaking a cycle, and helping others. A little bit about me. I personally knew on and off that this was an abusive cult, but I was born into it, and I gave it my all the way to pioneering. I saw a lot of things when I was pioneering, and many women Bible students came to me as a source of information and a confidence in their personal experiences in bringing abuse to the elders. Because they saw me as a caring, more outspoken, research Jehovah's Witness mother and wife, some of the things I saw through my entire Jehovah's Witness upbringing and career was the abuse of women. Sexual and physical abuse, child abuse, was being swept under the rug. And these hurting sheeps were told to put your tears in a bottle from their trusted God-appointed leaders. Solutions from these elder bodies and responses from the Watchtower headquarters was Jehovah sees everything. Put your tears in a bottle. But ironically, if that was true, Jehovah was going to take care of these things in his time. And these brave, hurting women and children were bringing criminal information to the elders. They were being shut down for not having 2 witnesses and being told to mind their own business, be patient, and wait on Jehovah. Elders I personally saw failed to warn the congregation of predators that are still in their midst now. Numerous friends I had were molested as minors, and sadly their family and elders did not report it to the police. The sad part, these elders think that they're not doing anything vile because they are literally following a procedure set out by company men of a very large abusive organization that its birth certificate is from the Catholic Church. The commercial branding of religion is now metamorphosing into a huge real estate and multimedia production company similar to the Scientologists. I personally was around a predator at 14 to 15 years old youth, and I didn't even know it. The elders didn't tell us that young boys in the Kingdom Hall were previously molested in the exact bathroom that I was using and my 2 younger siblings, and that the predator reinstated in the congregation right about the time we moved in. I was friends also with this pedophile. He was in his mid to late 20s then. I was in my early teens, but he hung out with younger brothers and sisters in the congregation. No one had a clue of his actions, which seemed normal to me. He was a young single ministerial servant when he committed these horrific acts. Being a ministerial servant meant he was an appointed leader by God, but it was handled in-house, and everyone involved, including parents, were muzzled. I even went and filled service, a concert with him and his pioneer mom. They offered to pick me up as a young teen, and our family had no clue he was a pedophile. And at the same time, I was also teenage friends with one of the young male victims he molested that grew into a teenager that was slightly younger than me at that point, but attended with his family in a different congregation in the same building. Sadly, this friend committed suicide as a later teen, shortly after being disfellowshipped, and the gossip from the congregation was he had addiction mental problems. No one had any idea he was carrying this secret for his parents and the elders, and how much of this shunning played into the decision of him taking his valuable life. Him, along with other local youths I knew, not related to this particular incident, committed suicide as young adults shortly after being shunned as well, too. Disfellowshipment can be as silly as smoking a cigarette as a teenager, and I found that the ones that were honest were the ones that got the axe. The only reason I found out about the molestations in the Kingdom Hall bathroom was because the victims came forward as adults and had a public case. Later it came out, in these public documentations that the elders destroyed the files in their in-house judicial meeting, and still the local congregation had no idea of the scandal that was in their building, because they're programmed not to research or trust sources outside their prophets' literature or news communication. This story is nothing in the vast abuse happening around the world. I can tell other stories of female friends that were minors molested and were publicly disciplined for what the elders labeled them as having consensual sex, which was not the story they told me. They felt gross, groomed, and were pressured by trusted leaders that were older than their fathers. Basically, minors that are able to come forward to speak of their molestation get a humiliating sexual interrogation of 3 men. In the case of my childhood friends, no one reported this pedophile to the secular authorities. Not even their own parents reported to the police. This pedophile could adopt children or work at a school, for all we know. In my terror of hearing the story, I put these stereotypical Jehovah's Witness situations in my graphic novel. My message today is for anyone who is fading or already out. We all know it's a process, and for me, my friends, it was reading, research, and emotional support was the biggest empowerment we had. We were lied to, told not to trust ourselves. We were told we were good-for-nothing slaves, forced to be dumbed down, and told what to read and what not to read, how to act, what to feel. And in Pioneer School, we were told we were hand-selected by God to be illuminators and instructed to make sure to look happy doing the most important life-saving volunteer work, that even the angels were jealous of our ministry, that the lives of others and ourselves depended on our diligence, long-suffering, and outreach to members inside and outside the congregation to influence other women to be just like us. I still feel shame and guilt for influencing and persuading other women because now they're reputing the abuse of shunning and removal of activities for their children. After I left, I could not get enough information. I was reading books about the people who wrote the Bible, different theories, anthropology, evolution, business, politics, science, psychology, near-death experiences written by medical doctors. I even went back to college and started learning banking, taxes, corporation setups, accounting, fun courses like international studies to philanthropy, and learned about amazing individuals who recently changed societies for the better in other countries and got very little recognition. I took classes on how to treat employees and be in the management of large corporations, how to care for people's families and retirements, how flexibility is important in mental health of employees. I thought, wow, this is very different than the way the Watchtower treats their servants who gave their whole life to them. Then I was reading memoirs of the Bethelites like Keith Casarona and Crisis of a Conscience, and was disgusted with the blatant racism in the big corporation. I dug and researched bloodlines, religious and business ties of Charles Taze Russell, and he merely was jumping on the prophetic movement of the guiding, directing, and disciplining of their own adherents in maintaining an attitude of alienation towards the outside world, similar to the scientific socialism that Hitler was using. There is an interesting genealogy work by Randolph Steiner, an excellent research book about Charles Taze Russell I'm reading right now called The Apocalypse Delayed by James Penton. I listened to mind-blowing old Jordan Maxwell interviews of structurization and the money of the Jehovah's Witnesses. Throughout my studies, I even noticed the occult and communistic word choices that the organization structure of the Jehovah's Witness Corporation uses. They use the exact wordplays of theocracy, society, golden age, new world order, governing body, just to name a few. They run headquarters like a prison, calling basic items that the Bethelite volunteers should get for free, like napkins and Hot Pockets, and call them commissaries. They gate and surveillance the premise. The corporation even searches their rooms through their housekeeping, and they have a full reporting system of reporting anything worldly, like worldly music and reading materials, to the superiors, liking them to contraband. They make their volunteers, also known as Bethelites, sign over their own bodies when they die and make them sign poverty agreements in the form of updated contracts. It is mental prison. Basically, I saw that this huge corporation is running Kingdom Hall builds like a franchise multi-level marketing scheme. You can find the numerous essays on this subject on Reddit. I had a little insight already how these construction builds work and the pledging and loans from the Watchtower. The Watchtower basically gives nothing for free. It just takes from its people. They make money off loans to the congregation and are basically a building material wholesaler to their franchise Kingdom Halls. The corporation uses their unlimited access to free professional attorneys to deflect, sell property, set up shell companies, even bully free speech channels. And they shuffle their billion-dollar-plus assets instead of using a third-party gold standard protection system for children, like the way Girl Scouts do or the Catholic Church does now. They can't even give mental counseling for abuse victims. What about educating the impoverished children? How about following through on what Jeffrey Jackson, the governing body, said under oath, speaking to the Australian Royal Commission government, stating that women are used in the judicial process to make victims feel more comfortable? It's a shocking video. When I was forced out of this organization, and while I was in college, I saw investment documents of this organization, which included links to public government websites. I saw Watchtower shells investing in stocks, companies, mutual funds with countless shells, some not using the word Watchtower in their name. The organization has since made these documents harder to find, and many are on private access only. But you still can find a lot. These investment trails was pivotal to me seeing that this organization for what it is. Because I thought how hypocritical and selfish it is that this aggressively investing organization discourages their members not to invest in the stock market, in their education, retirement, or children. Because when I was young, I wanted to do all of these things. But the only system around me was telling me that it was selfish, the world is passing away, and how stupid for wanting to invest and be in business. The reason they tell their people not to invest in themselves or the financial market is because they want all their members' time and cash. They want their children. That is the vast majority of the people, the born-in crowd. And they do use very young children in assembly parts to influence other children. There's cartoons. An example of those who were baptized very young. That was always my favorite part of the convention. That was always my favorite part of the convention, seeing the kids on stage and them being honored for dedicating their life as young kids and even doing full-time ministry contracts. The condonement of investing in yourself fits their fear marketing narrative. This corporation even silences and censors what friends talk about in their spare time socializing. They have talk after talk about make sure your private conversations are geared around spiritual upbuilding things and to be careful of your association inside the congregation. You can't even ask free thinking questions about this corporation's investments in car groups. Show your own Bible research, or share simple things that your child got into an amazing college, or talk about disfellowshipment of your daughter or parent, because it's viewed as going against the Spirit, and that in turn can result with a shunning or disfellowshipment against a person's will, because these company men pick and choose who they allow in the congregation. These elders are not selected by its member, like in a fair government. We were told that it was by God. So these higher company structure appointing men are controlling your family. Many who are DF didn't even want to leave. It is not like this in other modern, loving religious groups. And they sure as help are helping the public with education institutions, feeding homeless, treating gays, women, and equal to men. As an example, my daughter in her life-changing nursing school volunteered at a Catholic maternity shelter as a nurse. It was one of the best moments of her life, along with working with disabled kids on one of her rotations. I was so moved that she had all the love she had for this Catholic shelter. I was donating to them because the items went to the mother and the babies. These mothers that entered the Catholic shelter, they weren't Catholic. They left addiction, abuse, the streets, and were getting off their feet with their babies. They did not have to study, pray, or sign up, or anything. There was no religious strings attached with the Catholic Church, just pure humanity. Does a Jehovah's Witness do that for other people in the world? Sadly, they don't. Now, the best part of getting your life back is this accessible information, research, and with modern internet, public libraries, this information is free, and you can ask questions in any Facebook community cult survivor group. There is amazing free podcasts, low-cost seminars, audiobooks you can listen on your commutes to work, at the gym, doing your laundry. Many of the public libraries can deliver books for free to your door. You just simply fill out a membership, often online. You can request any book that's usually written in the last 10 years. You just look for the public ISBN number on any book. Amazon gives it on the first page on the online listing. You just scroll down. It's the international code you can find 2 seconds on the internet. Whatever you request as a book purchase will now be stocked on a public access shelf for a period of time for others to enjoy. That's how a library works. The more I read, I felt hopeful of the unknown and answers to life. I felt proud that as a society, we have evolved where women can get educated, buy a home, vote, get a divorce, and you're not limited to what your parents are, like the old days of peasants and kings. Jehovah's Witnesses are stuck in old thinking, discriminating policies, treat women as dum-dums, and make them wear head coverings if they're instructing. They wear demeaning dresses out in service, even on a cold day. People in the world are striving for equality and putting peer pressure on making sure people of all orientations, genders, race, age, and so forth are treated with equality and respect. My friends and I who left the cult no longer feel the us against them mentality. We are part of this world, and we will make our tiny mark in the world. That was the message in my book. Each female wanted to impact something different in the world. Maybe it was their children being educated, being a nurturing mother, helping animals, recycling, being involved in their community, or being a small activist. But you know, it was something. You can read the real life experiences in cult girls of regular girls trying to be better people, and that didn't get the tools like you and me growing up. So we encourage each other to be better people and share our tools and skills that we have learned along the way. And I encourage every one of you to start living your story. Just to show the power of books and blogs, I was reading real estate books and free blogs and went very aggressive into purchase, rehab, and renting single-family homes on all levels and situations. I even created housing. I invest in real estate rights, stocks, bonds, cryptos, and use the tax system to save for my kids' college. I read the yearly tax changes on the state and federal law. I got involved in my local community and helped make changes in the safety of our neighborhood and other local issues. We organized groups, got information to the people. I did some speeches and radio segments. I researched how to start a local community garden, and that's the goal for my retirement years, because I researched that good things it does for the community. Community projects are a wonderful way to meet amazing, smart, caring, intelligent friends. A couple of my friends that left Jehovah's Witnesses, they love to sign up for free healing events. Therapies that can be anything of sound, plant research for consumption, meditation, and they're meeting intelligent, fun, encouraging, eclectic, kind friends that in turn are sharing books, exchanging information, and they are growing and evolving in their social groups as a person. They're healing resources and self-help. Taking back your life starts today. You are worth it. Leave a mark in the world, whether it's nurturing your children, caring for the animals, the sharing of information and books, love for your community. Find what works for you. But most of all, keep growing, learning, changing as a person. Realize that there is something for everyone. Celebrate your individuality. Even if you are sedentary, we have the internet and online groups. The world is now your oyster, and you are the pearl.
Oh, so that was Natalie Grand, ex-Jehovah's Witness and author of Cult Girls. So I'm now going to do a giveaway for a signed copy of Natalie's graphic novel Cult Girls. I'm going to get out the random number generator. And we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Erin just sent a £100 donation. Thank you so much. What a huge amount to pledge. Thank you. We are 75% of our way to our target, which is amazing. And number 6 is the winner. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Chris. Chris, you've won a prize. Chris, you've won a signed copy of Cult Girls, a graphic novel. That's actually quite in keeping with Chris because you do like comics and things. So that's a great prize. Right, we're going to run a couple of more giveaways. I am going to do a giveaway for Janja's Escaping Utopia. So 1 out of 22. Random number generator. Random number generator 1, 2, 22. Number 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Selby. Amazing. Escaping Utopia. And then let's do one more for Take Back Your Life. Number 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Lizzie. Take Back Your Life. Right, so we've got a few more things to give away. I'm just going to make a note here. Also, just wanted to share this. Hi, yes, Shelby, you just won. You just won a prize. I'm just going to. We're waiting for our friend Helen to join. We're already 10 minutes over, so if she's not here in the next couple of minutes, I'll just carry on with our next guest, Megan. Oh, hang on, let me just. Whilst I make a note of the prizes that we have left. We have some amazing prizes left. Oh my goodness, I think Daniel's just woken up. He was here at the start of the stream, but it was 2 a.m. in Australia. So he actually, he might actually, wow. Okay, so we have some good prizes left. I'm going to share my screen so I can show you this. Look at this. Isn't this the cutest thing you've ever seen, right? So my friend Violet Rose at Astridia Designs, you can read all about her on my website, following the QR code. She makes Pokemon terrariums. She does Final Fantasy ones as well. But yeah, I mean, if this is your kind of thing, you could be in with a chance of winning if you get in touch, if you donate, and all that good stuff. So yeah, I don't know if you saw that Pokemon terrarium then. I think they're adorable, but there's that up for grabs. There's a $2,500 course up for grabs about unlocking the key to successful finances with Faith Jones, author of Sex Cult Nun, and also her book I Own Me up for grabs as well. So we have a few different things left to go. I just want to make sure I haven't missed anything. I don't think so. So we have sent the link over to Helen to join. Going to give her 1 or 2 more minutes. Maybe we should do another giveaway. We're also 75% of the way there with our target, which is amazing. I'm just going to check now to see if we've had any more donations. No, we're still on 75%, which is awesome. So hopefully, I mean, we've got just over 2 hours left of the stream. So, I mean, it's not impossible. We could actually get there to our target before 12 hours. We'll see how we go. So how many people have we got now on the giveaway? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. The prize pool is out of 20 people. Oh, Helen's just emailed, hey, do I have a link to join? And I think that she's here. So just turn off our lo-fi elevator beats. Let's have a look, see if we can. Hi, Megan, can you hear me?
I can, yes. Can you hear me?
Oh my goodness, yes, I can.
Helen!
Hi, Helen.
Oh,
Hi.
listen, you showed up.
Can you hear me? Oh, she's muted. You can't hear? Oh, getting some headphones, maybe. Let me just chat. I can't hear you, but I can see you. She's signing, I think. She's left and she's going to come back. Okay, cool. So I will just read. I'll read your bio, Megan, whilst we wait for Helen to come back, and then I will hand it over to you to do your introduction. So Meg Cox says, I created Beyond Zion in March of 2021 after my first interview for the Way Down docuseries. This docuseries revolved around the cult as well as the cult leader, Gwen Shamblin-Lara. I was involved in the Remnant Fellowship from 1996 to 2006, along with my family who left in 2010. The intent on creating Beyond Zion was to give peer-to-peer support and provide resources such as counselling, social programs, and whatever else may be needed by those that have left Remnant Fellowship or want to leave Remnant Fellowship. So there's lots more information about Meg's work over on my website, which you can find at cultvaultpodcast.com or follow the QR code on the right. Hi, Helen. Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you fine. Can you hear me?
Yay! I think that, yes, I can. I think that means we're sorted. So I'm just going to quickly read Helen's bio as well that she sent over to me. And then I've got the questions and we'll get started if that's okay with both of you. Fantastic. So Helen Byrd, former member of almost 10 years of Remnant Fellowship Church. I was featured in all 5 episodes of the HBOMax documentary The Way Down, in which I discussed the inequity and iniquity of this cult posing as a church. I'm a wife, mother, sister, friend, professional, and most importantly, still a believer. I want people to know that this is a cult and that all cults, there is a way out. And I think that that's a great message to start with. And I'm excited to get into things and talk about why it's possible for all people to escape cults. So hello, Megan, Helen, and thank you both for agreeing to come and chat with me live on the stream today. I have recently finished watching The Way Down in preparation for our conversation today, HBO Max's docuseries on the Remnant Fellowship Church, and I am looking forward to discussing both of your experiences and the impact on women in high-demand religious groups. So, Megan, would you like to go first in introducing yourself to the viewers?
Yes. So I'm Megan Cox. I am 38. I joined Remnant, like I said, back in, it started with Way Down Workshop, 96 to 2006. Since then, I've gotten married. I've had another child. We're growing a small zoo in our home. too many animals, but we keep it fun. And then, like I said before, in March of 2021, I established my nonprofit, Beyond Zion, just because, and I'm sure we'll dive into it more, but when I left, I had nobody and nothing. And it's important that anyone, any call, not just Remnant, has someone to, go to and knows that they can get help from somebody and that they're not alone.
Absolutely. Fantastic introduction to the stream as well. Thank you so much for your work, Megan, and for being here today. And hello, Helen, to yourself as well. It's so great to have you here. Would you please introduce yourself to the viewers?
I'm Helen Byrd. I am nearing 50, and I was part from 2007 to 2017. Is when I left. 2017 going into 2018 is when I left. I am a wife. I have 2 fur babies. One is a 10-month-old, ruining my life, but I'm loving her at the same time. And then I have a senior, Hester's, one grown child, 25, and she was also featured in a docuseries as well. Her name is Autumn Williamson, so that's my daughter. I have a high schooler and a junior high schooler. Let's see. I was married in the church, and my experience is a little bit different. I joined the church first, and then was told that I was fat, so that I needed to do Way Down. So my experience was a little.
Okay, so almost like you both have kind of like the reverse of each other's ways into or ways down to, I guess, being involved with Gwen as the leader of both of those things. So, that's really interesting. So, Helen, I think your internet's just dipping in and out a little bit. We might lose a little bit of what you're saying, but the gist of it is coming through. So, Megan, can you give us a little bit of history around the Way Down workshop, if this is what you joined initially, how it was founded and by who, when it was established, and all of that stuff?
Yes. So Gwen Shamblin started, now I can't remember which year. I know it's probably been said a million times, but we joined the Way Down Workshop, which is a Bible-based weight loss program, back in 1996. I'm not 100% clear on how my mom found it, but there was a group of women the women are still in Remnant and in leadership, as a matter of fact. They all did it together. And it was in churches everywhere. We did a lot of meetings in the churches. I mean, our whole lives were Way Down. I was 12 when this started. I was used to having my portions controlled anyway. My dad and stepmom were very big on controlling what I ate. So this was the only thing different with this program was God was involved. And and again, there's a whole bunch of that. Anyways, so that happened. We were always in it on and off over the years. And then in 1999, then Gwen established Remnant Fellowship. But I know before then, or maybe around the same time, she had made the declaration that she rejected the mainstream version of the Trinity, and that caused a huge kerfluffle, and she was booted out of a lot of churches. I still, to this day, I don't understand any of it. So, I mean, I cannot be outraged by it, go her, I guess. But Remnant then, sorry, he might pop in every now and then.
Oh, don't apologize. That's adorable.
Yeah, he keeps me on my toes. But then that morphed into my mom joining then Remnant Fellowship back in late 2001, maybe early 2002. And then I came not too long after.
Okay, so you joined the Way Down workshop age 12. Would you say it was already an established kind of well-oiled machine at this point?
It definitely seemed that way to me, yes. I mean, you got, and this, I've already said my age, but this really dates me, like cassette tapes. Like it came in a big plastic case. So you would get the cassette tapes and you would just keep paying to, like you'd have that initially, then you would just keep paying to recycle and go through it again. And then you could purchase the notebooks if you needed to. But yeah, it seemed that it had been established for a while that they had a good program going. And I think like Way Down Advanced, and there was maybe, I think there's one where it was Exodus out of Egypt. Maybe that was the first one. I'm sorry. And then there was like more after that. But I think that's when she was creating Remnant and starting Remnant. That's when more came along.
Okay. So at aged 12, you're already being subjected to this kind of high level of suggestion through these cassette tapes, repetitive listening of these cassette tapes. And this is kind of being encouraged by your family as well, who are all taking part in this workshop.
Yes.
Wow. Okay. That's heavy at that age. I mean, I know that was probably quite common practice towards, especially the time that the docuseries focuses on. But that seems, 12 seems, must be a whole host of issues that come with, body dysmorphia and body image problems if you're kind of giving messages to children that young around what they should look like or strive to look like.
Right. The diet culture was already super bad around then. I mean, I don't know if it's necessarily led up too much, but I already was having issues even at 12 just because of how I had been raised up to that point. And, it's so funny. I know a lot of people say this, but when you look back on your pictures and you thought you were just so disgusting and fat, you're like, oh, I wish I could be that weight again. You take it for granted. And, what I had to do even afterwards was really work to love myself no matter what size I was. Unfortunately now due to health problems because of being overweight, I do have to lose the weight, which is fine, but I'm doing it in a very healthy way, which is the way it should be done. Honestly, like you do what's best for your body, don't deny. And I have a great team of doctors helping me. So but yeah, it really, that's when the indoctrination starts because she took her message right from Way Down Workshop. It did not change.
Wow. And Helen, you mentioned that you were involved in Remnant Fellowship from 2007. So you joined the church and then signed up to the workshops. So talk us through that same sort of thing, kind of how the church was established, how you joined, and then how it became sort of intrinsically linked to the Way Down workshop, and they almost merged into one thing. Can you kind of just paint that picture for the viewers?
So there is no Remnant Fellowship without the Way Down workshop. Or you want to view them as separate, but condition, I guess, of even being a member is making sure that you're going through the class, preach from Gwen, all of her leadership, the group leaders, the secret spies. It was to be in a class. Ted Angé used to say, you should always be in the class. You should never not. Here's the care with the classes, though. It doesn't matter if I have a workbook from the last time I took a class. You need a brand new set. You need I can't tell you how many of those workbooks and CDs that I threw to hell. When I decided to, clear out of there. I mean, I was groomed. Lord prayed upon to join Remnant Fellowship. I was sitting, I got a job, and I will, who right now is like the senior pastor, and I didn't realize members of the church that were a part of that, and so he would listen to the music all day long, and sometimes pray. And at the time, I was really seeking to have a deeper relationship with really love God in a way that, is pure. You know what I mean? That, not my will, but your will be done. I really worship with God. And so this appeared to be, who really loved God and who really just wanted to please God all the time. I let them talk me into coming to visit the church. And it was like I did, but it's like, there are not a lot of African-American people in the church, but I probably local African-American person in the church on the first day that I came there. And, I met people with my professional background talking, and it was a lot of normalizing and a lot of love bombing, and making me feel connected. People taking my telephone numbers because they want to see how I'm doing, and I should bring my kids and family.
Wow.
It was that's the way that I got into the church. Moment where I stepped out of the church, and I stepped out of the church. I was being pressured to do things in my life that I wasn't quite. Stepped out of the church, and then stayed out about a year, and then I came right back in, and that's when they were on me about, you need to stay in a class. And I remember times where I would be in, I was, Sarah Gorm says, I was in the Change series for 6 months. It's a 9-week class. Restarted it and kept me in that Change series class. So it was a lot of, being accountable and just really, I don't think, and I say this, husband, I didn't know I was fat until I attended Way Down. I still have body dysmorphia, acceptability, issues going to that church. And I'm going to tell you, just be very honest, that I modeled bad, and so it went to my daughter, my daughter, all of them, and my daughter, my baby is a string bean, self-conscious about her weight, and has, I feel like developed, eating patterns because of what I modeled and what this church did. And it goes a lot deeper than just what they did to me in the psychological effects of how I have related to my kids. It's there's so much damage that needs to be, just being transparent. I'm still in the process of healing. I'm still trying to find the upside and everything. And so I think, in the documentary, I think that probably came through that
Wow, thank you, Helen, for sharing that with us, especially, talking about the effects that your abuse is kind of now having on other people in your family, as those traits and characteristics kind of linger, as a lot of survivors talk about on this show, and then they kind of stop themselves and recognize that they perhaps falling back into certain behaviors or certain mentalities, and just kind of allowing yourself to be kind to yourself and recognize that is something that might happen, and that you're recognizing it is like a phenomenal step towards making sure that you move away from it. So I think that's amazing for you to speak about. Thank you for sharing that with us, Helen. And I was just thinking then about how the diet industry isn't it like one of the most lucrative industries in the world in terms of like supplements and vitamins and and shakes and the keto
And
diet and all these
nutrition,
different
yeah.
absolutely. So really it was quite a stroke of genius for Gwen Shamblin to use, you know, who doesn't want the answers to losing weight and having the body that you've always dreamed of having, because everybody is subjected to body imaging issues from a young age and unrealistic standards that we should all strive to reach. So she's coming to you with the answers on how to get all of those things, as well as an accepting and loving religious community. So she really kind of struck gold when she put those two things together. And I was wondering, yeah, absolutely,
both sides. Mm-hmm.
I was wondering, Megan, if you could just talk the listeners, or the viewers, I should say, through some of the businesses that Gwen Shamblin had in her name and how she started to, you know, just not just pull the diet stuff and the workshops and the church together, but a lot of other moving parts as well.
Yeah, when I was in, and she had always talked about creating a community within Remnant Fellowship. She was realizing it early, but I know she had, I do believe it's like a building company called Exodus Industries. We used to, before the church was built, the warehouse building for that, we would do like Passover and things like that in that building. I know, she was talking about, you know, creating a school to homeschool all the remnant children. It didn't come to fruition by the time I left, but it looks like it has now. And then there was mechanics, like it was, you knew who to go to for anything.
Right.
Like for me, I had my oldest son back in 2005, and I went to Bernadette Metters. She wasn't in Remnant, but her family was. And that's who I went to for my checkups and who delivered my baby, Ben, when it came time to deliver him. So there, you know, she encouraged to be well connected and to do for each other. And a lot of times, like, you were put on a different career path too. So like, for instance, Greg Maxwell used to be Greg Heck. He was an NYPD police officer during 9/11. He retired, and somehow conversations led to him deciding to go get his cosmetologist license and do hair. Now, I think that's great, but is that really what he wanted to do? We may never know. It was things like that all the time. They either told you what you had to do to serve the kingdom, or you would have to ask and make sure what you did served the kingdom. So that's how she started building a community in that way.
Right. Helen, would you say that it was Gwen's intentions to create some type of insular commune or self-sealing system that didn't rely on the outside world whatsoever?
Absolutely. You had people who did makeup. You had people who did hair, children. You had people who could do automotive services, legal. Had the medical services. My son was Metters, Bernadette Metters' father-in-law. You had just everything. And I remember on my wedding day, when I was going in for my wedding consultation, David Martin said to me is that, with all of the wedding, don't really even need people to come from outside, because we'll be able to grow the kingdom from. Was the absolute intent was to be a self-sufficient, if you will. We spent just several hours at church, and then we, because I live here in Nashville, and so we spent several morning at the church, and then after being at church for, they would send out a text and say, we're going to do s'mores and do this to come back, you know, and then for Wednesday services, cleanings, like I cleaned the church for years. I was on the cleaning thing that was like, you know, exported out, you know, or contracted out. That's my kid. I'm sorry. That wasn't something that was out. We did. We cleaned. We took care of the kingdom.
Wow. Okay. So for anybody that isn't familiar with Gwen Shamblin or the Remnant Fellowship or the Way Down Workshop, I think it's probably important to try and paint this picture, which is quite difficult. Like the documentary does it really well. So Gwen Shamblin, she's like she's grown up in was it not Pentecostal Church of Christ. That's it. Yeah. So we've had a couple of survivors come and speak on the show about their experiences in the Church of Christ, and it had its own set of problematic issues. It's very misogynistic, which kind of leads to perhaps Gwen Shamblin being like, no, I'm just going to go and create my own thing. And then she kind of strikes gold, as we said, with this diet stuff and this workshop and this way that she's kind of paired the Bible with weight loss. And then she starts her own church. But this isn't just like renting out halls or going round people's houses. She gets this massive church built on this huge plot of land, and the inside of the church itself looks like somewhere you'd go to watch, like, orchestral concerts and stuff. It's very clean. Helen, you just said that you would be clean in the church, and the lighting and the aesthetic, and so everything that Gwen Shamblin did looked aesthetically pleasing. There was a lot of stuff in the documentary about how that was by design, because she wanted people on the outside to see the Remnant Fellowship in a certain way, which I think she did really well. So for anybody that isn't aware of this, we're talking like a mega church, and Gwen Shamblin, a very charismatic leader in herself as well, when she would lead her sermons, when she would talk to individuals. And of course, you two have lived through those sermons, and you've experienced Gwen Shamblin's charisma firsthand. So I wondered if you could just talk us through what life was like during your height of involvement in the church, when you had unwavering faith, unwavering loyalty. Megan, would you like to answer that question first?
Yes. So that happened 2 times for me. So when my mom joined in 2002, I was a senior in high school, and it went from basically me doing whatever I wanted to do, whether I was allowed to or not, and to absolute lockdown. And I was like, I don't think so. So after my graduation party, like in June, I packed up and left and moved in with a boy I barely knew. I made a lot of stupid mistakes. So that didn't work out. And finally, spring of 2003, I called my mom up and I said, okay, I'm done trying to do it my way. I'm ready to try, Remnant Fellowship. Let's do this. Right. And so I joined, and I immediately, this is back when my group was still the Marion, Ohio chapter. It was even like we weren't doing webcasts, right? That we were doing like these conference calls. And they were quite often, like I remember always having to go over to Sue Ruth's house because I was at home while the kids were at school. So I had to be monitored because I was so wild. So I would go over there for Bible studies and conference calls, like there would be a women's conference call, things like that. And, we would talk about fasting. And I remember I fasted for 9 days. The thing is, like, you see the results when you submit to authority like they want you to. And for someone like me, I was just so desperate to be accepted and loved, and I just wanted to do the right thing. So I just did whatever I was told. And so, of course I lost all the weight I gained, and I think I maybe was I don't know, 180 pounds, and I'm 5'6", like still not ideal, but what I wouldn't give to be that at this point. You know, I'd feel super skinny, but you had to work hard to get the weight off immediately, because any kind of weight, extra weight on your body was visible sin and showing that you're being rebellious. So it was a lot of my journey from 2003 to summer of 2004 was keeping the weight off and just trying to submit to my parents as best I could, which, you know, when the vice keeps tightening, that's the best metaphor I can think of. Like when every aspect of your life is micromanaged and monitored, it becomes really hard to submit to that. At least for me anyway. I'm a rebel without a cause. I kind of push back on everything. But like, for instance, I turned 20 and I went and got second holes. I got my second holes in my lobes pierced, and I got my cartilage pierced. And I didn't ask my mom because, I mean, why would I? I was 20. And I showed her when she got home from work, and I got in big trouble. Wow. And I was so confused because, you know, I understood, like, you know, I didn't submit to my mom and ask her if it was okay. I just went and did it. But I was also like, but I'm 20, you know, I'm a legal adult. These are things I can do on my own. At that time, I was also planning on moving to Nashville. I had housing lined up. The Rectors, who were featured in the docuseries, were going to let me move in. I got to know them and really enjoyed Catherine and David and their home life. And I wanted to try and go to college down in Nashville. It was something new. Marion's kind of like Sandusky, which is close to where I live. Small, like not super big city, but there just wasn't a ton of opportunity. And if, you know, you wanted to stay close to the Saints. So that was my next best option. And eventually it was decided that I wasn't pure enough to move down there. And I just, after that, I checked out and I said, no, thanks.
Yeah.
That was my breaking point. So I left and then got pregnant with my oldest son not too long after, and was just scared out of my gourd. I'm 21 now, having a baby. I have no idea what to do. And I'm thinking the whole time, well, I left and turned my back on God and his people, so I'm cursed, which is what they teach you. And I also didn't even know how indoctrinated I was at that point either. Like I didn't even know what that was, you know? So I eventually, right before my third trimester, told my mom, like, things weren't going well in that relationship. He was cheating on me and I was a wreck. So I just really didn't have any support or any kind people around me. I felt like I was on an island. So I moved back in and mom said, well, we're going to Nashville. And I said, cool, let's go. Like, I'm not staying around here anymore.
Yeah.
So ended up down there. And, you know, this is my third time back in, and maybe second. I've left 3 times so I had a lot to prove, because now I'm coming back and I'm pregnant and I'm not married. So I felt like I was tested a lot. You know, I had to check in with not only my mom and stepdad for everything, but leadership as well. And I did that because it was implied, but B, I wanted to prove to them that I was serious about my journey with Remnant and my relationship with God this time around. So that went on for a really long time. Like it even got to a point like where I would have to ask to have contact with Ben's father's side of the family, you know, and like just little micromanaging things like that. I ended up for extra income, baby Remnant children, which was helpful income wise. But, you know, when it comes to, like, say you wanted to leave, I had nothing. So, you know, you're even micromanaged via finances as well. But eventually the charm wore off, because you can only take so much control and abuse before you snap and, or stand up for yourself, which is what happened with my mom and I. I stood up for myself, and that was not the way to go. And it ended up in where I was assaulted, and I was, you know, told, and I don't want anyone to be mad at my mom or anything. Like, we've moved on and everything, but, like, you know, a lot of what she used to do was hold Ben and he was just a baby, and tell me that I was an unfit mother because I wouldn't obey my authority and do what God wanted me to do. And that happened right after I was assaulted. And everyone ended up leaving. I'm here at home with these babies. And I talked to an acquaintance from Ohio, where we're from, and she was gobsmacked. She's like, what do you mean? And I was like, well, I don't know what else to say. I think maybe I deserved it. I talked back, and she's like, that's crazy. So the cops did end up getting called, which I'm sure Helen can attest why that's even the scariest, is like the neighborhood we lived in. There was a ton of remnant people all around, like the Gadkeys. We could see their house from our front yard. The Zanonis were just down the street from us. It wasn't the Nissans. They were from Toledo. I can't remember their last names. It doesn't really matter, but they lived down the street. Like, there were a lot of remnant people in our neighborhood. So, of course, they call mom back to the house because her taking my cell phone, which is what I got assaulted over, was theft. And I was just like, what? I didn't know my rights, as a 20-year-old,
Wow.
as a young woman, I didn't know. I thought I was wrong and doing the wrong thing. And so that was really enlightening to me. And a police officer asked, like, how old are you? And I told him, and I was like, I don't want to talk about it. Like, I don't know how to explain this. You're taught to not speak ill of remnant or remnant saints, or God will strike you down. And I was like, I ain't doing that. Like, I'm already in enough trouble. I'm like, don't make me talk about it. I said, can I just take my car, because my mom helped me get the loan for my car. Can I take my son, and can I take what I can fit in my car and get out of here? And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, okay, I just, there's so many things that could happen for me. I don't know, I don't know my rights. I don't know what I can and can't do. And he's like, no. So they stayed while I tried to pack up my car. Right before I left, I know Marcus Francis, who's no longer with the church, he did pass on. He came and tried to stop. And I said, tried to give me solutions. I said, there's no way. I cannot stay here. And I left late evening in November of 2006, going back to Ohio with nowhere to go. And it was so hard. It's so hard trying to get back on my feet and just make sense of everything that I had been through.
Yeah.
So that's, again, that's why I do what I do. But, to save people from the suffering I had to go through for so many years.
Well, thank you so much for sharing that with us, Megan. There were so many things you said that I just wanted to reflect on quickly before kind of moving things over to Helen. It's interesting that you were able to walk away, but then you said you didn't realize how indoctrinated you were. So even though people might actually physically escape these environments, it's not always the case that they have actually escaped these environments.
Right.
And you ended up right back where you were. And then you're surrounded by all of these people that live, Gwen Shamblin talked about this community that she envisioned, and you're living in an area where all Remnant Fellowship people live in their own houses. So there's this huge sense of self-policing, I imagine, where you're all snitching on each other, encouraged to snitch on each other, encouraged to kind of watch each other's actions and keep each other sin-free or pure, or however it was worded. And then you spoke about your mum and the methods that she would use to either try and control you or to try and get you to behave or conform to the way that the church and Gwen Shamblin says you should conform. And it's easy to kind of think of your mum as the villain in that situation. But of course, she's been subjected to Gwen Shamblin just as much as everybody else. And it's so important to remember that when we are discussing these people's stories.
Right.
She's only kind of regurgitating everything that's been told to her in this kind of half-conscious state. So it's important to just when I hear you talk about your mum in that way, I'm instantly thinking, how could she do that? How dare she do that to you? Hold your own son and say those things to you. And then you have to remember, of course, compassionately, that she was under this influence as well. So thank you so much for sharing those things with us, Megan. And I guess now we hand it over to Helen, so that you can tell us the same thing about what life was like at the height of your involvement with the Remnant Fellowship.
Well, first I want to pick up where Megan's experience with her mother, you know, what that was like, mother. And so I brought my husband and my children. Well, and so I had a lot with, you know, just, you know, giving them the good, but also feed. And so, and, you know, really having to, you know, look the remnant, you know, always be happy and always be joyful, even as a guy. So at the height of my, I drank the Kool. It was, I would probably say it was, I got married. So imagine that my dress, imagine that my dress was like a size 12. And then I get pregnant, you know, give birth so it was a pure thing, Megan. So I give birth 11 months to the, you know, my anniversary. And then I just, you know, the weight off, and within 30 days, my wedding dress was too big for me.
Oh gosh, okay.
So yeah, so I'd gotten down to like 8. So I'm and Megan, I'm 5'9", so I'm tall, and so a 7'8" on a black woman who's gone. You know, you could see my collarbone and everything else. Like, of course, you're being told, "Oh, you look great. You look fantastic. You're really, you know, you're really walking," reinforcing just really this, you know, 4 chicken nugget lifestyle. You know what I'm saying? So,
yeah,
you know, it was, or, you know, 10 bites and you're done lifestyle, really reinforcing that in their mind, the outside was proving that I was, you know, it had nothing to do with the inside. So that was the height. And I was always at Gwen's house. I was invited to everything. And you know, I was they almost make you feel like a celebrity. Well, look at Helen, you know, why don't you, you know, it's bizarre. So, and then you're special because you're getting it right. So that's how you have so much access to Gwen, parties at her house and things like that, because you're getting it right. And also because you love getting it right. We're the perfect protege couple. You know what I mean? And so what made the break that I had all of my weight off. I was complete to my husband. Whenever leadership needed anything, I volunteered at the call center. I worked every single Sunday cleaning toilets and things. I didn't get nothing fancy like, you know, dust the chairs. I got the bathrooms, the men. So I'm giving all of my life and all of my service and all of my, you know, really to this church, not even really to God, but just really into really promoting the kingdom. And then I had my baby, and then when my baby was 3 months, and before I even crossed the door, I felt God speak to me and say that He was taking my dad, my mother too, and that I would never see them. I would never see my dad again. So I believed it, like, and literally 2 weeks later, my dad was gone in the hospital. It was unexpected. And then funeral, I got, I had my gallbladder ruptured, which gallbladder surgery is a big thing in Remnant Fellowship. I had my gallbladder ruptured. I was in the ICU, and they buried my father, and I never got a chance. So I am coming to the leaders, and I'm distraught because we had finally gotten to a place where, you know, the relationship was going to be good. Different mind state. I am
Helen.
Other. I'm all of the things. And the straw that broke the camel's back was when I told them, listen, I am angry at God and I don't want to be. I need help in this. And Candace Ange mocked me. She says, oh, having testing. And it was just the most unchristian thing that I could ever have imagined to happen. She knew who I was. She was in my wedding. So she knew who I was. She knew that I was reaching out for help. And all I got was mockery. Like I was a complainer. So then, you know, naturally, you know, I didn't even realize I start gaining weight. And then it's like, you know, isolating and alienating from me. And so my leader, Therese Marie Jo, like, you know, they're checking us like, we notice you're starting to gain weight and everything. And it's like, you know, with the food. And I said, so, and if you saw the document, I said, so that's it. You worried about me being fat, addition of my heart. I got it. You don't have the answers. And you know, I'm being made to feel like me mourning is some sort of, is all in the Bible. People mourned all in the Bible. Jesus wept. You know, it's a bizarre place. And so I feel like I checked out, but I stayed in the church. And then it was like my eyes were open. I was, you know, the iniquity, you know, from the top all the way down iniquity. I was the racism. I was able to see the keeping up with the Joneses. I was able to see people. I could see people, you know, as scared as I was to leave, but I would also see people who are in any opportunity to go and tell, you know, leadership or something. I was just aware of it. And, you know, when the election time came around and Gwen just basically, like, you know, really preaching, you know, that, you know, Trump was God's, can't feel about it one way or the other. But just some of the things that came out, you know, during that time about removing Confederate statues and you know, you definitely felt like a second class citizen, you know, in the church. And so I had enough of being, you know, sort of talked down, their texture being criticized, like they really wanted me to, you know, wear a straight look because, and, you know, and I'm like, well, if we're going to all go, I want everybody that's Gwen Blonde to put their hair back in, to reset. I want everybody that got, you know, perm curls to go on the straight, for the glory of God, you know. And so really flipped because, but I also asked her to show me in the Bible, you know, me wearing my natural hair that came out of my head that God gave me, inconsistent with God's will. Show me. You know, you're right. It was all about an aesthetic, you know. It never really was, you know, the real work of, building a with God, a subservient relationship with God, and really depending on it. It was about looking like you depending on God.
Wow. Oh, Helen, I'm so sorry that you didn't get a chance to bury your father. I'm so sorry that happened to you. I in your bio where you said that you're a former member of Remnant Fellowship, but you're still a believer. Does that mean you still hold your faith and your relationship with your kind of Christianity, or that you're because you're not a member of Remnant anymore?
Oh, hell no.
Okay. So it's awful how flippant and dismissive that individual was of your heartache and your grief at that time, almost as if you're bothering them with your problems. You're an individual that's heartbroken. That's awful.
That's exactly what it was. And because I consider myself to be close to the Anjays, the Angers. I consider Ted and Candace. I would go to their house. They were in my way. We always found a way to be in each other's company. Very, it was very, very, very off-putting. And are standing somewhere, and then it's like you're pulled apart, you're sucked back, like it was just like an out-of-body experience, because that's that. It was
so. Would you say, kind of looking at the messages that were being spouted around, how you should look outwardly should reflect how you are inwardly, pure spiritually, however it was put to you from Gwen Shamblin. The beauty industry, I feel like maybe in recent years is not with the rise in acceptance and understanding and conversations around the LGBTQIA plus community, that the beauty industry actually now is accessible for all people, all genders, any individual. Men, they do they do the hairstyling, and they might pencil their eyebrows in, and they might wear a bit of foundation, and even do some contouring on when they go for nights out. There's a few influencers on TikTok, men that do manscaping and things like that. So I feel like with the kind of rise with the LGBTQIA plus community, there is more accessibility for people to, for the beauty industry to promote their products to. But we're talking kind of 97 to 2007 and 2007 to 2017. So I'd say kind of in that time where you were both heavily involved in the Remnant Fellowship Church, that the beauty industry was primarily targeting women. Would you say that message was reflected in Remnant Fellowship in terms of the disparity between men and women and how men and women were treated within Remnant Fellowship? Megan, did you want to speak to that first?
Yeah, women were to serve the man. That was it. And if you weren't married, you had to submit to your parents or whoever was your authority. Like you, just to kind of give an example, and I think I've said it before, and it's kind of a dumb one, but it's always stuck in my head. Abigail McDonald was Abigail Sheridan. She was part of the Marion chapter. She married Chase McDonald, who had been there since close to the beginning. And I'm sure Helen can agree with me on this one. And I was talking to Sandy Solomon, Jessica Walter's mother. A lot of their homes, like, it's keeping up with the Joneses, but things are falling apart because they don't take care of what they have. They don't know how. Right. So there was something that needed to be done, or Abby and Chase had kids at this point, but Chase went out and bought a TV without consulting Abby, and Abby was told to just deal with it. It was, if you can imagine that happening with something so trivial as a television, like, it's, and you know, even with my mom and stepdad, like my stepdad would use Ted anger and other leadership to discipline my mom or get her in line with what he wanted. And he, you know, I don't know if my siblings are watching this, and you know, I apologize, but he's an abuser. Like I can't, you know, it's just, it is what it is. That's what he was. And that is abuse, doing that to your significant other. But that was very commonplace. And Helen, I always wondered, and looking back on my time in Remnant, I did notice that not a single Black woman wore their hair natural. And I liked that you brought that up, because I had always wondered, and I even had told Laura Alvarez, it seemed like they wanted you to whitewash yourselves to fit in instead of embracing your identity and who you are naturally. I hope I'm not speaking out of turn or incorrect, but
you're red hair, Heather, I can't remember her last name, but she literally, like, I cut my hair real short one time, and just, you know, cut it real short one time, and she was like, why are you wearing your hair like that? And for a Caucasian woman to say to a Black woman, you know, their hair looks nappy, I did give her a correction. I told her, I said, my hair God designed, you know, and if you're using it in a negative context, it would be just like me saying, oh my God, you have like strikingly red hair, fiery. And I said, it would be an insult. It would be an insult to your creator, and to you. Don't ever do it again. But yeah, I even had what's her name? The Metter's daughter, Dr. Metter's daughter,
Leah or Brittany?
Sister-in-law, or Brittany, the oldest one. What? The oldest one. Is with an Madeline Metters. She's a Black woman, and she's for me at a pleasant dinner table, and she told me, she was like, why are you wearing, you know, this is when I'm like, okay, I don't care what y'all saying, I'm just gonna do me. You're wearing your hair like that, I just don't think it glorifies God. And I'm like, you know, so yeah, there definitely was an attempt to whitewash. To your question about, you know, the hierarchy between men and women, we're not allowed to have a complaint about your husband, or questioning or concern what he did, where he was, or anything else like that. Any complaint or a concern forward, you were told to lose more weight. That if all of your problems would, you know, magically disappear, and you know, getting physically abused. I know people who had, you know, several other women, you know, who had, you know, who really had biblical justification, were barred from getting a divorce. And, you know, it heard the Holy Spirit say she could get a divorce so she could marry somebody younger. You know, we were never to have a complaint about our husband. And even if we had a question or concern brushed under the rug, we were ultimately the wrong party. Had to make the adjustment so that we can better honor and serve our husbands.
Sorry, muted myself there. My 1-year-old's teething, so you might have heard her then waking up. She's very sad. So my partner's just given her some Calpol, some ibuprofen for her teeth. Hi, Maddie and John in the chat. It's nice to see you here. Maddie, thank you for sharing a bit about your story. So there's a disparity and a power imbalance between men and women. It's interesting that Gwen Shamblin is the kind of matriarch of this group, but then she is kind of given this message that women should submit to men, although I'm sure she expected everybody to submit to her. There was talks of her upbringing and how that may have had influence on the way that she was, but it's almost like she was like anti-women. She was like misogynistic in herself, making women feel all this shame about their bodies and why they should submit to men, using biblical doctrine references and scripture to spiritually abuse the members of the church, essentially. And I'm not saying that everybody that's been involved with Remnant Fellowship has had negative experiences. I'm just talking about people such as yourselves who have come forward to speak about the inherent racism that was and the misogyny that was apparent, and the child abuse that was spoken about in the docu-series, where children died through most likely through some of the practices that were that were encouraged and maybe even enforced in some of the environments within Remnant Fellowship. So thank you both for sharing about those things. And sort of for the last 15 minutes or so, I just wanted to talk about what your experiences have been like since you left, and where you are today. So I know, Megan, you've got your Beyond Zion Foundation, and I didn't know if you wanted to talk about how you came to create the foundation and your life after you left.
So I actually really appreciate you asking this question, because this can be glossed over a lot. And I think it's important to not only recount your time in the cult, but also recount your life afterwards. So I had a lot of trauma even before way down in Remnant Fellowship. So but I didn't know that was the issue. So I just a very damaged person, and driving back to Ohio, nowhere to go. I have this baby. Of course I'm going to do everything I can to take care of him, but like, how do I do this? And so I maxed out all of my credit cards, and eventually, I actually met my current husband and my ex-husband the same week, right before Thanksgiving. And I went not with my current husband, obviously, and it was an abusive marriage, and Remnant was still so ingrained in me that we would split up, but I would go back because I wasn't being a submissive enough wife, and I wasn't being a good enough wife for him. So it took almost 2 years for me to break free of that. And then my now husband and I started talking, and then really got serious after I was divorced in 2009. So I put up with a lot of abuse from not only my first husband, but my dad and stepmom. I took a lot, and I got myself in a lot of really stupid situations because I was so infantilized while I was in Remnant that it's like I forgot and didn't know how to be an adult. And like, I knew what I had to do, but I was doing stupid stuff. Like I could sit here and talk about it all day long, just the dumb stuff I was doing. And some things just happen because life sucks. But I busted my ass for years, like worked upwards of 2 to 3 jobs, did try to go to college, not for me. And my husband and I worked hard together to build a life and pay things off to be able to do things like buy the house we live in now. And I was a general manager at Alta for like 10 years. And starting that job is what initially started my journey into discovering the things that I went through, like unpacking that. I actually didn't start until I was 35. And it all started because I had really high blood pressure, and I was like, I'm just stressed. I'm so stressed. Like, just give me an anti-anxiety or something. I don't know. And he's like, well, try meditation. I said, cool. Okay. That didn't work. And then through that start, we find out I have generalized anxiety. Oh, now we figured out you have depression. And then by fluke, we found out I had ADHD. So my whole life, I thought I was stupid and lazy. I wasn't. I mean, I've spent up until 35, I had no idea I suffered from any of those things. And so it's like looking back and going, my gosh, I barely had a kind person to nurture me and help me. And working in the community, like there was I don't know if it's still going on or not, and that's a whole other story, but there was, my friend started a nonprofit that helped it's called Everyone's Mom, that helped, just be outreach for kids. Like, sometimes it's hard to go to your parents and tell them things. So it's a lot easier to go to someone who you can trust and talk about things. So we were doing a lot of that. And, I'm like, gosh, I wish I would have had someone like that. And I wish I would have had someone like me to help me assimilate back into the real world and understand what's happened to me. And, maybe if I would have had someone like me, I wouldn't have had to, worry about where am I going to live? How am I going to keep a roof over my head? What job skills do I have? I didn't work for over a year, and before that I was just doing menial jobs, which are not bad, but, I just didn't have a lot of skills. Mm-hmm. And so that's why, I think during the pandemic, there's a subreddit on cults, and someone posted something about Remnant, and I started chit-chatting with the poster, and then someone said, well, what makes it a cult? And I just gave the blurb, like a really quick blurb of how I ended up leaving, like just really quickly, like what I went through that last year. And then Rafael Martinez contacted me, a journalist contacted me. So with Rafael, we worked together to write out my whole story. And then once I did that, then Niall Capello reached out to me. I think she reached out to me before that too. It just came later. And this was freaking me out because, like, even though it's been 15 years later, like all these people like wanting to talk to me, I'm like, are you legit? Like, I actually got
your true agenda.
Yeah. What do you want? Like, I made my husband research all these people because he's really good about it. And he would tell me, hey, they're good. And I'm like, great. Okay, now we can talk. But it didn't become official. Like, I talked with Niall right before Christmas, and nothing became official till January 2021. And so we went out there in March and talking with Marina, and I'm sure you can relate to this too, Helen. Like, you can just I just vomited everything out and was just like, oh, this is so freeing. And then they tell me, like, there's so many people out there that have left or want to leave. And even just from me, like, we're so scattered, all the people that have left. Why? I always feel good being around someone that can relate to how I'm feeling. Like, I would love if we could start coming together and building each other up and then turning that out into the world. So that's how Beyond Zion was born. I just was like waiting for my flight going, I'm going to do this. I'm just going to start a nonprofit and do this. And I told my husband, and he goes, well, I wanted you to get a hobby, but I wanted it to be about me, joking. And I'm like, well, this is just who I am now. But
you're like, I don't submit to any man anymore. So
right. Oh, no, I don't.
About you.
He jokes that part of him, I think, likes that about me, but then part of him is probably like, this is so exhausting because I fight him on everything.
Wow.
But I kind of have to, it gets to be a little much sometimes. I'm sure it really, there's some issues that I bring up that he's just like, God, but he's been so integral in my healing, and he's been so supportive and so loving. Yeah. Like, even when I had to take a 6-week leave of absence for my mental health earlier this year, he was nothing but kind and caring and understanding. And I wouldn't have had that if I would have stayed in Remnant and got married. So I'm so grateful.
Wow. That's great. We need those allies as well. We need those individuals that help us, whether it's somebody that listens, whether it's a partner, whether it's a family member or friend, whether it's a stranger on the internet, just having those allies in our corner that can help us recognize or put words to the experiences that we've had, or to signpost us to places that can offer those services is so important. And you are doing that with your foundation. That's incredible. You are that person that you needed all those years ago for other people who are fleeing destructive religious practices, which is part of the reason we're doing this stream today, to raise money and awareness for this podcast, but also for My Sound Choices that are doing the same, helping people to flee dangerous and destructive religious practices. So that's amazing, Megan, and thank you for your work and contribution in kind of raising awareness and putting a spotlight on those things. John's put in the chat, I'd like to get in touch with Kerry Noble. John, you can email me at cultvaultpodcast@gmail.com. I will put that in the chat. and I can see if I can put you in touch with Kerry. I do chat to him occasionally. So if you send me an email, once I've had a bit of downtime after this stream, I'll try and sort that out for you. So Helen, please would you tell us what life's been like since your departure from the Remnant Fellowship, and I wondered if you could also speak to, there was something that I was going to ask you to speak to, specific to, oh yes, has it been difficult to hold on to your faith, and how have you overcome that spiritual abuse and in order to, you know, keep your religious beliefs in place, even though they might not be the religious beliefs that Remnant Fellowship placed onto you?
Thought, the one thing that Remnant was good about was, you know, encouraging, you know, learn God's will through reading the Bible. And so was there, I really studied my Bible. I read my Bible. And so, you know, through that, you know, took a couple of years, but I started to get discernment, really the nature of God and the heart of God. And so I can see that it was in what Gwen was teaching. So the way that I was able, my faith was by realizing that I was being led astray, Viper, that I was being led astray, and that this was not the path that God had me on time. So fast forward to when I left the church, unlike Megan, I didn't live in the Brentwood bubble. I lived in Nashville, of the overseers, and nobody's coming out to, you know, Donaldson, Tennessee on me or anything else like that. So I had a little bit of a buffer about bumping into people in the grocery store or in the department store. So it was a little bit easier for me to be like, see ya. And, you know, I had gotten to the point in my just observing before I left, there were very few people that I wanted to remain in a relationship with. And if they talked about me trying to come back to the church, I knew that they would. And so right now, I only communicate with people who have left the church. That's the only people that I, you know, still have a church. You know, God bless you. Wish the best for you, but now, am I struggling with church, and am I sensitive to anything that feels oppressive in life? Absolutely. So, just to make you laugh, I got out of kind of 2 years, took some time off, and then went to this church. I was loving it, liking it. And then the senior pastor met with us, and he, what brought you here? And I was like, well, you know, we're 2 years out of a cult, and, you know, that was, you know, really great. And he was like, oh, well, maybe I should let you know that I've been called a cult too. But we better now. And so I stuck around.
We're better now. Oh gosh, okay.
We've addressed it, and we're better now. So I 2 more services, but it felt culty to me. And then grace was COVID, if you can say COVID is a saving grace. I was able to really kind of have it to kind of extricate myself from there. So jumped out of one to another, and right now, you know, my daughter is going to church, my littlest one, and wanting to have a relationship with God, and failing her because of my fear of being put in the same position. Just, I'm taking it slow, and I'm you know, helping her questions of morality, questions about God, being, accepting of, her desire. We're going to get there to church one day. We're going to get back to church one day. But it's just going to have to be, I will not drag my family, because I drag my family into 2 cults. So I just will not drag my family that would further put them in harm's way.
I think that's very wise. It's funny that you mentioned cult hopping. I'm glad you were able to recognize that was what was happening, because sometimes that's not the case with individuals that go from one of these groups to another. So it's great to hear that you were able to. Maybe it was the person saying, well, we've been called a cult, that made you kind of be like, oh, well, that's a big red flag. So I'm glad that you were able to recognize that. Yeah, at least we're honest about it. But we're doing better. We're working on improving ourselves. So one last question I had for both of you before I say just a massive thank you and good night, because I know it's kind of getting a bit late where you are as well. Do you both remember the day that it was announced that Gwen Shamblin's plane had come down and she died? That was just a wild twist. I absolutely just did not see that coming in the documentary. Honestly, I didn't know that she was deceased. So I was just like, I thought she might be arrested, because when the documentary opened, it opened on her testifying in front of the camera. So I was like, oh, maybe she gets arrested. I knew that there was some massive event that happened. So Megan, can you just kind of talk us through that day?
Yeah, it was Memorial Day weekend, if I'm remembering correctly, and I happened to be off work because that day I was supposed to be getting family pictures done, and it ended up getting canceled. So I was kind of doodling around the house, and all of a sudden I get a text message from Raphael with a link, and I hit the link, and I was like, no way, this isn't real. So I Googled, and it started, like, it was early stages, but it was only in the Nashville news, like that area. And I was just like, this can't be real. Like, no way. It took, and I mean, I'm not going to lie, I did cry, because what a way to go out, right? Yeah. Yeesh. I mean, I feel sorry for the Walters. Like, I knew the Walters. I thought Brandon Hanna was very nice, but as for the rest of them, like, whatever. That kind of loss, regardless of what, it sucked. But honestly, I think that Gwen deserved it. Like, I'm not trying to be an asshole, but I felt that was right for her, for sure. And, just breaking the news to my family, that was weird, because they're not all, like, we're all in different spots of our journey. So, like, some people are like, great, whatever, and other people are like, I don't care, why are you telling me this? And I'm like, all right, well, I mean, everyone processes it in their own way. So I just wanted to let y'all know, it's ding dong, the witch is dead. Like, it's done. But it's crazy. I can't believe it's been a year. And I don't know. I told Marina, I said, I guess I just hope that one day I would have been able to confront her and ask her why.
Absolutely. Yeah. And the church didn't really pay much mind or recognition to it, probably by design, because as the documentary kind of alludes to, or the docuseries alludes to, that kind of action from God wouldn't have happened to a holy or pure set of people. And it didn't really match the entire rhetoric that the Remnant Fellowship Church was putting onto the followers and the congregants. So I thought that was really interesting. Helen, I wondered if you could just kind of finish off our conversation today by adding your perspective on the news coming out about Gwen Shamblin's death.
Okay, so when Gwen's plane went, same a year, on the same day that my mother died, 4. And so I was getting ready to post, a memorial and everything. And then it was like shit, it's this, and so now I have to kind of share that space with her for the rest of my life. So it sucks. The first thing was calling Niall and holy shit, do you guys know what's going on? And she was like, yeah, we don't know what to do. It's crazy. And I know that the docuseries, up in the air, they had to, kind of scramble and add some things and some things happened. That mother died a year before, but Gwen died. Series, somebody got married. They still got married.
Yeah.
How I felt about it, I was for that these children are going to grow up without parents. Angry that they're going to block. Really, nobody to protect. They just are at the mercy of the church, and just really, just I that had been done to me that it was almost like closing a chapter. You can't hurt me anymore. That's what.
Wow, that's a really profound thing to finish on. I think that because she is dead, she can no longer harm you. Wow, that's a huge statement, Helen. Thank you for sharing that with us. Thank you both so much for coming here today and sharing your stories. I know that it's a bit different to doing a HBOMax docuseries, but I think that the messages that you're both putting out into the world are really priceless. So I plan to put these sessions out for people that couldn't make the stream to watch at a later date, and anybody that is looking for perspectives into high demand religious groups, specifically that use kind of the body image of individuals, beauty standards in the beauty industry, diet culture, and all of those things that individuals typically struggle with anyway, let alone thrown into an exploitative and abusive environment like the two of you were subjected to. That just takes things to a whole other level, which still exists today. The church is still going today with different leadership. So I appreciate you both so much. I've put a link to the Beyond Zion Foundation into the chat. If anybody want to get in touch to speak with Megan or Helen, then just let me know. I have their email addresses and we can see if we can arrange some type of contact. It's just so great to hear that you are both in places where you're understanding that there's lots to work through, that you have these different coping mechanisms, and that you're reflecting on your journeys and understanding the experiences that you went through. So thank you both so much, and I hope that you enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you, Kacey.
And I love you, Helen. Yeah.
Take care. Bye. Oh wow, what an awesome panel. Thank you. Yeah, thank you both so much for coming to share with us. So it says, viewers, who's still here? Anybody in the chat? It is 4:00 in the morning. Wow, it is 4 a.m. So we're into the 11th hour, people. This is I'm surprised we lasted so long. I'm definitely starting to flag, but I think that's okay. Just having a little look through to see if we have any donation updates, which we don't. I imagine that there are a lot of people. Thanks, Selby. Brenda's still here. Oh my goodness, Brenda, what on earth? You've been here like the whole time. You must be exhausted. Oh, it's telling me that I have a notification on GoFundMe, but I do not. Oh, hi Alexis. Oh, thank you so much for your donation. Oh, Brenda, I can't believe you've been here the whole time. Oh my goodness. Let's do some more giveaway stuff. Right. Let's do the giveaway for let's do that. Oh, I just got another. Oh, Christy's still here as well. Oh, thanks, Christy. That's amazing. Oh, you guys. Amazing. Let's do a few more giveaway things. I've got so much stuff I haven't. Maybe I'll have to keep some of it and offer them out to people in the next couple of days to see if we can reach our target. So let's do the second book, the second copy of Escaping Utopia by Janja Lalich. We'll do a random number generator of 1 to 20. And it's given us number 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's Eileen. Getting a copy of Escaping Utopia by Janja Lalich. Congratulations. Escaping Utopia. Awesome. And then let's do the second copy of Take Back Your Life by Janja Lalich for 19 people. Number 10. I feel like it's just given us... This is not a random number generator. Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Frankie! Congratulations, Frankie. Take back your life. I wonder if she's still awake. Let's let her know. Let's let her know. I need to message so many people tomorrow and let them know that they've won prizes, but congratulations, Frankie. Amazing news. So we've got a couple more videos to play and some more giveaway stuff to do before we say goodnight. So I've got a video from a new content creator on YouTube. Birdie is fairly new to content creation, although she's always had a love for performing. In fact, when she was only 1 year old, Birdie's mum would often find her dancing to songs from Barney and Friends in front of the stainless steel dishwasher in her childhood home. Remember the big, big purple dinosaur? Yeah, that was Barney, and Barney was her first word. Now she works in social work to help people with addiction illnesses get into rehabilitation centres and accompanies them along their recovery journey. Birdie aspires to raise awareness around the dangers of social media gurus, borrowing theories from Stephen Hassan, Rick Alan Ross, and Robert J. Lifton. Birdie's current work involves investigating breatharianism, a sect of thought made famous in the US during the 80s and 90s by Wiley Brooks. When she's not falling down internet rabbit holes, you can usually find Birdie in her garden daydreaming or at the local thrift store searching for the perfect glass jar, vase or terrarium for a new houseplant, as if she needs another one. I guess 150 isn't satisfactory, but hey, millennials love a good glass jar, right? You can find her channel at Little Birdie and on Instagram at Cultesque. So I will make sure that I post those links in the episode description. Not in the episode description. Oh my goodness, I'm so tired. I'm just going off what I would usually say in an podcast episode. So I will make sure that I put a link to Birdie's YouTube page in this chat. I'm missing a page of my bios. Hi Jake, thank you in the chat, coming to keep me awake. So I'm going to play Birdie's YouTube video and put a link to her YouTube channel in the chat. Let's have a look. Let's have a little looky here. Right, so I'm going to get the link to this channel. Put it in the chat. Hi, Wani. Good to see you. Thanks for dropping in. No worries, John. If you want to email me, cultvaultpodcast@gmail.com, then we can chat about hooking you up with Kerry Noble. So let me load in this media. Got this video from Birdie, and then we're going to do some giveaway stuff and then finish on a video from Rachel Bernstein, licensed marriage family therapist, licensed marriage and family therapist. Wow, it's early in the morning now. And host of IndocriNATION podcast. So that's what we're going to be finishing on after this video, and some giveaway stuff. So you've got 45 minutes to donate and get yourself in to the giveaway for a chance to win some amazing prizes. We've got some really cool things left to give away, including a $2,500 course called Financial Ninjas by Faith Jones, about how to unlock secrets around managing your finances and making the most out of your business structure. Amazing course. I can't believe that she's donated that to the stream, as well as access to her course I own, and the book that comes with that. Faith has put pledged towards the giveaway. There's a Pokemon terrarium that you can win. Should I share the picture of it again? It's pretty cool. Let me share it one more time. Anybody that is this kind of thing, opportunity to win this cool thing by Astridia Designs. So that's the Pokemon terrarium. There's loads of different ones. She does Final Fantasy ones as well. So this is Violet Rose at Astridia Designs. You can find the link to her Etsy page on my website by scanning the QR code on the right. But look how cute Squirtle is. That's amazing. Super cute. So that's up for grabs as well, or a terrarium is up for grabs. I don't know if it's that specific one, but it's pretty cool. So there is that, and there is a copy of Daniela Mestianek-Young's book Uncultured. So Daniela has pledged a copy of her book, which comes out on the 22nd of September, I believe. The 20th of September. Daniela's very kindly pledged a copy of this book for to give away on the stream, as she couldn't be here to talk in person. So thank you so much, Daniela. But this is also being included in the giveaway as well. So please rally up. Please consider sharing. There's 45 minutes left to try and reach our target, or get as close to it as possible. I see all my Xbox friends are rallying now to come and say hi. Hello, I appreciate you all so much for being here. Thank you so much. And I'm going to play this video and go for a bathroom break, and I will see you all in a minute. Thank you very much.
Hey everybody, my name's Lizzie. It's really nice to meet ya. I am very excited to be here. Good afternoon, good morning, good night, good evening, wherever you are in the world. Happy to see ya. Happy you're here. And thank you all for coming to this event, donating to such a noble and very important cause. Big disclaimer here, I'm going to get a little political, a lot of political in this intro. So I want to start off by saying I am from the United States, and in light of the Supreme Court's recent decision to overturn Roe v. Wade, this discussion is very important to have. There have been countless fundraisers, nonprofit organizations raising money to both support and assist current and future mothers, as well as provide options for those who may not want to be mothers in the first place. There's really been a massive movement towards raising money for abortion funds, legal fees. I know I have the last slot of the night, so it probably goes without saying at this point. No matter your gender identity or gender expression, everybody deserves to have bodily autonomy, agency, control over their lives, and control over their futures. It's important to understand that regardless of political affiliation, it's crucial that we keep this discussion alive, well, and continuing for the coming years, months, even decades. People's political memories are short. They're also fallible. We're human beings, our minds are very fallible. People's political memories tend to fade unless we make an intentional and concerted effort to continue these discussions in order to keep them in the national and global political discourse. We need to make it a point to continue covering and talking about these issues. Otherwise, we really run the risk of ignoring, glossing over, and papering over the real material effects that legislative, political, and judicial changes on the municipal, local, state, federal level. All of those decisions have real material effects and impacts on people's lives. And unless we keep these conversations going, those memories will fade. It will fall out of the discourse. We don't want that. So the topic I'm going to be talking about today is an attempt to do that in a way that also relates to high control groups and cults. I also think it's really important to keep in mind that over-sensationalizing or hyper-fixating on suffering, stories of suffering, tragedies, etc., again papers over people's lived experiences. You're reducing somebody in their life to a struggle, to an event that was a tragedy in their life, and that sometimes can be harmful towards the cause and also dehumanizing to the individual because they are not being focused on. The whole point of this is to remedy or try to alleviate the material impacts that forced marriage decisions for women have on their lives. If that was just covered in a salacious, scandalous manner, people might take that as a reason to delegitimize the issue. I say all that to say that I really enjoy the way that Kacey conducts her interviews and her podcast, does her research, and talks about cults, because it doesn't do that. And it's really a breath of fresh air. You get a full picture of the people involved, what was going on. She really does a good job of covering thoroughly and covering nearly every part of what has happened. Every single episode of hers that I've listened to, I've just been like, I am so impressed. And I've told her this before, I'm so impressed by the amount of information she can pack into those podcasts. So if you haven't listened to a good amount of them by now, go do it. So Kacey, thanks for all that you do. You rock, and thank you so much for having me on here. I'm very honored to be here and talking about this very important topic today. And if you happen to be interested in popping over to my channel to hear me talk about cults and high control groups and stuff like that, sometimes I talk about plants and skincare. Go check out my channel at Little Birdie. So I'm going to be honest, this video was hard to script and it's hard to sit down and make right now. One of the reasons is because in one way or another, I think most of us have some kind of connection to domestic violence. We either know somebody, have a loved one who, or are a survivor of domestic abuse. And that's the topic that I will be covering today, is the intersection of legal proceedings, law, what the law understands to be a high control group, and also undue influence, how that is kind of inserted into judicial decision making and the outcomes of cases, and how that relates to domestic violence and what I think that the legal system should be and could be doing better, and also a little bit about what an amazing scholar, Dr. Francis Chapman, has to say about the matter. Another big disclaimer, if I went through and went over, summarized, and read through all of the sources I have that went into making this would be a 4-hour video. We would be here probably another 12 hours. So I will give Kacey a very detailed document with all of those links, and I'll say what I can say within my time, and then the rest is there for y'all to learn. If you are a survivor of domestic violence, if you love somebody or know somebody who is a survivor, please, please know that you are so valuable. It is not your fault what happened to you, and there is life after abuse. I promise you there is. You're going to get out on the other side, and that document will have resources to help you out. And part of this whole thing is taking back your power, right? Never forget that you still have power, agency, and autonomy over your life and future, no matter what anybody tells you. So I wanted to talk about this because reproductive care is an extremely important part of healthcare, period. It literally is what facilitates bringing life into this world. When women lose that right to choose what happens to their bodies, whether or not they give birth, and whether or not they can use preventative measures like as a preventative to avoid giving birth in the first place, this loss can have a devastating impact on people's lives and ripple effects across people's families and social support networks for that matter. Now, you may be turned off by the politics I've just inserted into this entire intro, but let me ask you this for a second. Think about the fundamental rights that you have as a human being, separate from whatever legal system or framework the place that you live in is governed by. Regardless of that, just think about it, what fundamental rights you have as a human being. Safety, security, happiness, love, freedom, empathy, and compassion. Now, unfortunately, in this moment, so many women across the United States are facing a reality that tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of women around the world grapple with every single day of their lives in terms of having restricted agency and autonomy over their bodies and lives. We see that with a lot of high control groups. I personally think the Supreme Court decision is extremely important and needs to be a wake-up call to us all that, like many other unsavory parts of history, this battle has not yet been won, and it might never will be won. The most important thing right now on a micro level is to keep ourselves and our loved ones as safe as possible under these conditions and with whatever resources we have, whatever resources we can collectively come up with. So let's get into candidly and factually talking about domestic violence. I might refer to it as DV. That's not because I'm being insensitive or don't want to say the word. That's really just to abide by some YouTube guidelines. Domestic violence is a violent crime or abuse in a domestic setting, such as in cohabitation or marriage. Domestic violence is often used as a synonym for intimate partner violence, which involves a spouse or intimate partner in an intimate partner relationship. Domestic violence can happen to anyone of any age and it can occur in heterosexual and same-sex relationships. Domestic violence can also include violence against children, parents, or the elderly and can take on several forms, including physical, verbal, emotional, and SA. The abuser often believes that the abuse is an entitlement, acceptable, justified, or unlikely to be reported. Victims often feel trapped by the abuser in domestic violence situations through isolation by their abuser from family and friends, lack of finances, fear, shame, cultural acceptance, and power and control. Victims can develop physical disabilities and chronic health problems, as well as severe psychological disorders. In the United States alone, an estimated 10 million people experience domestic violence every year. According to the National Coalition Against Domestic Violence, about 20 people per minute are physically abused by an intimate partner. About 1 in 4 women and 1 in 9 men experience severe intimate partner physical violence, sexual violence, and/or partner stalking with injury, PTSD, contraction of STDs, etc. Keep in mind that the statistics I just read only account for what is reported. A lot of cases of intimate partner violence and domestic violence go unreported for reasons that have to do with coercive control, undue influence, power imbalances. Basically, you don't feel safe enough to report it, either because you believe that nobody will believe you, which happens, definitely happens to victims, or it's unsafe to leave the abuser at the time. Something people don't know about domestic violence, and this is something to keep in mind if you are in a situation yourself and trying to get out of it, or trying to help somebody else get out of a similar situation, the most dangerous time for somebody getting out of that situation is upon leaving. You can be stalked, harassed, injured, hurt, accused of things that land you in legal trouble, a whole slew of bad things. So it's very, very important to have a plan. And again, in that document, resources will be available to lay out what that might look like. Obviously, it varies from case to case, but there will be resources available for you to look at and consider. A good thing to do right off the bat is just to plan for your departure. Get your important things, secure your money, secure things like identifying documents, birth certificate, social security card, driver's license, state ID, anything like that that you need, the keys to your car, medicine, clothes that you need, so that those can't be held hostage and serve as a reason that you cannot leave because you need those things. So if you don't know who Steven Hassan is, he is America's leading cult expert. He is an ex-member of the Moonies and has been getting people deprogrammed out of cults and also heal their way out of cults for a few decades now. There's a really great episode on his podcast, The Influence Continuum. It's on Spotify and YouTube and probably some other platforms, where they talk about basically the topic that I'm going to cover. So I really encourage you to listen to that podcast because Dr. Frances Chapman is so smart. I would love to talk to her myself, and she said she just gives great analysis about all of this, so definitely go watch that. But they talk about situations of domestic violence as a high control group. One of the problems with cult as a label or brainwashing as a label is, one, if you say everything's a cult, nothing's a cult. And that pushes out cultish groups, culty groups, cultesque groups, which is my Instagram handle, and also situations that are just high control. Specifically, they talk about, domestic violence, like I just said, parental alienation, and also this is a phenomenon that has been mentioned in cases of elder abuse, either in nursing homes or when somebody's trying to get an elderly person to sign over a deed or add something to a will, something like that, and exerts coercive control over them to get what they want out of them. So according to freedomofmind.com, undue influence is any act of persuasion that overcomes the free will and judgment of another person. People can be unduly influenced by deception, flattery, trickery, coercion, hypnosis, and other techniques. In addition to religious cults, there are psychotherapy cults, political cults, commercial cults, terrorist organizations, and trafficking rings. There are also personality cults, particularly if one person exerts undue influence over another or a small group of people, such as in a family. It's used as kind of the technical term for brainwashing, and the reason people use undue influence or coercive control in replacement for brainwashing is that that term is a pop culture term from the 1950s, and it kind of also ironically devoids people of their agency as well. People don't become just this tabula rasa that's empty of thoughts, feelings, values, and emotions, right? When they're in a high control group. That's not what happens. The process of manipulation, coercive control, and undue influence is so complex and so deep that the law has to have an understanding of it and a legal framework through which to view cases of domestic violence. Otherwise, a lot of cases are going to shake out with unfavorable outcomes and unjust outcomes at that. Now, there are a few types of control that Steven Hassan says can make up undue influence, and those are encapsulated within his BITE model. So B is behavioral control, I is information control, T is thought control, and E is emotional control. And there's a PDF that lists all of the different examples of behaviors and actions by a singular leader or a high control group, or just flat out a destructive cult that can be identified as red flags. Take a look at that PDF for your own sake so that later on, if you're ever faced with something that feels weird, if your gut says this is wrong, look at that PDF. You may not be experiencing a high control group or involvement or interaction with a cult or a cult leader. However, it is a good set of red flags to look for when your gut says, something's wrong here, I might be being manipulated right now. This PDF, while not intended for this purpose, I think can function as a way for us to understand undue influence in micro-level settings like domestic violence. A paper published in the Journal of Elder Abuse and Neglect, titled Parallels Between Undue Influence, Domestic Violence, Stalking, and SA, examines the commonalities between undue influence, domestic violence, stalking, and SA. The abstract reads as follows. UI, undue influence, involves the exertion of power and subversive coercion to exploit the trust, dependency, and fear of victims in order to manipulate their decision-making. Although UI victimization can occur at any age, many victims of UI are citizens who suffer vulnerabilities due to their age, social isolation, and life circumstances. The authors assert that there are 7 commonalities observed between UI, domestic violence, stalking, and SA. 1. The victim and exploiter are involved in an ongoing relationship. 2. Exploiters may target and groom their victims. 3. Exploiters tend to use deceptive tactics to unduly influence and financially exploit their victims. 4. Exploiters are typically charming manipulators. 5. Exploiters make many justifications for their actions. 6. Victims may appear as willing participants in activities that may work against their best interest. And 7. Victims often have trauma reactions that may impede investigations. Each of these commonalities is described in order to assist professionals in their investigations of exploitation among elderly citizens. The power and control tactics employed by men, it can be anybody, but this paper looks at men specifically, who batter, are compared to those of exploiters who use UI so that professionals can better distinguish between actual consent and the apparent consent of UI victims. In closing, the authors note that a better understanding of UI may lead to policies and procedures for screening, interviewing, documenting, and responding to cases of UI. Think about Centoya Brown, for example. Victims of trafficking, SA, DV, victims of high control groups may do things under undue influence that nobody would ever consider them capable of, including themselves. For instance, psychologically, it is a very normal human reaction to want to cause harm to your abuser, and I know that might be a shocking statement to hear. That might be a little bit, you might be like, whoa, that's a lot to say, but it's been shown in both anecdotal evidence and also psychiatric and psychological studies over the years that that is a common human response, usually coming from PTSD or CPTSD, which is complex PTSD, which can be 2 of the main fallouts of being victimized by a high control group. Another reason I think this conversation is really important is because cases of domestic violence did increase during the pandemic. For some people, home was never a safe space for them, and suddenly you're on lockdown with your abuser. So a lot of people have suffered and have been suffering, a lot of the times in silence. Please remember you are not alone. Help is only a phone call away. There is the National Domestic Violence Hotline, and there also is probably a local one in your area. There's also an organization called Between Friends, which helps women and their children find long-term, emergency, or short-term housing to get them out of there, and also protection plans, helps them cultivate and set up their life after abuse, because again, there is life after abuse, and everybody is deserving of that. So deserving to that, and it's so important to support organizations that exist to give that to people. So if anyone watching this is doing that work, you rock. Keep doing what you're doing. The world needs you. And the world also needs you here. You deserve it. You are so valuable. You are loved. You are worthy of respect, dignity, and all the hugs and great snacks. Remember that. And if something feels wrong, it probably is wrong. Listen to your gut. I'm telling you, listen to your gut. Learn to recognize the red flags. When people first start dating, it's usually supposed to be when they're on their best behavior, right? You're supposed to slowly reveal yourself to a person. If someone comes right out of the gate being their, what seems like their worst self, really manipulative, gaslighting, not validating you, calling you names, not treating you with respect, that person is not going to get better. They're not going to treat you better. It might feel good when they start to, but it's not a good situation. Hold the line. You deserve that. And that's definitely a way that you can keep yourself safe. If you need help reporting, I will include resources too. You can always file a police report anonymously off the record without pressing charges, just to have an incident on the record so that later on when you leave, that's on the record as something they can point to as this person was a victim in this high control situation. Everybody get good rest tonight, especially you, Kacey. You're awesome. Again, thank you so much for having me here. And I hope that everybody here has a wonderful, restful, and awesome weekend. And also, if you're in the middle of this heat wave, please stay cool however you can. Bye, guys.
That was Birdie from her YouTube channel. And hopefully some people will go over to your channel and check that out. So whilst we were in the video, we smashed the goal. Oh my goodness, like, thank you so much. For anybody that's still here watching, this group of people that have come and pushed us over the donation, these are my online Xbox friends, so I've never met this group of friends in real life, but it's just amazing the community that you can find playing online games. And I know that sounds so silly, and it's like light outside and I'm exhausted, so I'm getting super teary, but thank you all for tuning in and coming to support me. I appreciate you so much, all of you. Thank you. Oh, Brenda, thank you for being here the whole time. You're probably just as exhausted as I am. Oh my goodness, it's been a really long 12 hours, but it's been absolutely incredible. I can't believe the support that the stream has received from everybody. It's been really overwhelming. I appreciate you, like, I appreciate all of you. I've got a list here of people that I'm going to say massive thank you to. We should probably do a couple more of the giveaways before we say goodbye. I've got one more video that I needed to play as well, but I can't believe it. We reached the target. I never thought that we were going to get there. Everybody's saying go and get some sleep. Yeah, it's funny because Riley will be awake in like 1 hour and 20 minutes maybe. So yeah, an early riser. So we've got 23 names on the giveaway list, and I am going to give away I suppose with all of the gamer guys here, I should Cult Vol. No, it's UK time. I'm in England, so it's 4:40 a.m. So I'm going to do a random number generator for the Pokemon Terrarium. So let's see who is going to win the Pokemon Terrarium. Generate number. Number 19. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. It's Bean! Bean wins the Pokemon Terrarium. Amazing. Pokemon Terrarium. Well done, Bean. Congratulations. And then the last giveaway that I'm going to do on the stream, I'm going to save some of them for tomorrow, I think. Some of the giveaway items. I just haven't had a chance to fit all of it in, so I'll do some of it on social media across the next few days. Also, for anybody that didn't realize, if you go over to Instagram and you go onto I am Faith Jones on Instagram, you can message Faith directly, and if you use the words Cult Vault, she has some free giveaway items. Now this is going to be the last giveaway item for the session, and then I will do for everybody that's entered, that's pledged, I will do some social media posts tomorrow, and then I include everybody that's pledged into the giveaways for the posts going forward tomorrow. So this is for a copy of Daniela Mestianek Young's Uncultured, about her life growing up in the Children of God. Such an incredible book. The themes are so difficult. I had to read it in bits, but I didn't want to. That's how you know it's a good book. So let's do 23, 22, Let me just check that there's been no donations. No new donations, so we'll do 1 to 22. Number 2, it's Brenda! Brenda's caught herself a copy of Uncultured by Daniela Mestianek-Young. Congratulations, Brenda. And there's some more things to give away tomorrow. We've got the I Own Me Faith Jones book and course to give away. We've got the Financial Ninjas course worth $2,500 for anybody that wants to become savvy with their finances in terms of corporate, in terms of stocks, investments, crypto. All of that stuff's included on this amazing course that Faith has donated to the cause. And I think that's it. I got a couple of other books and stuff to give away. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to play this last video from Rachel Bernstein, licensed marriage and family therapist and host of the IndocriNATION podcast. Just to remind anybody who hasn't been over yet, if you wanted to look at the full lineup of guests, their bios, their non-profits, their work, their organizations, their books, all of that good stuff, you can find that over on the website. And if you want to donate before the end of the stream, then you can donate on this link that I'm now going to find. I'm just scrolling up the chat. I probably should just find it manually, but what are the origins rights? I'm not sure what you mean by that, John. You'll have to expand on that. Here's the link. How do I... Oh gosh, I can't copy and paste it. So I'm going to play this last video. It will take us over 5 o'clock. I did say I would do an extra 10 minutes for every £1,000 I made. So technically I can go over by 10 minutes. Unless somebody donates 10 grand in the next 15 or so minutes. Here we go. I'm going to share the link. Going to put it in the stream. Probably didn't need to be as difficult as that was then, as I made it. Scroll all the way back down to the bottom. Say less. Right, okay, here we go. Coming in with the last video. Add source. Thank you so much, Chris, as well, for being here to moderate this entire time. And I know that Oggie's helped a little bit. I appreciate you both so much. Oh, Heather, don't, because I'll cry. Oh, thank you so much. When we were talking about it, we had no idea what was going to happen. Oh, thank you so much, Heather. You support the show so much. Thank you. Right, I'm going to go and before I properly cry.
Hey everyone, it is very nice for me to be able to join you in this marathon of wonderfulness of cult education and hopefully cult prevention and healing and a lot of other really, really good things. So I am very happy to participate, and if there are questions from the things that I shared, please feel free to be in touch with me. I know that it sometimes takes a while for me to get back to people because of my busy schedule and because of the podcast, the support group, and a lot of other things that I'm doing in my work with ICSA. But please do email me anyway, even though that sounded like I was dissuading you instead of encouraging you. But please do, because I'm curious if there's help that you might need that I could potentially help you with at some point. Or if you actually want to tell your story on the podcast, just be in contact at indoctrinationshow@gmail.com or my professional email, Bernstein LMFT@gmail.com. So I have worked with, I'd say, a good 1,000 women who have been involved in cultic groups, who have been in relationships with malignant narcissists, who have been in one-on-one kinds of cults or in groups that had hundreds of thousands of members, and everywhere in between. Political cults and UFO cults, Bible-based cults, a whole variety of different kinds of religious groups, psychological cults, people who've been taken over and abused by their therapists, coaches, healers. That's a huge part of my practice now, actually. And so that's something I think that needs to be addressed much more often. I want to touch on a couple of things that I experienced through the work that I've done, and also some of the lessons that I've been able to learn from this work. And I give so much credit to my clients over all these years for teaching me so much of what I know. And I think that what is very interesting about learning about women in cults specifically is that there are so many things that women talk to me about feeling backed into a corner. And I'm going to make sure to get back to that idea that you're left kind of powerless, and then you have to somehow find your power within a system that has rendered you powerless. In 2008, when I'd already been doing this work for a while, I got a call from the Texas Department of Children and Family Services. They wanted me to come to Austin, Texas, to help with working with the social workers who were working with the women and children who had been taken off the FLDS compound, the Yearning for Zion Ranch. And so I flew there, and it's interesting with doing this work. I've traveled to different places, but I haven't seen the places. I've been to Hawaii, but I was there for an intervention. I've been in Austin, Texas, but it was to meet in a hotel with people who had been taken off a compound. Those are not usually the way that people spend their time in other cities or other places. So I do need to go back to these places to actually experience the places. But I was so interested just about seeing how I could be helpful, but also it was fascinating to see what was unfolding in front of me when I was there. I remember being in a very large room, and there were people who have since gone on to write books about their experiences on the compound and working with the social workers. What I found was this idea that a lot of the sister wives had been taken off the compound and were being interviewed in the same room as other sister wives and also as children. And it let me know how much there is a need to train social workers and others to work with this population, because there were things that I was noticing that they weren't noticing, that didn't have anything to do with the fact that they weren't able to notice it. They just hadn't been trained to notice it. And what I mean is that I was able to look at what was happening sometimes with a kind of a one-way, two-way mirror, and I could see, they couldn't see me, but I could observe what was happening in the room with the social workers and the children and some of the sister wives. And what I noticed afterwards, more than what was said, was where people were looking. So after a social worker would come out and say, you know, this was very interesting, I would ask the kids a question and they seemed to answer me very openly. I would have to be the bearer of bad news and say, no, they weren't answering you openly at all. Notice where their eyes went. And when you ask the kids a question, they looked over at the most senior sister wife in the room, because the hierarchy still remained the same. The hierarchy of power, even when they were off the compound. So there were kids who didn't answer a question because the most senior sister wife in the room would just do a quick and shaking her head no, or kind of wagging a finger, and the kids knew not to answer the question. So the social worker wasn't getting any kind of information at all, really, that was helpful and that was natural and that was open and honest. And there just wasn't a sense about understanding that. And so I've done what I can to try to educate people, and educate people within the counseling world too, to know how these situations are different. What I also found that was so interesting is that here they were talking to the women and the children and sort of the young teen girls who were ready to be brides in their eyes on the compound, about the fact that they had rights and what their rights were, and that they had the right to be able to decide who touched their body and where. And afterwards, the social workers would come up to me and talk to me about how they had a very significant talk with everyone there about rights, and how they were so happy that they had taught them something about their rights. And again, I had a bearer of bad news and say, no, most of them were looking baffled at you, because two things were happening that were getting in the way of that information coming in. One was, they don't know the definition of the word right, what rights are. And they also don't know that it's okay to have them. So rights in a lot of these places, if they are eventually defined, only apply to the men. So you can talk till you're blue in the face about rights, but there is going to be this sort of veneer that comes over people's eyes, where they're not going to take in the information because they don't understand the concept. And also, if they do, they know as women and girls, it does not apply to them. I also was thinking about this phrase that popped into my head. Every once in a while, there's a phrase that pops into your head and you think, that actually really kind of highlights in a few words what you see before you. And while I saw these women and young women who were the sister wives already, who were enforcing the laws, basically, and maintaining the hierarchy in those spaces, in those rooms with the social workers, I was thinking that, well, the phrase that popped into my head was that within these situations, the oppressed become the oppressors, because they really believe that this is the way to keep people safe, this is the right thing to do, this is what God wants of them. But at the end of the day,